Hello, welcome back to the channel. As you guys are well aware, today is Snap Review Day, which is actually, we actually started Friday. So every Monday and Tuesday, we dedicate our broadcast to reviewing community dream snaps in the hopes of helping as many people as possible get 4K. We cover things like theme, concepts, and also the overall composition of your snap. When it comes to getting 4K, not only do you want to be very careful to capture the theme, but you also want to make sure... Why is my camera slowly panning left? What is going on here? That was weird. I was in the menu, so I shouldn't have done that. Anyway, when it comes to getting 4K, the two big focuses are making sure you very clearly represent the theme, and then on top of that is just making sure you have a beautiful submission, a submission that can beat its competitors, and those are the things that we focus on for these reviews. Now, if you're new to this review process, if you've never been here before, if you're curious about getting reviews, you can type !reviews and you'll get a breakdown from the chatbot. And in addition to that, just be aware that unfortunately, on these streams where I do these reviews, I cannot read chat as much. So last Monday, we were here until midnight. So I went live around my normal time. We went live around 3:30. And I ended up streaming until midnight because that's just how long it took me to get through all the different reviews that were submitted. And that's without me reading chat as much. I would, occasionally I would go back and check some messages in chat. It's doing it again. Look, it's panning to the side. It might be my controller. Hang on. Yep, it was the controller. Okay. Yeah, I think I had a little bit of stick drift there. So when I'm doing the reviews, I'm not able to keep up with chat as much, unfortunately. Which, kind of sucks, but most of my streams, if you're a regular here, I'm a very, very chat-centric streamer. So whenever I'm live, I'm almost always reading comments and responding to everybody I can. But during these review streams, I just want you guys to be aware that, I have Discord opened on the monitor to my left. My OBS software is open on my top monitor. And then, I have the snaps I'm reviewing on my display monitor. So I won't even have chat pulled up a lot of the times. But you can still get my attention in a variety of ways. And we will occasionally hop back into chat to see what you guys are saying. Just be aware if you come in, if you're new, or if you're trying to say something to me, there's a good chance I won't see it, as I'm trying to make sure every review gets the time and attention it deserves. Because I see this as a very important process for a lot of people, and it's helped a lot of people. But I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. That's the big thing. I just want to make sure everybody knows the drill. Hey, let's go. We got a gifted sub here from Queen Kaya. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. That is Queen Kaya's first gifted sub over here on Twitch. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you, Kaya. Thank you. Carefree Foxy caught the sub. Very nice. Bree said, I actually have a question. I became a YouTube member like a couple weeks ago. Do I have to connect my Discord to YouTube or something to have access to the reviews? I've never done the YouTube membership before, so I don't know how that works. You're like the only one I've done that for. Well, first off, Breezy, thank you, my friend. Thank you for becoming a YouTube channel member. Not only do you get, to participate in these reviews, but I started doing weekly member-exclusive videos. So every week, now this weekend, I'm going to be, and I am going to answer your question. Sorry, I'm getting off track. This week, I'm going to the anime convention, Anime Central in Chicago. So I likely won't have like a full member-exclusive video this weekend. But what I am planning on doing is making some YouTube shorts and setting them to member-exclusive, so you guys can get a glimpse into my cosplay and, us at the convention, taking photos with other people. So, if you are a member, I will try to get some YouTube shorts out to you guys so you guys can, experience the convention with me. But just be aware of that. Now, Breezy, yes, you will need to connect your YouTube. You'll need to connect your YouTube and your Discord. So there's a little walkthrough if you go into our Discord server. If you go to how to get reviews, it'll kind of explain it right here. There's these steps right here. So go to the how to get reviews form here. right at the top of Dreamsnap support and read steps 1 through 4, and it'll walk you through it. Essentially, if you're a YouTube channel member, you're going to connect your YouTube and your Discord account. That way, my server knows you're a member because it'll be linked to your YouTube account, and it'll know that you're, because, you know, I've linked this server to my account, and it'll know that you're a supporter of that account. And once you do that, your name will show up as red in our server. If you're a Twitch supporter, your name will be purple. Thank you for the hype training, guys. Much appreciated. But yeah, if you need any help, if you need any further help, the mods would be more than happy to help there. Lunar says, oh, cool, you're going to Anime Central. I haven't been to a con in years, but the Chicago area has some great ones. Yeah, it's fun. We've gone for the past, like, 4 years, or I know 3 years in a row. Well, this will be year number 3, but yeah, we've gone the last couple of years, and it's always a great time. Willow said in July, my daughter and I are going to Supernatural Convention in Toronto. Oh, very cool, very cool. Supernatural is a great show. Yeah, I watched The Boys on Amazon Prime, and in the last episode, or no, I think second to last episode, they featured the guy that played Castiel, and both the actors for Sam and Dean were all in the same episode. It was pretty funny. But yeah, Supernatural Convention will be cool. All right. That episode was great, says Pixie Dust. Yeah, it was. I thought it was fun. It was so fun seeing all of them together again. And I do think they're planning on doing a spin-off called Vought Rising, and I think they're going to have a lot of the Supernatural cast in that as well, potentially. I'm feeling a bit of Dreamsnaps burnout. I feel my snap shows, says Mama Dukes. That's okay. It's like that sometimes, you know? Especially we've been doing it for a while. Sometimes you just need a little bit of a break and a reset. But even a snap you don't put a lot of effort into can still definitely get 4K. You know, it just depends on what it pops up against ultimately. All right. So yeah, we're going to try to dive right into it today because I'm going to try to finish quickly and efficiently and hopefully stream for close to my regular time and not end up being here until midnight. I was actually up really late last night talking to my mom on the phone. So it was Mother's Day, and I called her around, like, close to 9. It was, like, 8 or 9. And we ended up talking until, like, almost 2 a.m. We talked about, like, a whole bunch of stuff. But it was great to catch up with her. But I was up pretty late last night, so I'm going to try not to be up too late tonight. Either way, hopefully I'll be able to sleep good tonight. Bree said, looks like I can see all the channels again. Hey, nice. There you go. Awesome. Well, thank you for being a channel member again, my friend. I really appreciate that. You know, trying to do the member exclusive videos, so the people that choose to support on YouTube have a nice little benefit from it. Now for Twitch, I'm actually planning on bringing back Dixper. Some of you guys are probably familiar with that. But it's a special way to interact with the stream, and I can set it up to where Twitch supporters basically get free Dixper cards. So YouTube members will get the weekly member exclusive videos, and Twitch supporters will get access to exclusive Dixper benefits. So I would love to do more as well. Maybe I can end up putting some of the member exclusive videos on Twitch as like day off streams and just set them to supporter only so you guys can watch them there as well. Sorry. All right. Well, yeah, let's get into it. So the theme we're going to be reviewing this week is Inside Out Weather. So with that title alone, you're going to want to have an inside-out feel, and you're going to want to showcase weather. Dang, Jen, coming in with the 12 months. Let's go, my friend. Let's go. Thank you for the 12 months. Greatly appreciated. It's been a whole year. Time really does fly. Dang, Pixie Dust as well. Thank you, my friend. Pixie Dust coming in with the 3 months advance sub. Thank you. And you guys just boosted that hype train. Much appreciated. Welcome to the supporter family, Pixie Dust. Great to have you. And Jen, thank you for the fantastic year. Yeah, time really does fly. I feel like the older you get, the faster time tends to move. So, inside out weather. I saw some photos online of people like doing indoors, but it was just inside out and it wasn't really showing weather. I commented on a few of them, you know, just because they were like, is this good? And I was like, well, you know, it's risky. It was a pretty indoor photo, but it didn't really feature weather in any kind of way. So making sure you have some kind of weather, whether it's rain or sunshine, is going to be very important here. And making sure you have a good inside-out feel. So using some of those inside-out items, memory, the memory displays are going to be very good for that. The different memory orbs are going to be good for that. Inside-out characters, of course, the inside-out headquarters, and various other inside-out items are going to be good to really deliver on that inside-out theme. So the challenge states, is your valley sunny like joy, rainy like sadness, or green like envy? Bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick. Yo, Jen, thank you for the 400 bits, my friend. Much appreciated. Big shout out to Belle for the big 200 bits earlier, and Jen with the 400. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I can't change my name for 4 hours. So petty. You're so close, though, Marie. You're so close. You know, I guess it'll just be at the end of the stream you'll be able to change it. So as far as this last sentence here, saying bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick, you kind of see some examples of that here. Like they're using the pyro boxes, and they got some fireworks in the back to make this anger pick more emotionally thematic. You know, in the rainy day one here with sadness, we see blue buildings. There's like the blue pet shop. There's this blue Monsters Inc. house. They have the goose with the blue bonnet, so the outfit is blue, so they're making it emotionally thematic towards sadness. And then for joy, we see he has a yellow shirt, there's a yellow croc, Pluto with the yellow and green, we have yellow and green balloons, sunny day at the beach. So they're using a lot of different techniques to make that emotionally thematic. So that's one thing we'll be looking for today, is how your pick is emotionally thematic and what you can do to build up on that as well. You don't have to add a pet, Marie. So it's kind of like with most challenges when it says, it's kind of giving recommendations about how to approach this. At the end of the day, as long as your picture is emotionally thematic, that's going to be great. I don't know if I'll really use pets in mine. I might. But I don't think that's something you absolutely have to do. Yo, Bobs! Dang, wait, Bobs, you hit 12 months today too? That's crazy. So did Jen. So did Jingle Bells. So you guys became supporters on the same day a year ago. So you guys both just had your 1 year of support at the same time. That's fun. They should have added the memory orbs to the shop this week. Yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't. Gameloft typically loves to put things in the shop that tie into the challenge because they know they'll have a higher chance of selling it. But it's kind of like Desert Haven last week. They didn't put the Desert Palace in the shop, and that was a really good house to use, and I had a lot of people asking about it. And then this week, they didn't, the orbs are actually part of a well, so it's an inside-out wishing well that comes with the inside-out orbs. Now, if you don't have the orbs, I do have a fun recommendation for you. So if you want to use memory orbs, but you don't have those inside-out ones, you can use actual memories from the game. So what you need to do is you need to go to a floating island, like an empty one preferably, and you set up a stove. Make sure you have a lot of wheat, but speed cook crackers. Basically, you go to the cooking menu where the wheat is, and you press to put the wheat in, and then you press cook. So you just hit the 2 buttons over and over, and you can cook crackers like... You can just cook the crackers really fast, and you'll start getting memories dropping on the ground. Once you get enough memories on the ground, like at least the colors you want, then you can reset the floating island, and those memories will go to your pockets. Then you can go to your Dreamsnap scene and drop the memories into the scene. Just be aware, once you drop the memory, you cannot move it. You will not be able to change its location unless you reset the island again. So if you want it to land in a very precise spot, make sure you block the other spots up with some kinds of items, and then it'll drop in that open spot. So just keep that in mind. So if you do not have the inside-out memories, the ones from the premium shop, you can use actual memories as well. It's a little time-consuming, but, totally works. Oh, I got a new... Whoa. I got a new Hype Train emote. I guess they've added some new ones. I got a fish. Look at my fish. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the Hype Train. Very cool, very cool. I got a fishy. I've never seen this one before. And I had, we've had so many Hype Trains that I've actually unlocked all the different, like level 1, 2, and 3 emotes from Hype Trains. So, yeah, they must have added some new ones. And the fishy is pretty cool. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm going to gigantify it so you guys can see it. On Twitch, anyway. Give me 1 second. Yeah, look at my fish. And he has a little heart. It's like a little rainbow fish. Well, thank you for the hype train, guys. I got a cool new emote. Looks like Bob's got one, too. Very nice, very nice. And yeah, Jingle Bell's got one. Basically, anybody who participates in hype trains, anybody who participates in a hype train gets to unlock whatever emote we unlock. It's a fun little feature. It says it's a special IRL badge. What, Enderlove? Or Endler the fish? I just got it as an emote. Maybe I got it as a badge as well. I don't know. Oh, you're talking about the... I hit my 12 months last week, but I didn't get it didn't get alerted in chat, says Mama Dukes. Oh, I wonder if sometimes the alerts come in like an hour late when you have a resub. It's weird. All right, well, I think we're ready to start. I think we're ready to start here. Alex is on some other creator channels. We can give gifts on YouTube, like bits on Twitch. Is that something you need to enable to receive? I'm aware of super chats and gifted memberships. I don't know anything about like, I didn't know there was like a thing like bits, but I mean, I don't see why we would need that, because on YouTube you could just do super chat, which is essentially the same thing. But I can look into it. I can see. So I don't know if it's like something new. But yeah, I didn't know about that. But yeah, I could probably set it up. It'd probably be something I would have to... I know there's like super stickers and super chats and gifted memberships. But yeah, I can see if that's something I can turn on. All right, well, let's get started. Let's get started. We got a lot to review. And like I said, at the end of the stream, they're fun little emotes / stickers. Yeah, it says... Yeah, super stickers. It's on. Yeah, I see the super stickers. I don't know if you can customize them. Like, these are pairs. It's like a pair that says, hey, you, and a pair that says, cool. For me, they're just under the same place as Super Chat. There's like a little dollar icon, and if you click it, I get 2 options, one for super stickers and one for Super Chat. Gemstones? No, I don't have those. But I can always look into turning them on. Bell said it takes me to an aquarium. What does the fish? Oh, it's a limited time only emote from an artist named Dionysus. Dionysus? Well, that's pretty cool. All right. Let's see who's first up today. We did start doing these reviews on Fridays, by the way, just to knock out some. So yeah, be sure to tune in on Fridays if you're one of the people that submits early, because we'll probably do yours on Friday. And then you can go ahead and submit for re-review. We still have a lot to go through today. There's still a lot of reviews. Looks like Poppy is going to be up first. All right, we got a split shot from Poppy here. Very cool, very cool. And you have one more. Okay. So a couple of split shots. First time doing a split shot and changed it a few times, but leaving it now, thinking the pick with joy and sadness, getting them in other pick with same pose. As always, appreciate your feedback. Submitted the one with joy and sadness. Okay. Well, yeah, you definitely want both villagers for sure. So if you have a sadness side and a joy side, it's going to be really good to have both. And you also want them close to the scene like this, so that's good. I would personally move Sadness up even closer because she's very tiny, but if you get her like right here, that's going to be good. Now, one thing I would recommend kind of avoiding is a lot of white. So I wouldn't really recommend using the white and pink path here. I think you can get a better beauty factor by using just the grass with garden stones if you have them, or potentially even the clay-baked path. It's going to give more of a rich color to this side, and it's going to take away a lot of this white. And the pink is very light as well. So, as far as the strengths of this side, really good memory to display here with Joy herself, and really good memory to display for Sadness. Now, I would recommend trying a resubmission. You can keep this one submitted for now, but I would love to see a resubmission of this where you bring in more of this beautiful green, because that's going to really play up the sunny weather and the joyful feel. This bright green grass you're going to have here in either the meadow or plaza that you're in. And you can still have path there, but you can use garden stones instead. So if you have the garden stones from the Oasis StarPath, they could be really good to create a little path leading to the house here. And that would give you some more rich, vibrant green. And then you're not going to have all of this white and pink. You have plenty of pink up here. And Joy, her colors are green and yellow. So if you look at the example photo for Joy, they have a green and yellow banner. A lot of different yellows, but her dress has a little green. Her skin's yellow. So those two colors are going to play a very big role. And you have good green here. So I think getting some green in your pathway here would be really nice. Now for the Sadness side, I like the thunderstorm clouds. But one thing we do want to see a bit more over here is the falling rain. The only raindrops I really see are the ones on the house here. You have two here. And then there's a little tiny bit of rain right here on the far left side of your scene. So what you can do to get more of a rainy day effect on this side would be to add a few more rain clouds. You can really pile them in. And don't forget, you can actually have them almost out of the frame and still get the effect from them. See how high up these are? They're like way at the top. So you could put a few of these rain clouds just very close up on the Sadness side. But you definitely want a heavy rain feel to contrast that sunny day feel on the other side. That's going to make this more impactful. And with this being a weather challenge, if you are going to use a rain weather, whether it's a split scene or the whole scene is rain, making sure that it feels rainy is going to be ideal. Now, the other thing too is this wall, this like perfectly straight line here. I know it's probably there to cast a shadow, but if there's any way you can hide that behind you instead of having us see as much of it, I would definitely try to. I actually have an example of a split scene. Let me pull it up real quick. So in this example, you'll see there's no wall here. And this motif is really good for portraying that sunny weather, especially if you're using the sunset time of day and you have the sun behind the camera casting light into your scene. This motif can be very good. Now, your sky is very full, so it's going to be kind of hard to like figure out where to put this if you did want to add it. But just keep in mind, this is a very strong motif for a Joy build. But as you can see here, there's no wall kind of protruding on this side, and I have Sadness very close and Joy very close. So featuring them very prominently is going to be a good play. So going back to your submission here, my recommendations for this would be to definitely work to get more of a rainy feel on this side. That's going to be very big. For the Joy side, definitely try to play up the joyful colors a bit more. Avoid a lot of white. Play up the lush green grass. You can use, like I said, garden stones. And if you don't have the garden stones, you could always use the sun-baked clay path because it's a very rich brown. But ideally, you'd want to show more green here. And lastly, if you want to use that motif, you know, you could always scoot out this sunflower, bring the sunshine motif up into that top right corner. And it looks like you're using the midday lighting. So also keep in mind, Poppy, also keep in mind that when it comes to dream snaps, the best lighting you're going to get, the best beauty you're going to get is going to be that sunset time of day lighting. The sunset time of day lighting gives you more natural saturation, and you'll see it's something we're going to see in a lot of snaps today, because a lot of people have been getting these reviews for a while. And a lot of our top performers, a lot of people that consistently do very well in snaps, they are always using that sunset lighting to make their photos as beautiful as possible. So when it comes to lighting, you're going to get more bang for your buck when you use the sunset time of day with the sun behind the camera. That's what we have here. That's why the green is extra rich, the yellows are extra yellow, you know, the colors of the rainbows are extremely bold, the pinks are very expressive back here. And it also lights up the avatar very well. All the colors pop really good. So, and the sky becomes a deeper blue as well. So if we look at your sky, like let's say you want to use that sun motif. See how bright blue it is? It's like a very light blue. Like a bolder dark blue sky with that sun motif is going to be really nice. But yeah, overall, you're doing a great job on your split scene so far. I think a few tweaks, you can make this even more competitive. But with this being the first time you've done a split shot, you've broken it up well. I just think, you know, I wouldn't have this wall showing if possible. That can, if you take away this wall and we can see more of this environment, it's going to make this split feel more impressive. We're going to get a little bit more bang for our buck, if you will, on this scene versus this scene. The other thing you can consider is instead of just having a wall back here, you could, if you go to the sunset time of day, you could use blue streetlights to create a blue silhouette behind the build, and then just use blue trees combined with that in this little space right here. And you'll see that's kind of something we have in this build. So I got to go to sunset here. But you can seal off your snap without walls. And since the idea is to make the snap emotionally thematic, playing up those sadness colors, playing up the blue is going to be very helpful here. So the blue Eternity Isle bushes are good. The blue lights are good. You know, blue umbrellas, blue tables, this blue sadness pillow, this blue carpet under my house, these blue flowers. All of these things are here to make the picture more emotionally thematic, which is what the challenge asked. As it is right now, your photo can definitely, you know, definitely has a shot at 4K with the way it is. But it could definitely be more competitive, which would give you an even stronger likelihood of 4K. So I think what you should try to do now is focus on trying to make that picture a bit more competitive. I think it's, like I said, for your first split shot, you're doing a great job on it. Just keep in mind, you know, your different approaches and methods you can do to make the photo more emotionally thematic, at least on the sadness side. Using the memories was great. You know, this is a really great play here. But these are also joy, you know, these are yellow memories. I wouldn't play up too much yellow on this side. And I would also try to avoid having butterflies in. Now, if you use the sunset time of day, it's not going to work unless the sun is behind the camera, like here. You know, notice how the sun is here. If you go to sunset and the sun is not in that spot, you're not going to get the good lighting. So then you might as well stick with daytime. This is why every week I always do my best to remind people, before you start building your snap, you need to go to the sunset time of day, and you need to make sure you're building your scene facing the sun. Now, the great thing about doing this is even if you don't want to use the sunset time of day, you can go back an hour and your sun is still going to be in front of your photo, so you're still going to get optimal lighting. You're still going to get, you know, the best case scenario for your lighting. So building your scene facing towards the sun like this means that you have more options. You know, you could try both and see what you like more. Also, the benefit of the sunset time of day is you're going to have, you know, you can have light silhouettes, you know, your lights will be active, which is great. But yeah, looking good so far, for your first split scene. I think it's a solid build. Again, definitely want more rain on this side. We want to make this feel very rainy, since it's a weather challenge. And I would say I would work to make this side, you know, remove as much of this white as you can and try to get more fun, vibrant colors into the build to make it more joyful. Oh, and don't forget about that motif. The sun motif can be very good to really hammer in that sunny weather feel. Clinkxy is next. Another split scene. Let's go. Yo, Sunshine! Thank you for the 8 months, my friend. We just had Jingle Bells, Bobs, and Mama Duke's all hit 1 year. Jingle Bell and Bob's hit it today, and Mama Duke hit it last week, but the alert never popped up for whatever reason. Twitch just was being kind of mean that day. All right, so another split scene. Hey, Creeping! Dang, 8 months for you, Creeping. Nice, nice. Welcome back, welcome back. All right, so Clinkxy, this was your first one. You said, don't really love the rainy side for the forefront of it and not sure what to even put there. Any advice to help me get past this 2500 Moonstone rut I've been in the past 3 snaps? Thank you in advance for any feedback. Okay. Noted. I will pay extra close attention to what we can do here. And then you have more of an updated version. Great choices here. Nice blue flowers, making it emotionally thematic. Okay. And I definitely... So... I'm going to give you several different recommendations that hopefully will help you get out of the 2500 Moonstone rut. But just keep in mind, Clinkxy, 2500 is still very good. You're still in the top upper ranks of Dreamsnaps. So, you know, you should be proud of that. But, yeah, we'll try to work with you to help you get into 4K this week. So, what can you do to make this more competitive? What can we do? First off, you're already using the sunset lighting very well here. I see your shadow going straight back. So it's the sunset time of day. You got beautiful color and saturation coming into the photo. So right off the bat, that's a very solid strength of this snap. Let's focus on the sadness side first. So one thing you're going to want to avoid here on the sadness side is showing green. It's okay to have a little bit, like, you know, maybe on the house or something. But I definitely wouldn't use this path in particular. I would try to make it look more dark and gloomy. So as far as what you can use, we have, you know, a little sadness scene here. And then I also have my split scene. We'll talk about both. So anything blue is going to be very good for a sadness side. Going back to what the challenge said, you know, it said to use decor, effects, pets, you know, whatever you can to make the photo more emotionally thematic. And when it comes to Inside Out, you already know emotions are kind of directly tied into their colors, with blue being the big one for sadness. So bright green, like in the grass, I wouldn't necessarily use. So instead, why don't you use this brick just to make the picture seem on the left a bit more dark and get rid of some of that vibrant green. So this brick in particular, I think, is really good because it has a much better coloration than the standard light gray brick. But I think this would be a good option for you. Now, in the split scene I made, you'll see that I actually have the frozen river kit here because it's very blue, and I use that as a lot of my pathing, but this is a very different setup from what you have. But as far as other items to use, the tissue box that goes with sadness. Having the tissues right beside sadness is great. These memory items here, or emotion items from the Inside Out collection, I have the blue one here and the yellow one here. And different blue items like, you know, blue flowers, blue lights. In mine, I'm using like blue crystals and a bunch of random stuff, but you don't have to use those. I would just try to make sure that we get this side a bit more emotionally thematic. Now, I do love that you have a blue street light back here behind this house, casting some good blue light. But I would definitely rethink the path here. And don't forget, if you don't have, well, there aren't any blue inside out decor memories. Hey, Marie, thank you for the resub, my friend. There aren't any blue decor memories, but don't forget you can pick up memories and put them in your pocket and then drop them into your scenes. So, if you go to a floating island and you speed cook a bunch of crackers, you can reset the island, and any memories that dropped while you were cooking will go to your pockets. That's how I've been able to drop memories into previous Dreamsnap scenes that I've done. It's easy to forget about them because not everybody has like a bunch of memories laying around. But as an example here, if we look at Hoppy Days, I have, all of these memory orbs. And these are inside out themed. Like these are very good to use. So if you get some of these blue memories, dropping some of those into your scene can work very well. But aside from that, just filtering for blue items, getting rid of this vibrant green, making it feel a bit more gray. It's good with the rain. You got a lot of rain being showcased here. You got some lightning being showcased here. But the bubbles in the air, I don't really know if I would do those because they're more bright and colorful and they're kind of impeding on the clouds, which I think should be a big focus here. And this house, I've seen it get used in a few split scenes. I think the house is like, it's very happy and colorful. And if it's the only good option you have, then that's fine. But you could always play the house a bit further back and add more blue trees. As far as blue trees go, there's all of these options. If you got that winter bundle, you're going to have these blue birch trees. But if you didn't get that, don't worry. There's still trees in your landscaping menu from Storybook Vale, like this one and this one. They're very dark. They work really well with the kind of sadness vibe you're going for. And then, of course, there's different blue lights, blue tables, blue chairs. Filter by color. The blue sadness pillow. The tissue box. So when it comes to finding items to fill out this scene a little bit more, I don't know if I would use these giant flowers because it's a bit more joyful. I would focus on really playing up the blues on this side where you can. I would swap out this path. Probably get rid of the bubbles here. And try to make this side even more emotionally thematic. Now, on your right-hand side, I think this one is, the right-hand side's pretty good. You got Joy jumping up here, which is great. But I think if you played her closer to the frame, because if you had her jumping for joy right here at the front, just like, how we always talk about putting the avatar front and center is a strong play and how it's very popular in Dreamsnaps, that exact same logic applies to villagers. Let me show you an old photo of mine that got rank 12, right? This photo was so basic. This is before we were pushing the camera closer to the avatar. But this took me like 20 minutes to make. It was a challenge called Your Luck's Look. And it said, dress in a look so luxurious even Scrooge would be impressed. So it mentioned Scrooge, like this challenge mentions Inside Out. So I made a money vault for Scrooge indoors. And I just put some gold items around. I made my outfit. And then I got Scrooge right at the front of the scene, flipping this coin, gold gleam in his eye. That's the reason this got such a good response, is because it featured Scrooge very prominently and still gave a good look at the outfit, as it was an outfit challenge. So voters do tend to really appreciate villagers and the avatar being close up. Pattern Party was around top 100 here. And the villagers I have with patterns like Tigger and this mini Dream Style, they're very close to the front of the scene. Very easy to see, just like the avatar. And for Vibrant Jungle Fiesta, you'll see, once again, we're playing Mirabelle very close to the front of the scene. Now, they don't always have to be that close, but the thing with joy and sadness is that they are rather small. You know, they're not the biggest villagers. So by putting them very close to the front of your shot, you're going to be able to feature them much better. And in the case of your shot, if you did bring joy up further, you know, this whole field of flowers, it's essentially the same items over and over. So she's not going to be blocking anything really important if you brought her in closer. For sadness, it'll be a little trickier, but really it's joy you want to focus on bringing in more. What you can do for the sadness side, like I said, is add, you know, I would get rid of the large flowers, and I would get rid of the bubbles, and I would bring more blue in. You know, try to build on the sadness feel on that side. Also consider, you know, swapping out the path here. Now, for the joy side, the sun motif is going to be really useful because you want to show one side is rainy weather and one side is sunny weather. So I would recommend keeping a little bit of your sky open and playing up this motif. The other thing worth considering are rainbows. You know, this is the pot of gold rainbow. This isn't the one from the Peter Pan StarPath, so if you did the St. Patrick's Day event, which should be coming back up pretty soon, you can get these pots of gold that shoot these rainbows up into the sky. Absolutely beautiful, especially if you have rain and sunshine, that brings rainbows, right? Another great item to consider putting in your snap would be these inside-out memory displays or emotion displays. They can change colors when you interact with them. So you can make this one yellow for joy, you can make this one blue for sadness, which makes it both more emotionally thematic and more inside-out themed. Other things you can consider for the joy build are things like pixie dust. It's very happy, it's sparkly, and voters love sparkly. It has that yellow note to it. There's the yellow tangled lanterns. And one thing I also recommend when you're building any Dreamsnap scene is to, unless it's a challenge about a field of flowers, I don't really recommend taking this route where you just fill the entire environment. It's really nice to have some space. You want that space to still be detailed, so you can add garden stones or different things. Like for this snap, for example, you know, I could have just decorated all this with a whole bunch of jungle stuff, but having this opening here allowed us to have a little clearing for our fiesta, right? Like you want a little bit of space for the eye to kind of see into the snap a bit. And if you look at my split scene here, you'll notice on, you know, the joy side that we do have a lot of flowers here, but they're all around a positive memory. And we have these garden stones leading as a path back that go to the inside out headquarters. What makes this competitive is that not only does it play up the weather element really well with like the heavy rain and lightning on one side and the obvious sunshine on the other with the rainbows, but it also heavily leans into the inside-out nature of the challenge. So using the inside-out headquarters, using the memory or the emotion displays, using these memory displays, and having a sad memory here and a positive memory here. Also playing up the colors with this V8 time-bending resource you can get here. Pixie dust, the tangled lanterns, you know, yellow and green are really what you want to try to play up on this side, whereas we're going to heavily play up blue on this side. So if you're stuck in the 2500 rut, I would say your biggest focus should be on making your Dreamsnap more competitive. You have a good beauty feel, but what can we do to really impress voters? You know, because this will beat a lot of snaps as it is. This will perform very well against the average snaps. It'll blow them away. But often what leads to people getting 2,500 instead of 4,000 moonstones is when you start getting matched up against other good dream snaps, you lose those votes. And there's going to be some very strong snaps out there. And if people come across two really good split scenes and they're both beautiful, it's really going to come down to their preference on which one to vote for, and that's usually going to be determined by how well you communicated the theme, how well you built up the theme. So, you know, you have the inside-out villagers, but these are the only inside-out items you're using in the entire photo, you know? And inside out is in the name of this challenge. So you can play Joy closer to the frame, number one. Number two, you can really make the weather change obvious by adding the sun motif, but you will need to make room for that because you can't just throw it on top of the tree, right? You could potentially move, because this waterfall back here is like barely visible. I don't think you really need to worry about that. You could always move one of these windmills over, have a little bit of space on the right-hand side, or you can bring in the inside-out headquarters, because again, it's an inside-out theme. But I definitely recommend having that sun up there, so then we see rainy and sunny. I also don't recommend being this heavy-handed with flowers. You know, when it comes to decorating a scene, you want to make sure things that tie into that theme are present. But when you fill your entire scene like this, that becomes more difficult. What if, instead of a whole field of flowers here, you know, we had a memory display on each side? What if we had a little memory display over here showing something sad, one over here showing something positive? Or, you know, at the very least, what if we had those little, you know, emotion displays? So all of these are things you can consider. Don't forget, for sadness, you know, you can always set up a little table, you can have the tissue box. And if you do find space for a memory like this, you could put a little storybook there and some books to make it seem like the reason you're sad is because you're reading sad stories, because we see a sad scene from a story here, and then we see all these books, you know? Whereas on the Joy side, it's more like a joyful romance kind of vibe. I'm not saying you have to do this exactly. I'm just spitballing some ideas on what you can do to not only make your picture more emotionally thematic, but more inside out as a whole. Because, you know, again, with this being an inside out challenge, playing up to that fact is going to resonate well with voters. They're going to know you went that extra mile. Because a lot of people can put down sunflowers in these new tulips and fill a space. That's pretty easy. It's a lot harder to be more strategic with your items, still have a beautiful scene, but have it resonate with the theme even more. Now, the division on this is good with, like, the rainbow. And where the, you know, how you position the villager is nice. It's a little trickier to perform a specific pose when you're splitting the scene, which is why in my example I'm just doing the default stance, because I want her to fully break up the scene here. So the pose is fine. But yeah, as this is, I think it would have a pretty high likelihood of 2,500, but there are definitely going to be pictures out there that'll deliver more of that inside-out experience, showcase the villagers better, and you want to try to be more competitive against them if you want to get out of that 2,500 zone and break out into that 4K zone. Ultimately, how you perform, nobody can really say, because it depends on what you pop up against. You know, you can pop up against a bunch of random selfies and quest photos and easily get 4K as long as you do the theme. Or you can end up getting 1,200 moonstones because you just kept popping up against really good snaps. So the best case scenario, if you want to get 4K consistently, is to always build a competitive snap to where even if it doesn't win the vote, they got to at least think about it. So yeah, my recommendations to make this even more competitive would be to really play up the weather dynamic by placing a sun into this scene somehow, even if you have to move some stuff. Play up the inside-out dynamic. Instead of just using the inside-out villagers, let's bring in some inside-out items, potentially inside-out buildings. Again, you could do memories. You don't have to do the memory displays. They're pretty big, but there are other avenues you can take with some of the inside-out decor. Again, you can also drop memories into your scene. The ones that you can get from cooking or digging. You know, you can reset a floating island to get cooking memories. And then you can drop a couple blue ones here, a couple yellow ones here. And again, for the sadness side, I highly recommend swapping out this path, getting rid of a lot of this green. You know, go with a nice dark gray path to make this side feel more dreary and sad. And one last thing, it's not an inside-out item, but it is a very, very strong item this week. And that would be the Storyteller's Fire. The reason this is a strong item is because the challenge said to use effects to make your picture more emotionally thematic. So some of those effects can be inside-out items. And now I don't have this featured in mind, but I'm just trying to give you extra ideas on what you can use. You know, the fact that this fire is blue, you can hide it somewhere, you know, in your sadness shot and have like some blue wisps going up. And then on the joy side, you know, you can have the yellow. If you wanted like a nice yellow wisp going up. But there's a lot of different things you can do to really, really play up these notes. And I think if you were to build this with more of that competitive mindset, you know, really, really playing into the challenge heavily, you'd have a higher likelihood of 4K. But overall, it still has a shot at 4K as it is. So well done on the split scene. Amanda is next. Oh, we have an anxiety build. Okay. I struggled to get the memory I wanted to display on screen, hoping it doesn't ruin the snap. Are you talking about these memory walls back here? Well, those memory walls are really tiny. So, for an anxiety snap, you're using one of the best items, which would be, you know, this guy right here with the anxiety setting. The orange couch is also very good. The outfit is good. And I understand the sand tornadoes, you know, because it's like an anxiety whirlwind kind of idea. However, one thing I highly recommend doing if you do decide to do an anxiety build or any build that focuses entirely on one emotion, whether it's joy, sadness, anxiety, fear, you want to colorize your picture to be more in line with that. So, you know, these sand tornadoes could be really good for a bit further in the background. But I would definitely try to play up more orange. Like when you look at a sadness snap, you're going to see a lot of blue. You know, blue houses, blue lights, blue outfit, blue villager, blue carpet, blue door. I'm sure we'll see some other amazing anxiety snaps later today, and hopefully I can circle back to yours. But when it comes to snaps, there are two key factors you need to consider when you're looking to get 4K, which is both theme and beauty, or you could say appeal. So I think the sandstorms being this close, again, I see how it's emotionally thematic, but I think they would be a bit better if they weren't taking up nearly half of your photo. So they're taking up like a good 30% of your entire scene here. And if we were able to play up more orange instead, I think that would be a bit better. And that would also allow you to put in more of these, more of this anxiety. Because when it comes to that, I gotta look at the name of it because I'm tired of like saying it as the wrong thing. Hang on. Sense of Self lamp. When it comes to the Sense of Self lamp here, the anxiety setting is one of the coolest looking settings. And if you want more like that to make it feel, because, you know, all that lightning is coming off of it, right? So we have all that lightning shooting off. What about this? It's very similar. right? This is the imagination generator. I was talking about potentially making an anxiety build myself just for fun, because I think it could be really cool. But you can see in this sense of self lamp here, when set for anxiety, there's a lot of electricity. It's very chaotic, right? You have this light shooting around it. You have all this electricity here in the center. So playing up the same kind of feel we get from this with other items in our build, you know, like this, is going to work really well for anxiety. And then playing up more of the orange colors as well. So you could do orange trees, or even, I don't know if you did the retro road trip STARPATH, but even the giant, you know, orange safety cone, I would probably put that in mine. But even something like this in the background, like you wouldn't need it up close or anything, but you could, I wouldn't show the front of it because I wouldn't want it to look exactly like a hotel, but it could just be a really fun giant orange item. More lightning is going to be really fun. And lightning's going to play into the weather dynamic as well, even though it's like orange lightning. But things like this, I think, will really impress the voter when it comes to an anxiety build, because they'll be like, wow, you know, they really showcased a lot of that wild emotion. Now, you're already using the storyteller fires, which are really good, but most of them are really hard to see. There's one here completely covered by the swirling sands. There's one kind of coming up here, and the way you've set the scene up, all we can really see here is the swirling sand on this side, the sense of self lamp, the couch, and then these two memory walls. You know, there's not much to look at here. And that's one of the, I think, issues this snap could run into. We don't need to see the whole floating island, but you're going to be up against a lot of snaps that are showing quite a bit. You know, if we look at the other snaps we've seen today, their scenes aren't as obstructed. So I would try to open this up more. I wouldn't even use these memory displays at all. If you want to display a memory, I think a better option would be the memory viewer. I think this could be even better. It's not going to be as obstructive. And again, really play up the oranges. You want to make the photo emotionally thematic, and since it's an inside-out challenge, you know these emotions are always associated with colors. And don't be afraid to use even more of these sense of self lamps. Like, you could really put several of these in your shot. And if you position your camera, you know, line up your scene properly, you can even get this, like, a cool effect on the whole left side of the photo, like this. Like, this looks ultra chaotic. You know, it's going to be a very big part of the photo, but then you can put another one back here. Now you have this crazy lightning at the front here. We could see some orange items behind it. We have you in the middle, kind of freaking out. And then you have more of these sense of self lamps, the imagination generator giving more of that electric spark in the background, some kind of memory that ties into anxiety, orange trees, the Cozy Cone Motel. Like I said, I really want to build an anxiety scene myself just because I think it would be super fun and it'd be cool to give some more context on that. But yeah, the big things I would recommend here would be opening up this scene more. Again, the sandstorms, I see how they're tied in to anxiety, but I think there are better things to use. And if you are going to use these, I would kind of put them towards the back of the build. But I wouldn't have them taking up this much space. And I'd really play up the electric energy of anxiety. I love that you're doing anxiety, though. So I'm excited to see what else you come up with. Ginger Snap is next. I have two opposite ideas here. I like the rainy one better. I know bright snaps do well, which is why I started out going bright. I also have limited time because after Saturday, I likely won't be able to get on and change the snap because we're moving. So we have this one here. We have this one here. Okay, very good. Both of them are very bright, you know. Bright doesn't mean it has to always, you know, there's, I would say, even this will count as bright and colorful. Even though we have the blue filter on, you know, we have good lighting coming into the scene. So you don't have to do a joy scene to have it, you know, to have it be well colored and well lit. That's what we talk about when we talk about bright. We're not necessarily saying everything has to be colored to the max. You just want that ideal lighting throughout your scene. You want things to be very clearly visible, and you want the colors you are using to pop. And, you know, that same thing applies to, like, night photos. You know, if it was just about bright, colorful daytime shots, then I wouldn't get 4K on submissions like this. Because in the hero challenge that we had, my favorite hero, there were a ton of daytime shots. Yet I still secured my regular rank with a nighttime shot. But it's bright. It's got the light that it needs. You know, we have great character lighting. We have a bright moon in the back. All the buildings we're featuring, like this one has neon lights. This one has the bright lights at the windows. We have blue lightning over here. And the only reason it's blue is because it's the same imagination generator I was recommending to the anxiety snap is featured here. But the moon setting makes it turn blue. And we have, like, you know, other blue glowing items and then techie items and a lot of things that are putting off light and color. So it doesn't always have to be daytime. Now for the joy one, I gotta say, I definitely like your rainy day one more. When building a joy scene, I would be careful not to go too heavily into yellow, because you'll get a better beauty factor playing up both yellow and green, and they're both associated with joy. So it doesn't have to be just yellow. Of course, her emotion is colored yellow in the sense of self-lamp. But even if we look at the example scene, you'll see that they have a yellow and green balloon arch, yellow and green shirt. Pluto has a green collar. He's a yellow dog, yellowish. And then Joy's dress is green, and she is yellow, so you're playing up her colors. The bike in the back is yellow with green plants. They have yellow and green plants back here, so there's a lot of green and yellow, right? So I don't think you're going to get as good of a beauty factor if you don't play up more green as well. So I think combining some of this with green would make it look a bit more appealing, because as it is right now, like, a lot of these colors all kind of just bleed together. Now, your sadness one, I think, is a lot stronger. Good showcase of the rain here. And I love that you made this path of clouds. And then you have the blue silhouette on the sides. Very fun there. Sadness, very well featured in the photo. A good little blue companion. I do think a build like this potentially could have looked a bit better in a place with slightly darker grass. I would say, like, the Forgotten Lands dark purple grass would look really good with this. But the purple grass from the Ever After is not bad. You know, it's not the worst option for sure. Now for your silhouettes, since we don't have a lot of room to work with here, there's, like, not a whole lot of room to do more. It's kind of the outsides where your silhouettes are that I would recommend sprucing up for future snaps. When you build a silhouette scene of a forest, there's a trick to making it look really good, and that is layering some smaller plants that kind of set into the silhouette. You see how this one, like, the back of it is in the silhouette and the front of it is out of the silhouette? It just gives the forest more of a natural feel. Like, look at this one. You see how the leaves on top of this tree are not affected by the silhouette at all, but the base of the tree and this back section of leaves is? We can see plants kind of coming out of that silhouette. And when you go back, the silhouette feels a bit more natural because we see a lot of that forest diversity. So when you have like a forest, having like, you know, big and small plants leading into the silhouette is going to make it feel a bit more natural and a bit more detailed. And I would recommend always doing that for forest silhouettes. In fact, it's something I almost always do myself. Like if we go here and we look at Marvels of Nature, you know, this one was top 100 submission. And if we look at the forest in the back, you're going to see these bushes here, a short tree here, reeds here, a bush here. So we have all these smaller bushes and plants ahead of the silhouette to make the forest feel a lot more natural. And we see the same thing here in Dark Cottagecore Dreams. We have a green silhouette back here, and you'll see I'm doing the same thing. We have like the scraggly bushes, there's mushrooms, there's a bush right here, there's the shorter trees here, and they fade into the silhouette. So going back to your photo here, I think if you were to have the lights a little further away, just a little, you could bring in some smaller plants on the edge of the forest and then the bigger trees on the outside, and it's going to be a great way to detail, you know, this section here. Now you have a lot of things that play up the blues to play up sadness. Makeup is very good. Hair is very good. The umbrella. The outfit is fun. We have blue flowers here, like the blue glass flower, blue luminescent flower, and some blue butterflies. Though the like tan rocks in the back and all the purple, while it's, you know, they're not the worst options, I do think it would be worth considering to have like maybe a blue memory on the path here, like one of the memory orbs that you can pick up from cooking. I know you say you don't have time to make it changes and adjustments, but I would keep that information that I mentioned about silhouettes in mind for future silhouettes, because they're going to be a bit more impactful when you get a little bit of extra detail at the base of them. You do have some bushes in here, like there's one here and one here, but essentially what I'm saying is you want some things kind of creeping out of the silhouette and fading out into it. It gives it a very natural, foggy kind of look. And yeah, for the path, I think, you know, I wish we had different colors for the garden stone. I know we just got the crystal one, but I would love like a dark gray for this. It would look really nice. But yeah, overall, this one is solid. I think this has a good chance for 4K. It is very emotionally thematic. But again, just like we were talking about with this snap here, you know, they mentioned that they had been on a 2500 Moonstone rut for the last 3 challenges. And what could they do to be even more competitive? And one of the things I mentioned was really, really play up the theme to the best of your ability. And since this is an inside-out theme, you can take that a lot further than just having the villagers. Using inside-out themed items this week, I think, is going to be very beneficial. You don't have to have that for 4K, mind you. You don't. But when it comes to being as competitive as possible, really playing up the weather, which you did great, by the way, so you don't have to worry about that, and really playing out the inside-out aspect, I think is going to set you apart from some of the other Dream Snaps. So when voters see a snap that has inside-out memory viewers and inside-out sense of self lamps and the inside-out headquarters, and it showcases the weather really well, it makes the theme extra clear that it's inside-out weather. So overall, strong snap here. And I know we don't have a blue inside-out memory, but that's why if you would have had the time, one thing you could have added would be, like, you could have a sense of self lamp, like, tucked behind a bush to where it's, like, just the top of it showing. Let me show you what I mean. So I actually already showed this the other day. I think on Friday we did this. But let's say, you know, you have the edge of your forest. You know, what if you had something like this tucked away in your forest? And then you had the silhouette even further back. You would need like a dark tree right behind it, so the blue of this didn't bleed into the silhouette, of course, because if it's just a blue silhouette behind this, you won't even see the emotion. But if you set it up like this, we're going to see the blue silhouette on both sides of the tree, but then when we look at the tree, we're going to see the blue sense of self projection here. And again, we don't have a blue inside-out memory, but you could always harvest memories on a floating island from cooking, speed cooking crackers, and then reset the floating island. Those memories go to your pockets, and you can always drop a couple of blue memories on your path. That would be a great way to play up the inside-out aspect of the challenge more. So always consider that for any challenge you're doing. The more you can play up the theme, the more competitive you'll be. So just keep that in mind for future snaps. I know you said you don't have a ton of time to change it, but I do think this one is solid. I would definitely stick with this one. I think this one, I feel like the yellow is extremely heavy. And I think it would be better with some, you know, nice bold greens mixed in there as well. But this one's very solid. All right. Miss Spock is next. Very good, Miss Spock. Very good. Very emotionally thematic. Lots of good blues. I don't know about all these flowers, though. I think it would be better without all of these. I think there are other things you could use in their place. There are some blue rugs that would be very good. And then the other thing is we want a little bit more rain dropping in. If you had another set of clouds behind these, like, we don't really need the aurora here. But if you had another set of clouds behind here, you can get a little bit more rain coming in because we have like 3 raindrops here and like 2 raindrops here. The lightning is great. But a little bit more rain would be nice. And then we have a memory here. I see the white cloud because I see the little memory drop there. Good silhouette with the trees. For this area here in the back, Miss Spock, for your little forest back here, I would do some medium-sized trees as well to kind of break up all this solid blue, make the forest feel, because you have great bushes down here, but again, you want some of the medium trees popping up too, just so we see some extra texture. So these in particular is kind of what I'm talking about. They're just the perfect size. So they're going to be a little bit taller than your bushes. Because without that, you know, look at all that solid blue there. But when we draw that tree there, it breaks it up, but you still get that beautiful silhouette effect, right? So I would consider that. And for the rain, I know it's actually raining in my game right now. You'll see for this example scene, I've got a lot of rain coming down because we want to make the weather very clear. We want it to feel very rainy. And then if I take my color temperature and I make it more blue, hang on, let me fix my focus first. If I take my color temperature and make it more blue and then turn up highlight to get that lighting back, now we've made the scene more blue. It's, you know, heavy with the rain. And we don't need the flower petals. There's different things you can add to your path that are going to give it some detail, like the sadness pillow or this blue carpet. There's these blue chairs. There's like this blue table. There's these blue umbrellas. You have plenty of room for the umbrellas. These could be really good. If you want to know the name of them, And this is why, you know, using those color filters are so important. You're going to find great items like this. So this is the automated parasol. Automated parasol. There's also, you know, like this cart with the blue top, these blue chairs, the blue umbrella chair here, another good item. There's this blue table, which is the elegant round dining table. So there's a whole bunch of good blue items you can put into your space. And yeah, I don't think you need all of the flower petals. I love your pose, by the way. This is a very, very good pose. Like, you really look like you're bawling your eyes out, and that's awesome. So very strong pose here, but you could have a bit more rain. And you do have the blue chair here. I see one of the blue chairs. And the other thing is you have this inside-out sense of self lamp. But with the way you've positioned it right in front of this window, we can't really see the emotion. You know, we see the blue lines going up, but the yellow light here breaks it up entirely. So what if you reposition this to where the memory showed up right here? That way it's not, you know, covered by the yellow. It's going to pop up really well there. Memory placement is great. And if you did add another layer of rain clouds, you might be worried about it hiding the inside-out headquarters, but you can always move that back just a tiny bit. You know, that way you'll hopefully still see it just fine. But yeah, one thing you did really well here is something I've been talking about a lot today. You played up the inside-out aspect of this very, very well. You have the sense of self lamp. You know, we just need to reposition it so it's more notable. We have the inside-out memory display, and we have the inside-out headquarters. And you're wearing an inside-out outfit with an inside-out hat and an inside-out villager. So you've done a fantastic job playing up the inside-out aspect. And the weather aspect is good too. I just think we could double down on the rain effect. And I see another sense of self-lamp, but it's hidden behind you. Like, you know, is this fountain really worth it? Because you could always put a different item here, and then you could take this sense of self-lamp and put it right here. And then directly to your left, we're going to have a big blue sense of self projection right here. Like right to the left of your shoulder. Is this fountain worth more than this inside-out themed sense of self-lamp? I don't think so. I think it would be better to have that. Foreground is nice, you know, great blue flowers, blue bushes. Overall, looking really good with the build. Like I said, great inside-out decor options. Great villager, fantastic pose. But I think the photo would be a bit better without all the flower petals. You know, you want to add details to areas. You don't want your environment to feel empty. But there's a lot of different ways you can break up a section like this. I would say well, let's go to my little area here. You know, for mine, since it's raining, I made sure to have a little bit of a pond here on the side because I wanted to feel like pooling water, you know. And that helped, you know, that way it's not just all paved and empty on the right-hand side. I'm not saying you have to do that in particular, but it could be an option for you. Oh, don't forget, a really fun thing you could do, since you have so much space. Okay, I got a fun idea for you. So instead of this marble fountain and all this open space here, what if you made a little pond area? And I'm going to I need to favorite these because they're very useful. And I never remember the name of them, so give me 1 second. Here they go. Because I know why you're not putting a bunch of stuff there. It's because you don't want anything to obstruct the view of your blue forest silhouette, which makes a lot of sense. So whatever you put there, it needs to be small, right? It needs to be somewhat small. Now, make sure we can see over it, I think, is the idea that you're going for. You know, I might not use this one. Yeah, I don't think we have to. And you don't have to use these like small ones I'm using. I'm just kind of setting up a quick demonstration here. And then we can just put bushes in the back. But something like that in your town courtyard, right? Like a little something like this. Instead of... because that's going to add more blue instead of this marble white. You'll have a nice little pond area breaking up this, and you won't need these flowers to add the detail. That's going to help you get rid of more white. And since your scene is so sad and you're crying, you know, leaning more into blue and less into white is going to be great here. And also doubling down on the rain is going to be great. And I would consider removing this fountain so we can get that inside-out sense of self lamp moved over to the left. And you can always put like a bush in front of it if you don't want to show too much of the white base. But yeah, very, very good sadness snap here, Miss Spock. I think it's coming along really well. I don't know if you have any of the other houses that aren't white like this one, but there are some great blue houses as well. There's the Monsters, Inc. house and some other fun things. There's one that's roughly the same size of the house you're using, and it was actually in the demonstration photo. But I know a lot of people don't have it because it was a premium shop house and it's not that great. So I think a lot of people skipped out on it. But, oh, it's already here. The Monstrous house, yeah. This little house right here I think could be really good. And it's roughly close to the same size of the one you're using. So, I mean, that could be a good option as well. But yeah, looking good so far. Keto is next. Very good, very good. It can be simple or complex with a story to it, depending on how closely you look at it. I'm in love with my concept, so I don't think I want to change it. But as always, your tips and tricks make my scene... tips and tricks to make my scene better is always appreciated. Thanks to buy, because if this one soars, and so does the one in voting, then I'm actually set for 20 weeks of 4K. Let's go. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, solid build here. Solid build. Good weather effects. You know, we have the lightning in the corners, which looks really good. And I talked about this earlier. This particular outfit works really well if you're using both joy and sadness. I feel like it's not the best sadness outfit because it's got so much yellow, but if you're using both, it's really solid. Great foreground effects, you know, with the blue plants, blue luminescent flowers. You're really playing up the blue very well here. And I love how you're looking at the butterfly here. That's really cool. Like, your eyes are right on it. We got the new rain house, which looks great here. You got the rain effects featured. This is a house you definitely want to play close to the camera so you can have that effect active. Good blue trees in the back. We have some blue trees here. And we have some good raindrops falling here. Overall, I think this is very solid. I think this is very, very likely for 4K. And instead of playing up inside out with just the villagers, you're using both companions and the villagers. So you don't always have to rely on the inside out items like the sense of self lamp. You could play up the inside out themed critters. So you have the little bunny here. We have the anxiety squirrel. So we're featuring several different little emotions. which is very fun. Makes the inside out concept here very easy to see and understand. I think if I were to do anything a little bit differently here, I would probably try to get a little bit more of a rainy day effect at the front of the scene, because we have these two big water droplets here on the left-hand side, and these two here. And we have rain on the right-hand side too, and lightning, but we don't see much rain along this right-hand side. And I do think it would balance even better with a little bit more rain. But that's about the only thing. I wouldn't really change much about this aside from that. I'd probably try to just give it a little bit more of a weather boost. But yeah, overall, I think very solid. Plays into Inside Out very well. Scene has great lighting and beauty. That's why I love these new rain clouds, because you can use the sunset time of day lighting and have rain in your photo at the same time. So if we want rain in our photo, we don't have to sacrifice that good lighting anymore. You know, we can get the best of both worlds. And this house works really well with the theme. I think rain themes are, rain builds are going to be some of the strongest builds this week. Not only do voters love seeing some of the new items, but the way it plays into the weather portion of the challenge is very strong. Like, of course, sunny days and sunny weather plays into it as well. But I think, the concept of using rain just really sells the weather portion of the challenge. So I think rain scenes are gonna be very strong this week. But yeah, I think the only thing I would adjust would be to make the rain feel a bit more even in the photo. Because we have a lot of front-facing rain here, and we still have rain here, but it's more just in the back with the house. I think a little bit of extra rain wouldn't take away from the photo. I think it would contribute. And also, if you want these raindrops to turn more blue instead of being less gray, like, you see how these ones are blue and these ones are gray, which is kind of annoying? One thing I noticed with the raindrops, and this is not an effect I usually go for in Dreamsnap challenges, but when paired with highlight, it tends to work really, really well. I'll take a picture for reference so we can see kind of the gray raindrops, and I'll save that one. And now I'm going to do color temperature back. We're going to go minus 30. Then we're going to boost highlight. Now we're going to snap a photo. And you don't have to go to minus 30. I found that minus 24 is actually really balanced for it. Now we're going to save this one. And then we go to photos. So, same raindrop, but very distinctly different colorations. This one is very gray, and this one is very blue. And you don't really lose any lighting as long as you boost the highlight. So, that could be another fun thing to do if you want to. But I actually do love the color temperature slider on this challenge for rainy day builds. The reason I usually don't use it is because it makes your photo way darker. Like, look at how dark that is. So you can't really go further than 30. If I go back to negative 60, even if I turn the highlight up, it's still way too dark. But if you just go to negative 24, That's about the lightest you can get and still keep the blue. So we still have more of a blue hue on these, and it's actually lit pretty much exactly as the original photo was, just with more blue. And then, of course, you could take that further and go to, like, -35 or -30. But, you know, the further you go, the darker it's going to get. So, you know, this is our regular lighting, which is... Actually, I think it's even brighter with the color temperature plus highlight. So, -24 plus highlight. You get a really good blue feel on the snap. And we actually get the raindrops looking a bit more blue. So, yeah, not something you absolutely have to do, Keto, but, you know, just giving you some fun ideas if you do anything, if you want to do anything more. I would definitely make sure you capture the same pose here, because this is really good. Looking at the butterfly. With Joy seated is very nice. Sadness position is very nice. The villagers are featured very well. The companions are featured very well. So, yeah, if you want to just roll with this one so you don't have to worry about getting everybody back in position, you know, I wouldn't blame you. But if you were open to doing anything more with this, I think heavier rain would be fun, and I think the blue filter combined with the boosted highlight could be really nice. And if you took that route, I would also consider making the eyes a brighter shade of blue so they really pop. I think it would stand out really well amongst all the other blue in the scene. But yeah, looking really good, looking really good. Very likely for 4K, as it is right now. JMR. All right, we got our first anger build of the day. Okay, fun hair. I like this. If you don't have the elementals hair, this is pretty fun with the like red and orange. We have the volcanoes in the back. We have the spirit fires. We have the pyro boxes. We have the new lava stuff. So if you're going to do a magma scene though, why not use the magma rocks or the volcanic rock? What about pocket items? You know, we talk about pocket items every week, JMR. Pocket items right here at the front of the scene. See how she went to her storage and she got some great flowers to use, right? We see the same thing here. Same thing here. Same thing here. No pocket items here. Same thing here. And you know, pocket items, they can be... And no pocket items here either. Oh, we got some on this one. They got some figs. So, I would encourage you, whenever you're building your Dreamsnap, when it comes to adding details, I would always think about what kind of great pocket items you can use to really adjust the details of your final build. I do like that you're playing up weather with the lightning clouds. That's one of the tricky things to do with anger. You know, because it's either just going to be sunny weather, which still counts, but having the lightning, I think, you know, plays up the weather pretty good. Though, there are other ways to play up lightning that's, I think, going to work a bit better for the anger build. Now, I know they did kind of nerf this to where they don't appear the same like they used to. But yeah, you could always get that kind of effect on the sides. Oh, you can't see it because I'm blocking it. Like, you can have this kind of lightning in your scene. But again, the storm clouds are somewhat safe because at least you're playing up some form of weather. Yeah, and I think now, we used to be able to look through the middle of this, and we used to be able to get lightning going across the whole scene. But now the lightning turns invisible. Yeah, look at that. You can't really see it, which is really sad. This used to be such a good item. And just like the Vitalis lanterns, you know, it got totally ruined. Anyway. Now for lava builds, JMR. If you watched my Thursday video, you know, the guide that I put out for the Inside Out Weather Challenge, I had some great recommendations for, like, details within an anger scene. And I'm going to show some of those to you. So, volcanic rock from Storybook Vale and magma stones from Storybook Vale. They actually leak magma onto the ground, and you get magma rolling down them. They glow. The volcanic rock is, well, it's volcanic rock, and you're around like a volcano. You know, you're using good items like the red memory orbs. But we have so much potential here. Like, we could always put in some magma rocks, maybe around the spirit fires. Some down here around the base. Like, you have these, like, little magma crevices here. But there's, like... I think it would be better to have... or at least combine these with the magma rocks and volcanic stone in some parts of your build. You don't have to have a whole bunch of them. But it's a great way to detail this, because right now when I look at this, I see the leaf rug and a bunch of red circles. These are very flat, so they're not as noticeable. The fire is very flat. You know, we can see the effect of the fire. But you can actually texturize this lava pool a lot better with some of those items. But yeah, the silhouette in the back is good. You know, that's very thematic. I think the lightning is a good play to make sure you have that weather concept. It's just so sad that they ruined the lightning from the imagination generator, because that would work really well, as it would allow you to use red lightning. But you got enough red at the base of the shot. Keep in mind, the challenge also mentioned companions, you know, to really sell your scene. In this one, they have Mushu. They have this red turtle, right? In this image, I'm actually using the Fire Raven. And he's flying through my head, so I have like a fiery mane. I'm not saying you have to do this, but if you have the Fire Raven, why not have him flying around? You know what I mean? Why not incorporate this Phoenix? He's literally made of fire. So using the Phoenix would be really good. And, you know, for anger, you could always add a villain. And another thing you could consider, you know, you have all these tall magma rocks here, and there's like a tall one here. Why not use the Sense of Self lamp set to red somewhere in your scene? Like, why not have that? You know, because it's an inside-out theme. And one difficult thing with an anger build is, unlike a lot of people, you're not going to have an inside-out villager. Just about every sadness build will have sadness. Every joy build will have joy. And just about every split scene, if they do those two, will have both. So we don't have anger in the game. Now, you're using the red memories from Inside Out, but I wouldn't rely entirely on that. You know, having this built into your scene could be fantastic. The memory displays showing some kind of like fiery or angry memory. Let's see what we have. There might be something in there. Yeah, there's like a lot of villainous ones. Also, it's so annoying that we can't actually just pick these and put them in. The fact that we have to press a button like 1,000 times to get to a memory is really stupid. They need to address that. We might not have a good angry memory to use here, though. me go to all. Actually, even this one will be good. This one's from Inside Out. Or no, was it The Forgotten? Oh, no, I think this was Inside Out. I think this was an Inside Out quest when we were fixing the bear. But we see, like, these guys with the smirks, like, and their eyes are kind of going down. And it shows that they tore up the bear and laughed about it. That's a really good memory to show for anger. This memory of Jack, I think, could be really good, especially with all the red. And he looks kind of angry here, but it might get misconstrued as fear. Oh, man. This memory could be really good. Look at Hades, you know? And you could add Hades to your scene. Just food for thought, JMR. Food for thought for the most part here. The reason I'm bringing it up is because, you know, villagers, villager, villagers. So you're one of two people that don't have any villager presence. But the other person, you know, I would say at least you want companions. Really good effects throughout the photo. And a good build. I think it just needs some extra details. Again, the volcanic rock, the magma stones. Don't forget to take that extra step when building your snap. Don't just rely on what's in the furniture menu, especially for builds where pocket items can play a very decisive role in performance. And then consider companions. And consider ways to really build up on the inside-out nature of the challenge. So inside-out items like the Sense of Self lamp and the Memory Viewer are going to make it very clear that this is inside-out weather. Again, one of my goals with every theme, and what has led me to a lot of success with Dreamsnaps, is building everything in a way to where I want the theme to be guessable by people that don't even know what the challenge is about. So if I were to show somebody my Cozy Dreams submission, I went out of my way to really showcase that I'm dreaming. You know, we have a bed here. My eyes are closed. I look really comfortable or cozy, and the environment feels like a dream. And that's, you know, for Pals with Pauls, it was about welcoming a new four-legged friend to the valley. I don't think I can make it any more obvious than this. For architectural statement, I didn't show my villager or my avatar at all, and the villagers are more off to the side. It was all about the architecture. And I try to make that obvious with every submission. So whatever the challenge is, we want it to be very clear that this is inside-out weather. Now, of course, it doesn't have to have that. I feel like this could do good, you know. It's a good build overall. But adding more of that inside-out feel to it, it's tricky because you don't have access to villagers per se. And you could include Joy and Sadness, but I don't think they're the best to use here. But using the Sense of Self lamp, using memory viewers, building things like that into your scene can go over very well. So just food for thought. Even if you don't do those things, if you do none of that, I would at least consider adding volcanic rock and magma rocks to this lava scene here, because it's going to give it way better detail, and it won't just be like the same red orb 5 or 6 times. Because I promise you, a lot of the other really good magma builds will be doing that. So there's going to be a lot of them out there that have, like, you know, all of these items I'm referring to. That's always been a very popular approach with the magma scenes. Ems is next. Em said, I really struggled this week. Every idea I had just wasn't working. This is what I came up with. Okay. Did you watch the Thursday video? We had some great examples in there. That's why I make the videos. That way you can have several different concepts that you don't have to just copy them per se, but you know, we had a fire example for anger. We had a sadness example, and we even had a split scene example. So, you know, I in those Thursday videos, Ems, I try to give, that's why I make them, is so that you, if you're kind of stuck on where to go with your concept, it gives you some ideas and you can draw inspiration from those. Now for your scene here, you got some good rain quality, some good rain coming down. We have the sense of self lamp in the back. But, you know, the challenge talks about making your picture as thematically emotional as possible. It says make a emotionally thematic pic. You don't just want elements of sadness. You kind of want that to be baked into the recipe here. So in this scene, we have a blue silhouette in the back. We have blue lightning. There's blue on this house. There's blue on this roof. We have blue bushes, blue grass, blue flowers. Lots of blue. And that's really playing up and blue butterflies. Really playing up the blues of this rainy day build. We look at Miss Spock's and it's the same, right? They have blue trees, blue buildings, blue plants, a blue chair, a blue rug, blue lights. So you have some rain and some blue glass flowers and this blue sense of self lamp. And it does have a great rainy day feel, but you can definitely make it more emotionally thematic. I think you might have one blue light behind you. It looks like there's a little bit of a haze here, but I can't really tell. But playing up silhouettes, and also for filling out your corners, you know, you could get a few more different blue flowers in here. But yeah, it has a, you know, the shot has a great rainy day feel to it. You know, I like the lightning. But I would try to play up more of the blue notes where you can. I do love the willows for this, even though they're green, but the way they hang is kind of sad. So I think the willows are really nice. But keep in mind, those willows can look really, really good with a silhouette on them. Like here's one over here. And the street light just kind of goes into the willow. So this part that hangs down is not shaded. But behind that, you see the little willow, you know, leaves hanging down, and they're all baked in that green light. You could do that with blue. There's also blue spirit fires. So a lot of stuff I talked about, Ems, in the video. So overall, you know, you did the theme. You definitely have weather, and you have an inside-out feel. You have an inside-out villager. You have the sense of self lamp, but you could be playing this lamp so much closer to the frame. There's other ways you can kind of explore the emotionally thematic approaches of this challenge. I mean, do we really need this mansion here? Like, what if we had a forest with like a blue silhouette behind it? I do like the mansion though. But I think being able to get some more blue into your shot one way or another would be worth considering. And yeah, like I said, if you want, you know, if I won't spend too much time talking about what your options are because it's all in Thursday's video, but I would definitely give it a gander if you're not sure about what else you could be using to play up sadness. Switchmama is next. Finally, a straight-up joy build. I think a lot of people are, like, kind of shying away from it because, like, most of our scenes are sunset and well-lit. So there's, like, so many rainy day subs, and all the new stuff is rainy. But I've seen joy split scenes, but I've barely seen any joy scenes, just straight up. They're out there though. This one's good. This one's good. Great job on this Switchmama. It's looking nice so far. I like the story feeling of the first shot, even though my avatar is probably too close. Any thoughts are appreciated. No, this is, you know, you're really close, but it's not, I wouldn't say too close. I wouldn't get any closer than that for sure, because we can still see the hair here. And on this one, the light flares at the top are like really bright. I think the light bloom is a bit too high on this one. I think this one is better, actually. But you could take a little bit of a step back. Now, since you're doing Joy, I probably would not have used this biome. It looks like you're on the Glade floating island, or maybe the Sunlit floating island, because you have this really brown grass, like this dark, dark green. And, you know, Joy's colors are green and yellow. Now, that's going to be, you know, something you're not just able to change, but for Joy, you know, like having this bright green and, you know, combining that with the yellow, like having all of these colors work together, making it a very, very beautiful yellow and green sunny day is going to work so well with Joy. So you did a great job on this build, but I think it would have been so much stronger if you would have been more conscious of where you were choosing to build. Keep in mind, one of the things that helps Dreamsnaps do very well is that beauty factor. And the grass in this floating island just doesn't have that. And if you look through, I'm just going to find photos of mine that are outdoors. I'm almost always exclusively taking my snaps, unless I have a very good reason not to, in the meadow and plaza. Because the Forest of Valor has really, really tall, very chaotic grass that looks horrible. Whereas the meadow and plaza, they have this very short, very trimmed grass, and it's a much nicer shade of green. Yo, Keto, thank you. Keto said, I got a toddler birthday to plan, so I gave up on the raindrops. Thanks for the notes. I did boost the blues with the color slider as well. Oh, on the original? Yeah, I looked at it. It must... Yeah, your raindrops still looked gray, so it must have been a very low boost, unfortunately. But, yeah, that's the main reason I mentioned doing the boost, is to get your raindrops to look blue. And they were gray when I opened them up. Yeah, it has to be a little bit stronger if you want that blue effect. And thank you for the bits, my friend. You know, even for Nature Takeover, which is all about nature coming back, once again, you know, we're using the meadow and the plaza grass here. So you're going to get a better beauty factor 9 times out of 10 using those locations. Yo, Marie, thank you! Marie, appreciate the $10 dono. Thank you. Very kind of you, very kind. But yeah, I think you're pretty safe for 4K, Keto. I think you're pretty safe. I don't think you have to worry about it too much. Let me update my goal real quick. And yeah, if you guys are enjoying the content right now, we are on 1,700 out of 5K for the goal. Dekai, thank you. Dekai with a 400. All right, we're almost halfway then. 2,100. So we're almost halfway on the goal already. Thank you very much, you guys. Today is big goal number 165. We have hit 164 goals in a row. Today will be big 165. Eventually, though, you know, our streak will come to an end. It's only a matter of time. Like, you know, one of these days. Could be today. So yeah, no pressure, you guys. No pressure. The fact that we've hit this many goals consecutively is nothing short of miraculous. So I really do appreciate it. I'm very thankful that you guys, you know, all got out of your way to show love and support to the channel. I would not be able to do this without you guys, so it means a lot to me. Thank you again, Keto. Thank you, Marie. And thank you to Kai. Very kind of you guys. Also, Marie, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right. So yeah, I like your scene here. Switchmama, I think you've done well with the beauty factor this week. This one's definitely the stronger of the two. Like I said, one thing, the reason I would not do this one, one thing you always want to avoid in Dreamsnaps is your lights being too bright. Voters tend to really dislike that. I saw a lot of people fail in Cozy Dreams because they had their light bloom too high. Not fail per se, but they didn't get the results they were hoping for. And during the Crafted with Care submissions, several of the results I reviewed that didn't get 4K, that were hoping for 4K, had this same issue. So basically, they were trying to cast light indoors, but they would put the light right up against the wall, and it was a white light, so it just created this huge light flare in the photo. And notice how we can't even really see the colors of your rainbow here. We see this like purple, and then it's just white. So no color. You don't want to turn your colors up so much that you nullify them. Or you don't want to turn the light bloom or the brightness up so much that you nullify the colors. You want your colors to be bold and pronounced. And I'll kind of show you what I mean here. Look at this. Compared to this. So look at the way these rainbows look versus this rainbow. You see how big the difference is there? It's because it's way too bright. So you never want to set it up with that extreme level of brightness. You want the colors to pop. You know, you want to get the vivid colors. You don't need to increase the light bloom. And if you're at sunset lighting, you don't really need the highlight either. That's why I would definitely go with the first one, because you're kind of, you know, you got more color in the rainbow here, and you're blocking the lights up here. This one's a bit more crisp. Now, if you wanted to make this even better, getting your villagers to animate would be really nice here. So if you were able to get Tigger jumping for joy, because, you know, he's a very joyful villager, and this photo is about joy. So if you got Tigger jumping for joy, and you got Joy holding her little happy memory, you know, Tigger on the left jumping, Joy holding her memory on the right. Now you have some real good storytelling going on. So that would, it's just like how you show your avatar. You know, when you choose how to present your avatar, it can make a huge difference in your performance. The same thing can be said for villagers. So we usually just don't want our avatar to just kind of be standing there like whatever. But the same thing can be said for villagers too. And again, I'll go back to a reference that I go to often in this rank 12 submission with Scrooge. You know, if he was just standing in the room with me, there's no way this would got rank 12, because this was a lazy build. But getting Scrooge in the action of flipping the coin, that's the reason this did so well. So keep in mind, you know, go on that extra mile to get your villagers to, you know, really contribute to the photo is worth considering. And for future Snap Switchmama, I would never recommend using a biome other than the meadow or the plaza unless the Dreamsnap requires that. So if the snap is about, like if you're doing rain, then using the glade can be really good because it's got mud puddles. Or if you're doing a villainous snap, maybe you want to use the Forgotten Lands. But if it's a sunny day beauty shot, go with the plaza or go with the meadow. They're always going to be a better option. Grass is going to be more tame. It's going to be a brighter, happier shade of green. The whole picture would feel a little bit different if we had the better grass here. But I don't think you should, you know, I don't think you need to go through the trouble of moving everything. Just keep that in mind for future snaps. Beyblade is next. Oh man, this is a great example of what I was just talking about. I was talking about getting the villagers to be more animated, getting them to contribute to the photo. Look at Sadness here, right? She's actively crying. There's tissues right in front of her. And then we look at Joy, and she's jumping up in the air. Joyful as ever. So, very, very strong with the villager presence here. Fantastic lighting, fantastic color. And it feels very inside out. You know, we talked about that. For this challenge, you want it to have a good weather feel, and you want it to have a strong inside out feel. It really needs both. So, having all these memory orbs floating around, having the two characters, and having the clouds on the side, very fun. It's a different approach than I'm seeing for a lot of people that did Joy and Sadness. A lot of people included Joy in rainy day scenes. I think that's what Left Shark and Keto did. And a lot of people did split scenes. Both are good options. This one's a little bit different because you kind of have both weathers. You know, you have the rainy day scene here on the left and right, and then you have kind of a sunshine scene here. What if you included the sun motif? I think that's the only thing I would really recommend here. Yo, Jen, thank you, my friend. Much appreciated, Jingle Bells. Much appreciated. Thank you for coming in with the big 169 biddies. Need to get the 69 on the board. Of course, of course. If our goal doesn't have a 69 on it, you know, is this even really a Probably Senpai stream? Dreamer said, will Semi do re-reviews tomorrow? Yeah, that's what we do every week. What? Yeah. No, I'm not going to do re-reviews this week. Screw you guys. I'm not doing any more review. Actually, this is my last review. I'm leaving. No, of course we will. If that were to change, I would make a post in Discord and make sure everybody knew. But yeah, I'll always let you know if everything's going to change. So yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, that's the thing with the rainbow. But what if instead of the arching rainbow like this? Because the reason I think the sun would be so good here is because it would play up the weather aspect even more. Because you have the rain clouds on the right and left. And then we have the sunny weather here. But when you think of sunny weather, you think of seeing, you know, when you have that sun there, I just think it builds on that even further. Now, as far as where you can put it, you could have it crest over, like, to the right and have some of that light shine over the rainbow, of course. But another thing you could potentially do would be instead of the Peter Pan rainbow that we got from the Neverland StarPath, you could do 2 gold pots and then put the sun right in the middle. So essentially, and it, you know, it's totally up to you whether you do this or not, but I think it could be really cool. Like, let's say you had a rainbow going this way with the gold pot and a rainbow going this way. So having both rainbows go out from the middle. So like where Imagination Land is, you see where the swirl is? So like one rainbow going this way, and then right on the other side, one rainbow going this way, and then right over the inside out headquarters, you could have the sun motif here. That way you'd still get the best of both worlds. You'd have your rainbows, and you'd have that sunshine. You can try and see how you feel about it. I mean, I feel like this will still very likely get 4K with how it's been made. So I don't think you absolutely have to do that. But I do think that sun motif is very, very good for any portion of your snap that is meant to be like a sunny day. Just because it really communicates that aspect in a strong way. But yeah, I mean, you can always give it a try and throw it in for re-review. And if we like this one more, then you can always go with this one. Totally your call. Heathen Dove is up next. I had fun picking out the blue droppable items for this one. Thinking for any advice. Can't wait to hear what you think. Yeah, you did good here. Looking very nice. Looking very nice. So you have like the blue snail. Oh man, that's a great idea for a sadness snap. Yeah, I love the snail. We have some pure ice. There's the cosmic figs. And then we have the rainy house here. So good job on this. Good job on this. You're really playing up the blues quite well, Heathen. But there are some things I think you could do to make this a bit more competitive. Number one of the items that's super useful here that is also blue would be these rain clouds. Like the ones with the lightning in particular. Putting those in your corner are going to be so good. Look at the way it makes the cloud itself light up with blue. So you can get some blue at the top of your shot. And you can always put a blue light on the edge of your scene too to get some blue light in here. And the other thing I would consider is instead of having all those seaside buildings like all the way across your photo, what if you left a little opening somewhere so you can have some blue lights, a blue silhouette with blue trees in a little blue forest, you know? So going back to your scene here, we have like the Victorian house here, and then we have the seaside set here. So if you took the Victorian house, like what if you got rid of the seaside stuff and you took the Victorian house and put that there, and then you built a little forest in the back, because you have the blue birch trees, which are, a lot of people don't have these. So those winter trees with the blue leaves are going to be really good. And then you can have blue street lights, you know, sealing that off a bit. And I would try to amp up the level of rain you have in your scene. Like, we have one rain cloud over here with a few drops, and then your house has rain. But you could play up that rain so much more. And I don't even have that many clouds here, but look at how much rain we have. You know, we have so many raindrops coming down. We have lightning. There's a ton of rain right here. And then even on this side, where we don't have the rainy house at all, we have a ton of rain falling over here. You know, you want the weather to come in very clearly this week, because it's, at its core, it's a weather challenge. So you want that weather to be very distinct. And if you pop up against another rain photo, and theirs is more saturated with raindrops, that could be the deciding factor between the two. So if you can play up the weather more, it's going to make you more competitive. And also, having some clouds at the top of your photo would be nice. You know, you have these clouds here at the top, but they just kind of stop right here. And you can have that effect going across the whole scene. And to show you, you know, kind of how I've got that set up in mind, you know, we've got our item to push our camera. And just a few paces away from that, we have the clouds. And you'll see when I go into photo mode, all those clouds, they just come up to the top of the scene. Right? So the whole top of our frame here, we have these little cloud puffs. And you'll see lightning on the left and right. So we have lightning flashing over here and over here. And they actually make the clouds light up with blue. Like, look at the top right corner. Watch it when the lightning strikes. I'll snap a photo. So, actually, we got it on both sides. But look at this beautiful blue lighting we have in this corner here. And then we have more lightning on this side. And we have all this heavy rain falling. And then it feels even more like a rainy day because we have all these clouds at the top of our photo to kind of round it off. So, I think your build is looking really good so far, Heathen. I do really like the snails here. I think the Cosmic Fig is good. I don't think you really need the pure ice, unless you're playing up more of like a cold or crystal environment as well. I think the pure ice would look better, like, tucked back here with some of the flowers. Right here, you could put, like, the sadness pillow or something. Because there's other great blue furniture items. And under the house here, instead of this, you know, you're kind of putting gray on gray. So you have this rocky terrain on top of this dark gray brick. What if you put the blue rug under the house? You know, it's blue. And it's gonna stand out better than this patch of rocks. So you can see it here. Let me change my time settings real quick. But yeah, you can take this rug and stick it right under the house. And it looks really good. It looks really good as like a welcome mat, you know. You can have it come out even more too. Like you could bring it out to like here. But it's blue. It stands out well from the ground. And it just feels like a big welcome mat. You also have like these blue umbrellas. There's these blue tables, blue chairs. There's a lot of great blue items. I think the snail is great though. And the fairy bubbles are good. But there's a lot of other things you could use. And don't forget, you know, with this being an inside-out challenge, you don't have to limit yourself to just using the villager. The sense of self lamp can be really good in your background somewhere. If you did make some extra space, like got rid of the seaside buildings and made a little inside-out forest, you could always have, like, this setup, this exact setup here. where in your photo you have like a bush, this inside-out lamp, and the tree behind it so we can actually see it. Because if you do use this sense of self lamp, you're not really going to want it right up against the forest, because as you can tell, you can't see it anymore. You know, the blue silhouette kills it. But if you put it in front of a tree, it becomes very, very easy to see. So, you know, if this were my snap, I would probably put this like right here, as long as it was visible. That way you can play up the inside-out nature of the theme a bit more. Let's put this back where it was. So, looking good so far. But yeah, biggest recommendations here, play up the rainy weather more. You know, instead of just having clouds on the side. And you paid for these clouds. Like, this is the best time to use them, because this challenge is about weather. So why not use the lightning clouds? They are really good for dream snaps. So having a little lightning cloud in this corner, a little lightning cloud in this corner, and then some clouds stretching across just the top of your screen. Again, you don't want them going super far back into your scene for a scene like this. You just kind of want them at the top. And then if you took this blue Victorian building and put it here instead of these light blue seaside buildings, that would open up this whole area behind you for blue trees and more blue bushes. And then you could do blue streetlights behind that for like a blue silhouette. But there's a lot of things you can do to give this a more competitive feel and give it, you know, more detail and more blue factors. And again, the blue rug here under the house instead of this gray carpet or gray rocky terrain. If you do decide to make a little forest build, just keep in mind, you don't just want to use the tall trees like these. Like there's the two very big blue birches, which are these two. But don't forget about your medium-sized blue trees that you'll want kind of at the front. And there's 3 of them. One of them's more like a bush, but it's these 3. So you'd want a mix of these 3 at the front of your forest. And then your bigger blue trees kind of behind these, like the birches and the other things. And then you just layer that with the blue streetlights, and now you got this blue forest with a blue silhouette. Very good rainy day feels. So yeah, worth considering. Your shot is looking pretty good, though. Even if you don't change it with the way it is now, you know, it has a shot for 4K. But I definitely think you can make it even more competitive. Because there are some really good, like, you know, rainy day builds out there that have a bit more rain, have blue silhouettes, a bit heavier of the blue presence around the build. And yeah, I love your outfit here and the rainy day house. But yeah, take advantage of those lightning clouds, pull some more clouds across the top of your scene, you know, build up on the rainy day feel even further. And for things like, you know, this rocky terrain, keep in mind, blue items are going to be better than just gray. So instead of this rocky terrain here, I would have like the blue rug going under the house. If you have that blue rug, let me check the name of it real quick. Yo, Beagle Mama! Thank you, my friend. Beagle Mama coming in with the 400 bits. We are now officially halfway over goal. Thank you so much, Beagle Mama. Great to see you. Great to see you. Moving right along on goal 165. So it's called the Velvet Carpet. I can't remember if this one is Scrooge Shop or if it was Deluxe Edition. Probably Scrooge, right? I don't know. You guys can tell me. I can't remember where each of the 1,000 items came from. But yeah, if you do have it, could be great. If you don't have it, you know, you can keep using the rocky terrain. But yeah, definitely a little blue mat under there could be great. Oh, there is a craftable option as well. You could always try the nautical rug. That has a lot of blue in it as well. Let me see if it comes up.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Not this one. Yo, Breezy! Thank you, Breezy. Thank you. Now Breezy coming in with a big 500. Let's go. Dang. Thank you, Beagle Mama. Thank you, Breezy. Shout out to Jen as well. 14 minutes ago. To Kai, 21 minutes ago. Thank you, guys. Moving right along. $31.69 on the board. Yeah, there's a craftable nautical rug that has a lot of blue. And that's something... Wait, can we not craft on this? It's a crafting desk. That's kind of surprising. It's literally the North Pole crafting station. Well, I never tried. I can probably craft on this. Okay, you know, I'm just going to not try anymore. I'm just going to grab something I know I can craft on. What happened to this game? All right, we can craft on this. So under rugs, it's the charter rug. That's it. So yeah, if you don't have that Cinderella rug, that light blue one I was recommending, you can always do the charter rug. It does have a good deep blue. You just need 20 fabric to craft it, so very easy to make. So yeah, consider that one instead of the rocky terrain, if you need to. Horizontal is next. Oh, very good rain effects here. Love the big raindrop here. Love the lightning at the top. Blue zircon for your path. Very nice. Blue silhouette in the back. Oh, this is really good. I love the storytelling of the pose, too. I was talking about this. The robot pose is so good because you reach out to comfort the robot. And if you do that with sadness, it's such a strong play. Hi, thank you for the continued amazing advice. It's definitely appreciated. I don't think I like my snap this week. I didn't like how, I didn't know how to fill the space, so I just put lots of flowers there. But I know it could be better. I went for blue filter. I went for the blue filter look. Do you think it looks like okay, or should I stick to normal lighting? Thank you. Also, can you spot the compulsory poppies and bluebells? Always. And I know they're there. They're always going to be there. You know, at least when they can. But yeah, I do see them. I like this, though. I'm surprised you don't like it, but we could talk about other things you could potentially add if you wanted to. First off, I would try to show a bit more of the clouds. So I would pull them in a little bit just so we have some of that cloudy texture at the top. For the lightning bolts, I would try to play those in the corners, right? I would try to have a lightning bolt here and a lightning bolt here because you have the vignette on and your corners are very dark. And having the lightning bolts in the corners will be a great way to lighten up those corners. Now, the tricky thing with this sadness pose, this is a very good pose to use this week. However, it does make you very tiny, right? And sadness is already tiny. But that doesn't mean it's not going to do well. But with that said, a lot of people, and I usually don't recommend free mode, right? Free mode oftentimes is more trouble than it's worth. And I recommend being very adept at dream snaps before attempting to do anything in free mode. Because 90% of the time, you're going to do better with portrait mode. But there are some poses, like the one you're using, that can be very strong in free mode. Because it's one of the only ways to get close to the avatar and still show them because the camera has this downward angle. So, what you could do is the same kind of scene you have right now. But in free mode, you could comfort sadness and still have your avatar play a very big role in your scene. So, if you're not feeling your scene right now, if you're not feeling the way it's coming together, it might just be because you're not used to your avatar playing such a small and minor role in your scene. Because if you think about it, this isn't really that many flowers. Like, you have a little bit of space here filled with flowers, a little bit of a yard on each side, and you have loads of detail in the background. I would say the biggest risk with this is that the avatar is very small. Now, what makes free mode difficult is that the camera always is pointed downward. It always has this downward angle. So we can't see as high into the environment. But you have the rainy day house, so you can have that pushed a little further back. Because in order for, but if you push it too far back, you won't get the rain activated on it. We actually had a really good example of this. One of the first sadness snaps I reviewed on Friday, which I kept bringing up. I don't know if we still have it saved. I can see. But I brought it up a lot because it was just such a strong snap. Yeah, here it is. Good. I do still have it. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. So they're in free mode. They're using the robot pose like you, but look at how much space their avatar occupies and sadness. So they got the camera way closer to them. And their build is very similar to yours. They have a forest back here with a blue silhouette. And they have a forest back here with more of the blue silhouette. And we have rain coming down on the house. And one of the things I really, really enjoyed about this photo is that it played up the theme fantastically. So we're seeing more of the inside out vibe because of these sense of self lamps tucked in the forest. And I've been talking about these all day. So we have these tucked in the back to give more of that inside out feel. We have memories. One of the only things I recommended for this was if they could get some blue memories from cooking, get them in their pockets, and just mix in a couple of blue memories with these purple ones, I think it would be even stronger. But they're playing up blues very well. They have the blue glowing mushroom. There's the brooms with the blue magic swirl. There's the blue on the house. There's this really well-designed avatar with the bright blue eyes, the blue eyeshadow, light blue and dark blue hair, the blue speckled path, and they're in the Forgotten Lands because they're not trying to use bright green and colorful grass. They're trying to make a rainy day sad build. So if you are feeling unsure with this scene, you could take the same approach that you already are, the same pose, go into free mode, and alter your build to work for that. If you do that, keep in mind, you could go to Forgotten Lands, could be very good there. I do think Forgotten Lands works very, very well for this. But you can also stay with where you are with the meadow. But, for a rainy day build, I do think Forgotten Lands is going to be very, very nice this week. And you can set your scene up almost the same way. I would probably change the position of the house a little bit, because once you go into free mode, you're not going to see as much of it. And I would still try to get the lightning in the photo. I would try to get the clouds, to where we can see the rain coming down, and you can still have your flowers around. And again, a great example of this would be exactly what we see here. They got the house very close, but they have a lot of detail back here. Personally, I would probably have the house a little bit further away than this, but you can't go too far because then you're not going to get that great rain effect to activate. But yeah, looking good on your snap here. I really like the way you've layered the forest back here. I love the blue silhouette, love the raindrops. And you did great with the blue filter on here. We got some good blue color in the drops. And, I like the blue on the eyeshadow here. The sadness overalls are very good for a rainy day sadness build. I do think in this rare occasion, a free mode shot would be better. Especially if you do what you're already doing. Hide the robot and comfort sadness. But in order to do this, you'll need to restructure the entire scene, because it's not likely you'll be able to use the way it's set up right now. So you could go to the Forgotten Lands and kind of restructure it. Make the same scene you have, but just change the location of things. Have the house a little further back. Have the rain clouds overhead, maybe a couple in the background to get some lightning effects. Have the blue silhouette like you do now. Use all the blue trees. Have a few blue flowers here on the right. You can have them in the foreground right here. But for this particular pose, I think free mode would be very strong here. Now, that said, if you don't have time to do all that and you don't want to do all that, this is still a very good scene. I really like this. I think you captured the weather well, but I do wish we saw some clouds here at the top, just to really drive home that cloudy, rainy day feel. But yeah, the way you've layered the trees here is very nice. The blue silhouette is very well done. I love that you've got some things fading into the background here. The blue butterflies, the blue flowers, the blue zircon. So this definitely has the potential to get 4K. But one of the challenges will be, you know, you get a great storytelling factor and beauty factor from the avatar, but a lot of people vote on small screens. And if your competition is right up there at the front of the scene and you're, you know, like a tiny little piece of it, they can often gravitate away from yours. But if you go into free mode, it works really well with this particular pose. It works exceptionally well. So since that's the pose you chose, and you have such a strong build, I would consider trying this. And if you don't like it, you can stick with what you have, because you got a good chance of 4K with what you have. But I would give it a try. All right, Sim Lily is next. Sim Lily, your photo is really tiny. Yo! Oh, Johnny! Bro. Let's go, my dude, Johnny. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Welcome, brother. Welcome. Johnny coming in with a big 1K. All right, dude. We are now less than 900 bits away from goal. Bell says W. W Johnny in the chat. Yo, drop some love for Johnny. Absolute legend. Breezy, thank you again for the big 500. Beagle Mama, thank you for the 400. And Jen, thank you for the 169. And Takai, thank you for the big 400. Appreciate all the love on Twitch today, you guys. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much. Keto, thank you for the 100 bits earlier as well. Jen for the other 300. So 469 from Jen today. And the 1-year anniversary. And Bell with the 200 bits at the beginning of the show. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We're getting pretty close to goal 165. Greatly appreciate it, y'all. Greatly appreciate it. So, similarly, I'm not sure how you saved this. Hey, yo! Oh, Kaya! Kaya coming in with love. Once again, Kaya joined our supporter family today, actually. So, Queen Kaya early on in the stream dropped a 3-month advance sub for us. Thank you so much, Kaya. Now you're dropping the bits as well. And I think you gifted a sub too, didn't you? I'm pretty sure you did. I'm pretty sure you hit us with a gifted sub already. So I think the sub, the gifted sub, or maybe I got my wires crossed. I know you did one or the other. Yeah, you gifted a sub. But I think you might have also advanced subbed. Well, I know you did the gifted sub. Oh, it was Pixie Dust that hit us with the 3 months tier 1. Okay. So, yeah, no, that's my bad. Kaya gifted a sub. So, Kaya gifted a sub, and now on top of that, coming in with the bits. Very kind of you, Kaya. Very kind. Wow, you guys are feeling extra generous today. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Thank you for making what I do possible, y'all. Yeah, you did, because you got the hype train, which means you have the fishy. We both have the... If you guys weren't here at the beginning of the stream, we got a special limited time emote from the hype train today. Check it out. It's a fish that has a little heart, and it's like a rainbow fish. Dude, it's super cute. So for everybody that participated in that hype train earlier, they got this. I think you'll have this badge, or this emote forever. I think you get to keep that forever. But it's so cute. Fishy. There we go. Yo, Marie, thank you for the 200 as well. Oh, dude. Another hype train? Let's go. Bell with the gifted sub. Thank you, Bell. Thank you. So we already had one hype train, guys. So, you know, no pressure on the hype train. No pressure at all. If you want to contribute to it, by all means. We are 600 bits away from the goal. And on top of that, if you contribute during a hype train, you also get the badge. So anybody that participates in a hype train, I think you can get the fish today. I mean, we got the fish already, so hopefully you guys will get the fish too. So I don't know. I don't know. They might give you a different one. So I don't want to say I can't guarantee you'll get the fishy, but I hope you do. Because the fishy is super cute. I just want to show, yeah, I can show YouTube. I can show them what it looks like. You guys keep hearing me talk about this fish. You're probably like, Senpai, why are you freaking out about the fish? Like, you know, what does it look like? Why do you keep talking about it? Here, I'm going to show you real quick. It's just really cute. I really like it. I'm very fond of this fish. But at the same time, you guys probably have, hey, let's go. Thank you. Thank you. You guys probably have no idea, like, what in the world I've been discussing. Dang, bro. Johnny with the 5. Oh, my God, dude. All right, well, there goes the hype train. Level 3 now. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm still trying to show this fish to YouTube. I know you guys are here to see Dreamsnaps, but I just want you to understand why this fish is so cool. Bro, level 4 hype train now. Yeah, look at him. There you go, YouTube. Can you see him? Isn't that adorable? I really like it, actually. I've gotten a lot of hype train badges, which I don't really care too much about. Like, 90% of them I never use, but for whatever reason, I'm very, very fond of this little fish. Like, this is super cute, super fun. Hey, hey, thank you for the sub, my friend. Thank you for the gifted sub. All right, let me get back to it. I'm sorry. I'm getting off the tracks here. We're off the rails. D-Da-Da got a gifted. Oh, yeah, and if you guys, Black Knight, thank you for the gifted as well, my friend. Scuttle, thank you for the hundo. And we hit the goal. Let's go. Goal number 165 in the bag. 165 goals in a row. Oh, my God, bro. It's another new record. Every day is a new record right now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, and hopefully, for me, it says unlock a random emote. So I'm going to get... Oh, my God, I can get a serval? I can get a cat. So if we hit... If we stay at level 4, where we are now, I could end up getting this kitty cat. If we beat level 4, there's a bunch of emotes I don't have at level 4, and then some at level 5. But if we don't go past 4, maybe I'll get this cat. I don't know. There's also Me Sweat, and then there's So Cinema. But if we stay at 4, I want that cat. If we beat 4,
notice me, senpai. Notice me.
There's a bunch of neat ones. Oh, Kitty Love. Yeah, I just want a cat emote. So whichever one I get, a cat emote. And thank you, you guys. Appreciate all the love. You guys are so kind. Hopefully, you guys get a cool emote if you participate in the hype train. And Sunshine, thank you for the big 500 as well. Creeping, thank you for the hundo. Dekai, thank you for the hundo. Marie, thank you for the 45. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I hope you guys all get a cool emote. So, back to Sim Lilies. So, Sim Lily, I'm not sure how you saved this. Angela, thank you for the gifted. I'm not sure how you saved your photo, but if you use the Dreamlight Valley camera tool, like, you might have screenshot it, but somehow your photo got compressed, so it's going to look really blurry. Because when I open it, like, this is what the photos usually look like when they're saved through the camera tool and sent to Discord, and yours looks like this. So I'm not sure how this was saved, but I would definitely consider that for next time. That way it's easier for me to review. But yeah, I'm not sure why it's so compressed, but we're going to zoom in here. It's going to make it a little blurry, but we can still at least, kind of take a look at it. So it looks like you did a little bit of both. You have a joyful sunny day side on the left and an inside out vibe on, or, a rainy day on the right. Overall solid. I think this has a good shot at 4K, but I would pull the lights back a little bit. And it might just be because your image is so compressed, it's hard to tell. I think having the silhouette kind of come in on the side is good, but I don't know if I would go this heavy with it. Because if you pulled the silhouette back, we could see some of the details you have beside the house here and beside the house here a little better. I love the path you chose for this blue speckled path because it has a little bit of yellow, a little bit of blue, so it works for the whole scene. And it's not really a split scene. It's more like a mixed scene because you don't have a clear separation. You have the same path on both sides. So this wouldn't be something I would categorize as a split scene, but more like a mixture. You know, we have sunny on the left and rainy day on the right, but the same path on both. Really good inside-out feel because you're using the Sense of Self lamps, having the blue one here and the yellow one here. Very good job. You have the little gold orb here in the bubble. I do hate that it clips out of the bubble a little bit, but still good to use, good to use. A gold snippet here, some other gold items, the gazebo with the green and gold. A good outfit, because this Joy outfit does have blue as well. She has a blue hat, and you have the blue tights. I do think it might be worth getting a little closer to the camera. I wouldn't get too close, because, you know, you don't have, like, a true split scene, because the ground is different on both sides. So, for example, if we look at Hope, thank you, and Midna, thank you. Angela, thank you for the gifted. Cowboy Barbie, thank you for the gifted. Much appreciated, you guys. Dang. Oh my god, the hype train ends in 8 seconds. Let's see if I get that cat. I'm gonna see if I get the serval. I'm gonna be really pumped if I do. But yeah, if you had a split scene, I would say, you know, getting close to your avatar splits. Oh my god, I'm still zoomed in. Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. There you go. I stayed zoomed in like that entire time. All right, well, the photo I was talking about is this one, which you can see here. So, yeah, I was saying, you know, the light silhouettes on the side are, you know, I would pull those back a little bit just to make the image a little bit more visible. And let me check Twitch and see which one I got. Open. Oh my god, dude, I got the serval! Let's go! I got a new cat! I got a new cat. Very cool. I got a kitty cat. You guys know I love cats. Anything cat related. Very hype, very hype. Let me gigantify him so we can appreciate all of his beauty. A serval bob. So everybody that participated in the hype train, you guys should all have this too. You guys should all have your little serval. Oh, wait, Marie, you got fall damage instead of the... You didn't get the serval cat? Oh, Hope, or Ashley got the crying cat. Oh, well, you know what? So, whenever we do hit a hype train, for some reason the fish was different. Whenever we hit a hype train, it'll give you one of the random emotes you don't have unlocked yet. For me, I had a 1 in 3 chance of getting the serval. I had a 1 in 3 chance. Beagle Mama got the Behold This. That one's actually really fun. Yeah, Marie, fall damage is... That one's kind of silly. Quick story time. Last time we hit a level 5 hype train, there's one emote I really want, which is the Gritty Goose. It's a little goose that hits the gritty, and I'm just kind of obsessed with it. Ashley actually made one. I'm going to add it to the channel because Twitch wouldn't give it to me. And I was like, I swear to God, if I get the Miss emote instead, I'm going to be so mad because it was like the lamest one. And that means we were going to miss the Gritty Goose, and that's exactly what I got. So this is what I got from our last level 5 hype train. And I actually think it was a level 6 because we had to beat level 5 in order for me to get a level 5 emote. Breezy, you have the Gritty Goose? See, everybody always flexes their Gritty Goose on me. Like Belle has it, Breezy has it. And every time I hit, you know, a level 6 hype train, I never get the Gritty Goose. I always get something else. Okay, yeah, guys. Yeah, just spam all your Gritty Goose in the chat. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yep. You guys, congrats. Congrats on having the Gritty Geese, I guess. Alex, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Much appreciated. I don't think I caught that because there were so many alerts going off. Big shout out to Alex as well. Thank you, my friend. All right. Okay. Let's dive back into it. And thank you so much for the hype training, guys. Really appreciate that. Guys, stop spamming the gritty goose already, okay? Look, I know you have it. Congratulations. All right. It's... You know what? Ashley made me one. Ashley actually made me a gritty goose. And I'm gonna put it on the stream so I have my own. I'm gonna lock it from you guys too so you can't use it. It'll only be me. It's gonna be mine. Yeah, look at him. Ashley made this for me. Because I just can't get the gritty goose. So she made this custom gritty goose for me. I gotta get it added to the stream. I just haven't updated my emotes in a while. But, yeah, I have my own. See, I do have my own gritty goose. So go ahead, flex your gritty goose for now. But you see, I have a great moderator, and if I don't get it, you know, she'll just make me one. So yeah, how you like them apples? And yeah, big shout out for the love on the stream, you guys. That was very nice of you. So many gifted subs, too. And we don't even have, like, a gifted sub goal, so that was very sweet. Shout out to Alex over on YouTube with the first super chat of the day. Thank you, Alex. Greatly appreciate it. And shout out to all of you guys on Twitch for the bits and helping me get the servo cat. I love my new emote. A couple of you guys got it. Belle got the servo cat too. Breezy has the servo cat, so very cool. Ashley says I want the fish. I don't know if we can get him again because I think the fish was limited time. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know they were doing a limited time emote for Hype Train. So we had a little Hype Train at the beginning of the stream, and yeah, everyone that participated got the fish. So I don't know. We'll have to look up how. Maybe you guys can still get them. It might just be from like a level 1 Hype Train if you already have all the other level 1 emotes, possibly. I don't know. I'll look it up. If anything, it might be difficult, but I could see if maybe Ashley can make a fish like that one. And then we'll just make our own, and we'll just make it a sub emote so you guys can you know, if you're part of this community, you'll have it. Whoops. All right. Back to Similes here. So yeah, I would get a little closer to the camera if you could. I wouldn't get up all the way to where your umbrella comes up to the top of the scene because you don't need to split this because, like I said, it's not really a split scene. It's kind of just two weather conditions. In order for it to be a split scene, you would have different path on one side, like a clear divide. So for a split scene to be a split scene, you know, at least in the Dreamlight Valley sense, in the Dreamsnap sense, usually it has a very clear divide as the other split scenes we've seen today. This is just kind of showcasing both environments, which is still very good. You don't have to do a solid split down the middle. I still think you delivered very well on this. I just think it might be a little too overwhelmingly bright with the lights, and I think that's going to take some of the beauty out of it. So I would pull the silhouettes back a little. You can have a little bit of that light coming here on the side, but I would try to make sure that in these the back right section and the back left section, we can see some of the details in those environments. But yeah, really good job giving this a good weather and inside out feel. I think those two things together give this a pretty strong chance at 4K. Because I've seen a lot of snaps that play up weather, but they don't have as many inside out elements. And you have two inside out villagers and the Sense of Self lamps. So overall, solid snap. I think it has a lot of potential. You know, ultimately, it'll come down to what you pop up against. Marie is next. I really spiraled on this week's snap. Even watching your video, I had a split shot and tore it down. Here's my submission. Not sure what lighting to go with. And is it too empty? Okay, well, let's see. Let's take a look. All right. Let's put you up here with the rest of them. All right. Another nice big snap. Yeah, I'm not sure why Similes was so small. Then we have this one. I would try to reshoot this so it doesn't look like you have a giant snot rocket coming out of your nose. Like in this one, it's not happening, but in this one, you have like one of the teardrops is right here by the nose. Okay, so a few recommendations here for your rainy day scene. First off, you see how you have this weird box kind of breaking up your memory, and then this light here? The thing is, with these memory viewers, light casting will break it. Like when you have like the blue lights in the back, it'll kind of, you know, like we can see the Eternal bush showing through here, and like where the ground is, it's dark. But then once we hit the, I think you did put like a wall or something back here so that it didn't completely break it. But what you could do with this is you could open up your space a little bit and move it further into the forest. So if you moved that memory away a little bit, you could put some more trees and bushes and things behind it to block it from the light of the silhouette so that you can see the memory a bit more clearly. And I don't think you need your rain clouds to go back this far. And I would also have rain, because your rain clouds, they go down really far on the right side, but on the left side, they just kind of stop here. So let me show you how I set mine up again. And you could consider this. You don't have to do it this way, but you'll get a really good rain effect. You know, just with a handful of rain clouds slightly out of frame here. Some of them are in frame, of course. What's blocking? Oh, I put that tree there. I was like, what's blocking all my light? Okay. And then for your backdrop, so you don't see the sunny sky, you would just use trees. So you have trees in the back that'll block the sky. But I would open it up a little bit, because with everything so close in, it's going to make it a little bit harder to compete with some of these snaps that are showing, you know, like, for example, Beyblade. Beyblade very commonly gets high ranks. They're very commonly in the top 100. And you'll see most of their scenes are like this. You know, things aren't far away. They're not like going all the way back across the floating island, but they fill out the skyline and they have like enough space in between the front of their scene and the background to where they can thoroughly decorate. Of course, you don't want to take this too far and just try to make your scene 100 yards long, because a lot of details are going to be lost if you do that. But you do want a little bit of space so you can kind of flex your decorating skills. In yours, the house being here is fine. It needs to be close. It looks really good. But what I would change is the right-hand side here. I would move your forest back, and I would put something behind this memory so it blocks it from the silhouette, so the memory's not choppy like this, so we can really see that sad memory. And then, you know, you could put like books around this that kind of shows that you were reading sad stories on a rainy day. You know, there's other things you can kind of communicate there. I do love the tissues here. I think that's a really good play. And as for your lighting, I do really like the blue lighting. What I did for mine, let me show you the clouds first. So if you want to, you know, set them up this way, you can. But it's a lightning cloud, a heavy rain cloud, a heavy rain cloud, a heavy rain cloud, and a lightning cloud. So the only reason I don't have a heavy rain cloud on the far left side is because the house has rain. So I don't really need one on this side. But yeah, it's just 5 clouds. And the tree line fills out the sky. But we can still see the puffs from the clouds at the top of the scene. And you also get the lightning right at the front of the scene that way too. And I notice in your shot, you know, you have the lightning here, which is great. But having some over here would be really solid as well. Now, for your lighting, one thing that I think looks really good, and something I was using personally for my rainy day example, is I'm using the sunset time of day, but I'm using the blue color temperature with boosted highlight. So, to show you exactly how I set that up, I took color temperature and brought it back to about -25. And then I boosted highlight all the way to 1.0. So now we have this blue tint over our scene, but we're not losing the lighting. So now we have the sunset time of day lighting, but we also have a nice blue tint on the scene, and the photo is still very clear and very visible. And, you know, my rain clouds aren't going, like, all the way back. In this scene, they are, but it's a split scene, and I really want to hide the sky and just really, you know, heavily layer those rainy day elements so it has a very strong contrast from this side. But if you're just doing a rainy day scene, you don't need to bring the clouds back that far. You know, just having the clouds across the top, getting these raindrops coming in is really all you need. And you can just have them come straight to the top of your scene. But yeah, you know, your question about is it too empty? Well, you just didn't really give yourself much room to work with. And I think that's what you should kind of focus on here. You're not going to be able to do much on this side because you have the house here. But the forest you could definitely do more with. We can eliminate a lot of these clouds so we can see more of the trees. We can get some lightning on the left-hand side. And then if you do move this forest back, we can position this memory in a way, you know, a little bit further back. And you can put some books like in front of it. And then you can put an item behind it so we don't get the blue light showing through it. And then for your path, you know, you could use the blue speckled path, potentially. That one's really good for this week. It's got a good blue feel. There's also the snail from Eternity Isle, the little blue snail. You could place him on the path. You know, it's a wet, moist environment. Little blue snail could be great. There's blue flowers you can add, kind of the foreground here if you wanted to add more to this setting. But yeah, I would definitely try to detail this a little bit more and work on the composition, especially here on the right-hand side. And I would go with the sunset time of day, but with the blue filter with the boosted highlight. MJ is next. Okay. Fun sadness build. I love all the blue. Very heavily blue, which is super fun. You know, the blue skin, blue scarf, blue outfit, blue hat, blue eyeshadow, blue highlights in the hair. We have the sense of self lamp here looking really good on the side. Giving a very nice inside-out feel to the snap. Then you also have sadness present. I think you could bring her up a little bit more. Kind of have her occupying this space right here. Like just a couple of steps forward for her. Getting her past this branch that's kind of in front of her face. Would highlight her a little better. And it's one thing I think you should always avoid, MJ, is building at the edge of your floating island. There's never, ever any benefit to that. And also, by the way, water is not the edge because you can decorate water. So, you know, if I were on Dazzle Beach and I wanted to build that showcased water, you know, this is not really the edge because I can decorate all that too. I can decorate the water. But with where you are, you're kind of in the back corner of your environment. And the reason you want to avoid this is because there's no benefit to shooting here. If anything, it actually robs you of the opportunity to change your background. You can't really do much else here. So, for example, if my advice were like, oh, you know, let's break up some of these walls and put like a great house here, you can't. You have no room for that. And one thing I think that would be really nice here is a soft blue silhouette behind this wall. That way, in these windows, we can get some blue light. But you also don't really have enough space for that because you wouldn't want the blue lights right up against the wall because then we're not going to see the details of the wall. So you want the blue street lights a few spaces away. But like I said, you've robbed yourself of that opportunity by building right here. When if you would have built away from the edge, you could do a lot more with your backdrop. You would have a lot more opportunity. So just keep in mind for future snaps, there's never really a benefit to building here. You have a floating island, you have a lot of space, and you might want to change your scene. So if I build here at the front of the island, I'm fully flexible on how I create my background. Maybe I want my background up close like yours, but maybe I end up wanting to add something else to it. And in the case of your snap here, I think what would look really good, again, would be some blue lampposts, casting some nice blue light back here. But with this being the edge, they would be a little bit too close to your wall, and I don't think you should move that wall up any further. So yeah, for future snaps, just keep that in mind. I don't expect you to redo this whole snap away from the wall, but again, I'm just trying to stress the point that there is no benefit to building this close. Now, I love the fact that you're hanging in the willow leaves here. A very nice touch, giving more blue into the scene. I love the blue mushroom here on the side. We can even see the wisp of a blue spirit fire here, giving a nice blue highlight to the edge. Yo, thank you, Lilo. Lilo with 100 bits. Much appreciated. We've already hit today's goal, coming in with even more love. Thank you, my friend. And yeah, I love the blue spirit fire here. So you're using a lot of really good items. The blue feel is off the charts here, and I love how heavy the rain is. That said, I would try to get some rain at the front of the scene. So you could add another cloud or two outside of the frame just to get some rain, because all your raindrops are behind you. And if we had some rain dropping in the front of the scene, I think it would feel a bit more organic. And it's good to have the raindrops kind of dropping in front of you. You know, at least that way. And I think in mine, you know, even if I moved up closer, yeah, we still get raindrops that are dropping in front of the avatar. Some are dropping behind, some are dropping through her. But I would definitely try to get some raindrops at the front. And you're probably already using the color temperature plus highlight because your photo is super blue. But this is a great way to get a good blue coloration to those raindrops. But yeah, overall, I think this scene has a good shot at 4K because it really captures... It's very emotionally thematic, and that's what the theme demands. Is pretty much everything you're using, you know, effects, companions, villagers, decor, all of it. Anything you're using, if you have a singular emotion present in your scene, you want it to be emotionally thematic, and color plays a tremendously big role in that when it comes to Inside Out. Like, every emotion has their colors. So, you know, the blue and the white for sadness here, paired with the overalls. I think you do have a blue filter over it because I can see some blue in the white clouds on your overalls. But yeah, I think this has the potential to do very well. The one thing I would love to see here, again, would be a soft blue silhouette. You know, a few spaces behind the wall, but we just don't have room for it. So in the future, I would build a little bit further away from the edge. But what you can do is potentially get, you know, a little bit of rain at the front of the scene instead of having it all tucked back here. And that's not really going to take away from anything. I wouldn't block the edge of this mushroom. I really like that. But you could have another cloud just barely in the shot here. Or not even in the shot. You can have it past the shot. So, for example, if I were to take this one and move it up here. Actually, I'll just move a couple of them up. I don't think we're going to see those anymore. Yeah, we don't see them at all now. So you can have the rain clouds out of your scene and still get some great water droplets. And one really fun thing to do with that is the white clouds. They actually drop. Of course, it says I don't have any similar items, even though I know I do. Or maybe, yeah, there it is. So the light storm cloud is not similar. Okay, got it. But this one's fun because, you know, it has a different style of raindrop. You get these little droplet shapes that are, and they have a much better blue than the heavy rain. The only downside of them is that, you know, the clouds can be like super white. And And the ones you do have in your scene, they look pretty good, you know, because they're kind of tucked in. They kind of give good texture to this. But you probably wouldn't want all that white at the top front of your scene because you want it to look gray and stormy and dreary. But if you took some of those white clouds and you put them right outside of your camera position, you could get some great little blue droplets coming in here just to give some rain to the foreground as well instead of having it all behind you. Overall, solid snap, though. I really like this. Like I said, very emotionally thematic. Very emotionally thematic. Just for the future, you know, just don't trap yourself here, you know, because putting yourself right up against the edge of a floating island only serves to take away your ability to change things. ALD here. All right, let's take a look. Very fun. Would love to hear critique about what could improve this. Thank you. Okay. Well, I love the destination you chose. The grass is really nice here in the Ever After, this like nice blue shade. I've seen a lot of builds that have like a lot of green grass. And yeah, this is a great destination to be in here. I would try to make the rain a little heavier. And again, just like I was just saying, you don't have to have the clouds. If you do take that route, the clouds don't have to be behind these. You could put a few extra clouds outside of your scene at the front, especially those ones with the little droplets. I would mix in those with the heavy clouds, and you can have some fun rain pouring over this shot. Right now, for a rainy day sadness build, you know, if we look at it, there's like a raindrop here, a raindrop here, here, and there's a couple here around you. There's one on this side, but there's barely any rain. We have lots of clouds, but if we're going for a rainy day, I would amp up the rain a little bit. Now, the graveyard field is pretty fun, you know, like visiting like a loved one. You know, you have the gravestone here. There's these gravestones back here. I think that's a very clever way and to do the sadness theme. And sadness present here, also fun. Oh, did they finally fix these Cupid statues so they can go on path now? Oh, good. These are finally actually decent. That's good. The other thing I would recommend, if you have some space behind this wall, consider adding a little bit of a blue silhouette to the wall. Here's the neat thing with some of these silhouettes. You don't have to be able to see past the item. You can make the item glow by putting a light near it. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So you have these, and you also have the gateways in front of them for the gravestones, like this. And you have a gravestone here. I like the texture of this, though. I think you did a good job with that. Now, when we go to our lights, gonna reset. We're gonna grab a blue street light. And that's with just one there. You can see now it has a little bit of a blue hue. And what's cool about this is the outside is not affected, right? Like that outer layer you made, the archway, but the brick inside is glowing blue. And that'll be a really fun detail to add to your snap. And you can build on that by putting even more lights behind it. Like you can increase that effect if you want to. But 1 will give a really nice subtle effect, whereas 3 will give it a much stronger glowing effect. But this could be a very fun thing to do in your case with the way you've built that wall system, because there will be blue light silhouetting the inside of each one of these little gateways you've created. And that's going to make it even more emotionally thematic. And that's what we were saying with that last picture. One of the reasons this is so strong is because it's very emotionally thematic. They're really playing up the blues. Even the brick walls look blue thanks to the blue filter. And they're using tons of blue items. They have blue skin, you know, very heavy on the dark blues and the sadness. The other thing is they're playing up the inside-out vibes because they're using the inside-out sense of self lamp here. and they have it on the sadness setting. So items like that can be very good. I'm not sure where you would put that in the graveyard, though, so that's going to be a little trickier. You could always consider tucking one in, like, maybe inside of one of these arches and then putting a bush in front of it so you don't see, like, the white portion of it, but you don't absolutely have to. I do think adding the blue silhouettes here would be a good way to play up the color blue further in this snap. And I also highly recommend adding a blue color texture over your entire photo. And again, just to showcase how we did that earlier, there is a slider we rarely use for good reason. Color temperature doesn't actually change any of the color in the photo. It just puts a big filter over it. So it's like trying to look through a dense piece of blue plastic. So we lose all of our lighting. However, there is a slider that is really good for replacing that lighting, which is highlights. When you boost highlights, everything gets really bright. But if we come down here and we boost color temperature, or I guess, you know, in the reverse direction, yellow going forward gives it a yellow tint, going back gives it blue. But if we go to like a negative 25 or negative 30, you know, it's a lot darker, but now we boost the highlight and we get that light back, but we keep the blue. So now the scene has a bit more of a blue feel, and the blue lights are going to be emphasized. So yeah, going back to your scene here, I think getting some of those blue silhouettes in these alcoves you've created is going to work very well for the nature of the theme. And I think adding the blue color temperature to your scene, you know, I wouldn't go above or below negative 30, negative 25, negative 30, and then turn highlight all the way up to 1. And you'll still have this good lighting, but your scene will have more of a blue tint. And lastly, I would highly recommend getting some additional raindrops in here. You can use some of the white clouds for the tear-shaped raindrops. You can use the heavy rain clouds, but I would put some rain clouds outside of your frame, just like, you know, in front of where the camera can see, to get some good raindrops falling at the front of this scene. And I think those would be good improvements for your submission here. The only other thing is, I think some additional detail in here would be nice, but we're kind of limited on space. Like these bushes can have a pretty big footprint. This fountain does, so you probably can't squeeze anything in here. So you just might have to leave it empty. You know, you could do a couple flowers, potentially. But yeah, pretty solid so far. I think, again, boosting the amount of rain we have to really double down on that rainy day feel. Adding the blue highlights to your alcoves. And increasing that blue color temperature with the boosted highlight, I think is going to give this more of a dreary rainy day feel while maintaining its beauty. Even if you do those things, ultimately, you know, performance is going to come down to what you pop up against. And I do think it's a safer play to have more of an inside-out theme instead of just relying on an inside-out villager. And again, you know, ways you do that is by using other inside-out items like inside-out memory viewers and the sense of self-lamp. But that's not really something I would do with a build like this if you're going with the graveyard idea. Ultimately, it'll come down to what you pop up against and how the voters are feeling. Just because something is the safer of an option doesn't mean you have to do that. I think this could potentially get 4K. But yeah, I would consider increasing the level of rain, giving it more of a blue feel, and consider adding those silhouettes. But yeah, very, very good storytelling here, though. You know, visiting the graveyard at a rainy day. And for the lightning bolts, I think these may look better on the side of your shot, like in the corners. So if you can position the lightning clouds, like you have this lightning cloud over here, but the lightning is striking out of frame. We could balance it really well if you had the lightning cloud a little bit further to the right and we had lightning coming down here. And then you did the same thing on this side. So move this one over to the left a bit, have the lightning coming down here. So now you have blue lightning here, and heavy rain throughout the entire photo, blue lights on the backdrop, and a little bit of a blue tint added to the scene while maintaining its level of lighting. Looking good, though, ALD. Looking good. Breezy is next. Oh, very cool. Jafar is so good for this. Decided to go with Anger with Jafar. I'm contemplating if I should keep the sandstorms in the clouds or not. I was surprised that I could place them with the clouds. Yeah, the fun thing about the sandstorms is I found that they can overlap with a lot of stuff. And it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat because you can build a lot of things into them. Now, I do like the lightning. You know, we've seen a lot of anger snaps. And I think one of the biggest challenges an anger snap has is, like, making sure it really showcases weather. Because, like, you know, everything being on fire isn't necessarily weather. And you could just have sunny weather. But, yeah, I think the lightning clouds are great, especially for, you know, like, the city on fire element. Jafar is fantastic to use here. I actually showed him in my demonstration photo with that exact same pose because it's so fun. It's so energetic. I really like Jafar striking this pose. And it looks like you're using the pose that slides you to the left a little bit. I think Nana with the shouting face. For the sandstorms, I mean, I wish we had a gray version of them that looked a bit more like a tornado. The issue with the sandstorm here, like, it works really good for the weather concept. And this one back here, I think you can keep. This one back here. If anything, you can move that one over a little bit so we can see it better. But I don't know if I would keep this one. With how bright it is with the lightning here, like, we can't really see the texture of the sandstorm. And if you look at it closely, it just looks like random tan color. Like, especially right here. You know, we look right here. It's not really giving tornado, except for, like, kind of up here at the top. So I think these are great to use to kind of portray this, like, violent weather. But the ones that are a bit further back, I think, are going to deliver that a bit better. So I love the idea of using these. I would just have them a bit further back. So yeah, if you took this one, and I don't know what you have back here, but we can't really see it anyway. So if you took whatever that is and moved it even further back, so you can move these sandstorms further back, you could have, like, you know, more lava, more fun details in this environment. Great job with the pocket items. You know, the magma rocks look really good here. The pyro boxes are great. Also, if you did move, you know, things back a little bit and gave yourself a little bit more room, you could make use of these storyteller fires as well. So the storyteller fires are really good for showing, like, you know, the city in flames kind of vibe. The pyro boxes are great. And I do love the Tony's restaurant here because the bricks are a deep shade of red. We got this, like, reddish light coming from the window. Love all the lightning. But yeah, I would reconsider this one. I think some of the other ones are okay. Some of the other sandstorms are okay. But I would give yourself a bit more space behind you and Jafar to build up your scene a little bit more. Love the pose with Jafar, though. The only downside with the pose you're doing and the face, I really wish Gameloft would fix this or change this. Because, like, when you use certain companion poses and you use the angry shouting face, the jaw kind of dislodges and, like, goes down more. And it's kind of strange. Aside from that, there are some necklaces I think that would be better here. There's a gold and red ruby necklace that looks really good with this dress. So I would consider a necklace that has a bit of red. You know, I love the nails here. I love the dress. The hair is very fun. I would consider doing the eyeshadow. Give yourself a deep red lip and a necklace that fits the outfit better. And for poses, for facial expressions, like I said, it's kind of tricky. It looks like you're using the Nala pose. Nana, sorry, not Nala. I think that's the one, is it? Yeah, but you're angled towards the camera. Okay. Let's play around with this for a second. I gotta move back further. So it looks like your turn more this way. See how with that one we get the mouth kind of extremely open and the head tilted down. I think this one is also a good option. The kind of cocky one where you have one eyebrow up, because she has a very devious smirk, which can also be symbolic of anger. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be this one, especially if it looks kind of strange. You know, like she looks really weird there. Like, look at the mouth, you know, it's kind of crazy. Like her the bottom of her jaw is like clipping through. But you know, we played around with this yesterday as well. Or sorry, Friday. Another fun thing with the anger poses is if you do the generic one, which is this one, and you do no facial expression, they actually have a really good naturally angry look. So this is with no expression with just the anger pose. So this could work really well for you too. And this one's not, the face won't look as weird, but you're still clearly angry, right? Which is what you want. You know, you want to be, you know, very clearly, very obviously frustrated or angry. But I would be careful. You know, the head tilted down makes your forehead really large, kind of like Megamind up in here, and then your jaw is kind of dislodged. It makes sense to use this facial expression, right? Like, I get the idea behind it. It's just that Gameloft did not code some of these poses to work well with the expressions. And that's not your fault. That's an issue on Gameloft's end. So I totally understand the idea behind using this. But you want, even if the avatar's angry, you want it to look good. You want it to look natural. Because you're going to be up against a lot of snaps that are, you know, going to have this good, natural portrayal of their emotion. And in many cases, the characters are going to look, you know, very, very good. And you can look good angry, too. So I would, you know, like this one, for example, I didn't really have any critiques for this pose because they're doing the angry pose with no expression, which gives them this very stern look, but they don't have that like dislodged jaw or their head tilted down, making their forehead look really huge. So now I know if you do that, that's going to put you in the middle of the photo and Jafar won't be in the same place, and it kind of changes things. But you could always scoot him over a little bit. I think it would be worth experimenting with is what I'm getting at. I would aim for another pose or another expression because you definitely want to communicate anger, but you want it to still look very strong. With the avatar playing such a big role in photos, I am super picky about what poses and facial expressions I use because some of them just don't look right. And this one is, you know, kind of one of those cases. Not saying it couldn't do well, you know, and again, I totally understand why you would choose this one. But I think there are some options you could do that would look a lot more natural, that would still convey anger just as well. It would just require you to restructure things a little bit. But I would consider it. You know, you can always do 2 for re-review tomorrow. 2 secondary reviews. You could do one with the same pose, Jafar in the same place, and just change the backdrop a little bit. And then you could do a second one where you alter the pose and use one of the more natural Angie expressions. And then you can reposition Jafar and some of the other items in the build. Another thing I want to bring up too is for anxiety builds and anger builds. Both anxiety and anger can be a bit... Oh, you scared me. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Hannibal. Hannibal coming in with a party of 11. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid, you guys. We're just reviewing some Dream Snaps right now. Welcome to the Dreamsnap Review. We've been going through a lot of snaps today. Now, during these streams, unfortunately, I'm not able to read chat as much. We have a lot of snaps to review, so last Monday I was here till midnight, so trying to make sure that doesn't happen again, so I won't be able to check in with chat too much, but I did want to give a shout out to Hannibal for the raid. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, if you guys want to see some amazing snaps and hear some of our critiques, be sure to stick around. And if you want to raid and run Hannibal, by all means, it's good to have you. But if you want to stick around, see some cool Dream Snaps, feel free. Love it. Was playing a bit of Disney, working on the StarPath, very behind. Well, luckily, you got plenty of time left on the StarPath here, so there's great items this time around. There's some great stuff in the Elemental StarPath, so well worth grinding out this season, well worth it. All right. Now, I think I was about to say something else. Do you guys remember what I was saying right before that happened? My ADHD brain doesn't work good when things come up. Yeah, I was talking about the pose, and submitting two alternatives. But yeah, I think that would be worth trying. Overall, very solid build, very solid. Alex is next. So we have two options. You have this one here. I really like all the rubble there. That's fun. And then you have this one here. Alex says, perhaps a bit of a risk since... Well, let's go to the first one here because that's the one you're talking about. Perhaps a bit of a risk since it's not following the usual formula, but as this is my first Inside Out challenge, I saw an opportunity to really speak to some deep feelings. As always, appreciate your feedback or suggestions for fine-tuning. Okay. Well, very fun that you have, like, you know, two separate environments, but I like the way you did this. The pickaxe is super clever here, too. Like, you're breaking out of depression or, you know, breaking out of sadness. It's a very complex approach on the theme. If the right voters see this, I think it could do very well. The only downside is your average selfie submitter, your average quest photo submitter, you know, that's where the risk comes from because they don't really put much thought into their dream snaps, so they're not always going to put a lot of thought into yours. And they tend to be very much drawn and pulled towards things that are, you know, bright, vibrant, or flashy. But I really like this approach. Now, I think you can make this actually, you know, and another thing is, like, you know, having the avatars closer and showcasing the avatar's emotion tends to work very well on them too. But yeah, I'm very, very fond of this scene. I think this is a very cool approach to the challenge. So what you can do to make this more appealing to voters of that mindset that tend to vote fast and quick and towards whatever, you know, draws their eye. For one, the inside-out sense of self lamp. You see how you have, like, a lot of room on this side over here? We just have some raindrops falling. I think that could be a really great foreground item behind sadness. Now, not the lamp just placed there, but the actual effect of the lamp coming up into the right side here to showcase that everything we see on this side is sadness. So essentially the same angle that you have, but because you're kind of doing an angle that's, you know, kind of like this. So if you position that sense of self lamp down on that bottom left-hand side, yeah, it's going to take me a second to get it just right. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm saying, is I would have the sense of self lamp come into the scene, but not really show the base of it. This would add a really cool very high beauty factor and visual factor to the sadness layer of your scene while keeping the sadness nature. And it would play very well with the inside out dynamic. So I think that would be something very fun to add here. So consider this effect in this corner. And, you know, you might have to move sadness, scoot sadness a little more left if it comes in here very strong. Or you can just have a partial to where, you know, some of it comes in. But I do think this would be a very strong use case for your snap in particular. And again, that would work really well with the inside-out concept. And a little bit of lightning on this side, because if you get a bright blue sense of self lamp projection on the right, having a little bit of lightning on the left could be a good way to balance that just from the top. But I think you should go with this. I'm going to talk about your second snap in a minute, but, you know, really creative concepts like this can do very well. It's not exactly the formula that works as well for the average voters. They tend to, you know, what's popular a lot of the times is super simple. You know, the simpler, the better. I think I accidentally removed Beyblades, but I was going to talk about, you know, simple snaps that are like really good, really strong. Let me go back up to theirs real quick. So when I say simple, I don't mean that it lacks detail. It's just that the avatar is featured right at the forefront to make them very clear and present, and the villagers are as well. And then the theme is like not too deep. You know, they usually with like deeper concepts, it's like if a dream snap makes them think, sometimes they don't perform as well as they should. They don't get what they deserve. But still, I would still go with this. I think this is a very, very smart approach to the theme. But since it's all about weather, you know, it's about emotions and weather. So I do think, you know, you have Merlin here and you have the sun motif like on his wand. But if you were able to expose some sky on this side and show that particular motif as the sunny weather. So keep in mind, you know, this challenge is inside out weather. So the two main focuses are inside out, which are going to be very emotion based, and the weather to kind of communicate that emotion. So you already have rain on your rainy side, and it's a lot more gloom over there. And then, you know, we talked about adding some lightning and adding the sense of self lamp. On your sunny day side, you want to make sure there's some element, like some very clear element of weather. I mean, you could just show a regular sunny day, but if you can actually show the sun like gleaming on that side, that's going to sell your concept even better. And also rainbows are going to be huge, because what do you see when sunshine follows rain? You see rainbows. So for your theme, I think this could be really strong. It might require you to rework things a little bit, but I definitely think you should stick with this concept because I think this has a ton of potential. Hopefully it'll get what it deserves. I would 100% vote for something like this. I really like the messaging behind it. But I think what could, you know, if you're going to take this approach and you're not going to have the expression of the avatar visible, and you're not going to have the simplicity of a lot of very strong snaps, then it would be a good idea to make the theme ultra distinct. That's why, and also it'll up the beauty level. That's why having the sense of self blue lamp on this side is going to make it work, even if they don't enlarge the snap. Because, you know, with all the gray, they might you know, miss the clouds. Or they might be like, well, this is all about weather, and, you know, this side's kind of different. I mean, they can get easily confused. I think it's easy for us to, like, really pick apart this snap, but we're not the average selfie submitter. If it's somebody that doesn't put work into their own snap, they're not likely to put much thought into yours either. So making it ultra easy to understand, I think, is beneficial. But again, you know, the sense of self blue lamp kind of shining through on this side, even if you saw a little bit of the base of it, I think would be fine. And then having the rain on this side, and then beyond the broken wall, having the gleaming sun in the background. So it's like you're leaving one form of weather for the other. And don't forget, you know, adding a little rainbow over here could be really nice as well. So if you wanted to take those extra steps, it might require you to rework a little bit of the scene. But I don't think it would be too difficult to add those effects. You would just need to have a little bit of space for the open sky, for the sun motif. And then some kind of space, you know, you can move this house back if you had to, or move one of the items back just to get a nice little rainbow in there. But yeah, I definitely think you should go with this one. Very, very, very good concept. I really like the idea of, like, breaking out of depression. Super fun approach. Now for your other submission, we have this one. And this one's cool too. Inspiration struck hard last night, so now I've got option 2. I now very torn. I fell in love with it once I started. It came together. But also really love the impact of the first one. Any suggestions, critiques are welcome. I greatly appreciate all of your knowledge and sharing and dedication. Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you. This one's really fun too. You know, you got great blue here with the water, the blue crystals. The rain cloud here. You know what? This is so cool how you're using the lamp hanging in from the left-hand side. This lamp looks really good as a foreground item for the sadness build. And this little scene you made for sadness is super cute too. This one's really, really beautiful. However, what I would be concerned about with this one is there are going to be voters out there that are like, when they see sadness, they're not really going to be as accepting of snowflakes. You know, they're going to want rain all over here. And we do have, like, rain on this side. But I know the blue swirls work really well. You know, a lot of people get seasonal depression in the winter. But I think a lot of people are going to be more receptive to rainy day sadness builds, mostly because of what the challenge specified. When it was like, is your valley, you know, sunny like joy or rainy like sadness? So I think a lot of people are going to be expecting to see a lot of emphasis on rain, especially with the items we have in the shop now. And this one does have good emphasis on rain. I think this could do well, but I think your first snap right here has much more potential. I mean, I think if you, you know, it's kind of one of those high risk, high reward situations where you might not get what you deserve for this, but you might end up getting the best rank you've ever had from this. You know, I think it's well worth the risk. I think this is one of the most creative, if not the most creative approach I've seen to this theme all week. That includes from Friday, and I've seen some great snaps, but the concept here is phenomenal. It's not as simple as what a lot of voters like, and sometimes phenomenal concepts don't get the justice they deserve. But when you come up with a concept like this that means a lot to you, you know, I say go for it, and if you don't get the results you were hoping for, so be it, because you made something you can be truly proud of. And sometimes that matters more than any amount of moonstones or rank. But yeah, I would definitely go with this. I think it's a very clever way to use the new pickaxe. You know, the way you have the rubble scattered about, breaking down the wall, and having different weather on each side. I would just play up the weather a little bit more. You know, maybe layer in a little bit of lightning But, of course, nothing above you here because we want to make sure we can see the sunny day on this side. And I would take this motif here and really work to showcase just how much of a sunny day it is on that side. Very, very cool, though. Absolutely love the submission. Like I said, I would go with this one. I think this is one of the most creative approaches to this challenge, and, you know, it really resonates with me, so well done. Jedi Lauren. Oh, 3 separate. You sound like me this week. 3 separate options. So we got an anger one. We got a little Riley cosplay. Okay. And then we got a little bit of a sadness and joy mix with some rainy weather. Made 3 themes. Kind of happy with them. Thank you for any advice. Cool trick. You can place memory orb in the bubble, and it will sit on top of the sense of self lamp. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the, yeah, these little premium shop memory orbs. Yeah, that is pretty fun to get, like, a neat effect on them. Really like the character design on this angry one. And luckily for you, when you use the angry pose, or when you use this pose, and that's not even the angry pose, it's like the victory type of pose, but it works really good with the angry expression. There's a lot of poses you can use with the mouth open, like yelling expression, where the jaw like unhinges and it clips, and then, you know, the face gets really weird, but this actually looks very clean. So this is one of those poses you can work well with it. Like the red trees in the back. And thankfully this has a pretty good inside-out feel because you have lots of memories floating around. Which, like we mentioned, if you're not doing joy or sadness, you're not going to have an inside-out villager, so you got to kind of really think about how you're going to sell that inside-out portion of the theme. And for the weather, you do have some lightning clouds. Though for a lot of the anger scenes I've come across, people tend to be a lot more heavy-handed with the lightning, and I think the big reason why is because they really want to make sure they sell the weather portion. And I think that might be one of the few risks here. I know I discussed in my video that you could just have sunny weather because that counts, even if it's like fiery and angry. But with it being a weather challenge, you know, I think, you know, you definitely want weather to play a big role. So I would probably increase the number of lightning clouds just a little bit. Like, you don't have to go as heavy as some others did. But if you go with this one, I would try to lean more into the weather. And I love the bottom of this. The way you're using, like, tables to layer these magma rocks to get, like, a flow of lava coming down. Very cool. Very cool. But another thing I highly recommend for anger builds, Jedi, is boosted saturation. With the lava, with the colors of red and orange and yellow, that saturation boost gives them really good color. And it makes the fall leaf rugs in the back here behind you feel a bit more like lava, and you'll get some great color on these other items. So I would, if you stick with this one, I would definitely consider a saturation boost. Now, this one's pretty fun. You know, I like the Riley cosplay posing with the Hoggy skis. We have both joy and sadness. And we have some good rainy weather. I think the risk with this one is it's going to be hard to be like as emotionally thematic as a single scene or a potential split scene where everything is very clearly a specific emotion. I do like the build and the concept here. I think, you know, my only worry would be that, you know, against other snaps that are like very clearly leaning into a particular emotion, it might be more difficult. It's hard to know exactly what voters will prefer, but I do think snaps that are either two scenes that very clearly indicate an emotion, like sadness and joy, or snaps that very clearly indicate one type of emotion, are going to be very strong this week just because they're a bit more simple. And I like the idea of, like, the storm breaking here with the rainbow in the back. And the inside-out headquarters. This has a really, really strong inside-out feel. I mean, you got Riley, you got Bing Bong, you got Joy, you got Sadness, you got the teddy bear. So, the inside-out vibes are, like, really, really good on this one. So, I think it has a lot of potential. I think there might, I'm not saying there will be, but there might be a risk there when it comes to the more emotionally thematic picks that kind of target in on one emotion and really build on it, or, like, do a split divide. Still, though, this could do very well. And for this one, I've seen a lot of shots like this. I think these are a bit safer, where you have a rainy day, like, you know, the scene has a great rainy day feel, but you include both sadness and joy. I've seen several shots like this. It's kind of similar to what we have here. I do think the Riley cosplay here is really good, though. And this one is the one that you have that's, like, fully embracing one particular emotion. I mean, they're all good options. Like, each one has its own kind of risk factor. Also, I mentioned this necklace earlier. Great choice. You know, the difficult thing with anger is that you're not going to really have an inside-out villager. Like, you could bring in sadness or joy, but they don't work great in a build like this. But this does communicate the anger really well. The avatar looks really good. For this one, I wouldn't do much with it at all, except for slightly boost the saturation. Just to give the lava more of a, you know, a very deep and rich look. If you didn't go with the anger one, I'd probably go with this one. I think the inside-out factor here of utilizing Riley is really fun. But one thing I would probably change is your rain clouds. I would mix in some of the heavy rain clouds too, because this is a lot of white, and I would try to make it feel a little bit more gray and stormy. And as an example here, and yeah, I'm kind of saying like this kind of texture, where you still have the white clouds, but you also have the gray clouds and the thunder clouds mixed in. It adds a really good kind of storm cloud texture to the build. And it would darken your rain sides up a little bit more. Like, it would add a little bit of extra gray, a little bit of extra sadness. And I think it would be more emotionally thematic if we did add a few of the gray ones in here too. But yeah, this one is really fun. Again, I think out of what we've seen, this one might have like the strongest inside-out appeal. Having the headquarters, cosplaying Riley, including Bing Bong, having joy and sadness. Only thing I think I would really do for this one is dial up the amount of gray we have under these storm clouds. And the other thing I would consider is, you know, I love the sunny day aspect back here. But I would try to open up some space for the sun. So if we moved the, like if you move some of these clouds over just a little bit and you got rid of the Ferris wheel and then we tuck the sun at the top so it looks like the sun is kind of breaking through the clouds. Right now with the way the motif is, like on top of the Ferris wheel and kind of overlapping on the inside of these clouds, I think it could look a bit more clean and natural. If it were positioned near the top, and then you can also make use of the light flare coming down. So having like the bottom half of the sun come through the very top of your scene could be a really good way to sell this concept. And for the path, we have the candy path here. I would be interested in seeing it with a different type of path. I know this is kind of like the trail leading to happiness, so you probably don't want to make it like dreary and gray. You could even do a path that shows some of that purple grass under it, like the cobblestone or the alpine. Or you could do a path that's kind of the colors of joy and sadness combined, since it's a build that combines both. I think this blue and yellow speckled path would actually be a bit better for you to consider than the candy path, because I think this is going to play up the inside out vibes even more, and that's what makes that Riley shot so strong. But imagine this scene with this path. Because, you know, we have joy, we have sadness, their colors are yellow and blue, and this path is yellow and blue. And I think that's going to help kind of mesh these two scenes together. And yeah, I would try to make the storm clouds feel a bit more gray and sad on the inside of the build. And I would try to really work to showcase the sun on the opening of the build, even if you have to move a few of these clouds back just to open up the inside a little bit more. But I really like the direction of this. I think this has a ton of potential. It kind of reminds me of what we saw Alex doing, where she's like breaking out of the sadness into the happiness. Like for you, it looks like, you know, the clouds are parting and you're cheering up. You know, I think it tells a story. And I love the inside out aspect of this. So I think this one has a lot of potential. I really, really like this build. I would just fine tune it to, you know, again, the path, make it more reflective of both of these characters. And texturize the storm clouds a little bit more to make them feel a bit more dreary. And then open up the setting in the back. Definitely keep the inside out headquarters and the rainbow, but open up the setting in the back a little bit more so we can really capture that beautiful sunlight, and try to position the sun in a way to where you can get that nice light flare coming in to the sky as well. So what I mean is, I think if you feature joy and sunshine at all this week, this motif is very strong. Great. Now it won't get any smaller. There we go. But yeah, getting those nice little light flares to come down. I'd probably go a little bit bigger than this. You know, can be really fun. Really great way to capture the sun without losing all that beautiful color in the scene. But yeah, very cool builds. Very cool builds, Jedi. You have some great options to go with this week. I think all three of these have potential for 4K, even as they are. But I really like the concept of this one a lot. And I really like the Riley cosplay. And I think for players that are big fans of Inside Out, I think they'll easily be able to see what you're doing here, and I think they'll appreciate it. But yeah, all of them are good options. This one's super fun. Hey, hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Caddy Simmer, brand new supporter. Let's go. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Also, Jennifer Ware, thank you for the resub coming in with the 45 months. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, these are all very good. You know, the anger one, I think, is very well made. I like the way you colored the avatar here. I like the energy kind of going around the inside-out orbs, the lightning. I would mostly just kind of play with the saturation here. And maybe add more lightning just to really deliver on the weather. This one's super strong because this one delivers very well on the weather and very well on inside out. So, you know, but they're, like I said, they're all good options. All three of these have a lot of potential. Personally, though, I'm feeling this one quite a bit. Bella is next. All right. Hey, somebody in a bit of a rush this weekend with hockey and Mother's Day, so try to be more zoomed in. Thank you in advance. Well, it looks good. It looks good. Good capture of the avatar. Great accessory to pose with. I love this, like, rainy day umbrella with little storm clouds. Great lightning coming in. Got some wonderful raindrops. A good sad memory in the back. We have the sense of self lamp here on the right-hand side. Looks like you got some blue silhouettes behind the build here. And then we have the purple cottage here. Some nice blue flowers in the foreground. Overall, solid build. This has the potential for 4K, even for like a build you didn't spend a ton of time on. Features sadness well. It's got a good sad feel to it. Good outfit, good pose. And, you know, you want to be a bit closer in, you know, with the avatar most of the time anyway. And for this house, it's actually something you kind of have to use closer in because the rain effect won't activate unless it's close. One thing I would recommend here would be if you took this purple cottage and moved it back a little bit further and just kind of put it behind this memory, because you see how the light from the back seems to be coming in here. If you put the cottage behind this, I think it'll take away some of that brightness here. And if you did that, you could create a little blue forest scene back here on the right. And add a little silhouette behind that, but you would just have to be very careful because you have the sense of self lamp, and if you have blue light behind that, you won't see the lamp anymore. But overall, pretty solid for a close-up build. It's very, you know, emotionally thematic. You got some good rain, lots of blue, good outfit. The blue zircon is kind of hard to see since it's a blue speckled path. Putting more blue speckles on it isn't going to come through quite well. I would try to add a bit more kind of texture to the scene. And the blue speckled path, I think, works a little bit better for like a joy and sadness kind of vibe. It works good here too, but paving the whole town with it, I think it might be worth it to swap it out. Even if you went with like some of the dark gray brick like this, it works really good for the rainy day vibes because it's, you know, it's a bit darker, but it feels more natural in like the town. And then you can always add blue to it. So there's like blue carpets, there's the blue sadness pillow, there's blue chairs, and there's also pocket items like the blue snail. And your blue zircon would actually stand out if you did swap to that path instead. It's a lot of yellow for a sadness build, because we already have yellow on the blue glass flowers, and now we have a lot of yellow here. Now, for another submission, there was a really good submission yesterday. Let me close all these. Where they're using it, but as you can see, the yellow is muted. So they've muted the yellow because they put a blue filter over everything. They've kind of nerfed the lighting. So the path looks very different here compared to what you have going on here. Look at how crisp and bold the yellows are. So in your case, I think using, you know, that path from the Valentine's Day star path would actually be a little bit better here. Your blue zircon would show up. And don't forget, you could put a blue rug under this house, like a welcome mat. We actually have that same thing featured in my little example scene. So, you know, right over here, nice little blue welcome mat. It's a Cinderella rug. And if you don't have it, you can craft the nautical rug. So there's a blue rug you can craft as well. But yeah, the gray brick works really good for the rainy day feel. And then under the house, you can get a nice blue rug here to get more blue into your scene. Again, you could drop a blue snail somewhere, and your blue zircon tile would show up a bit better on this one. But overall, solid. You know, even as it is, this has potential for 4K because it's very emotionally thematic, and it captures the rainy day very well. You got the clouds layered very well. Good lightning coming in. So overall, strong snap. So if you have time, if you're not too busy, I would definitely try it with an alteration to the path. That would be the main thing. And I would get a little blue rug under the house, like a welcome mat. Just add more blue to this section. And then your blue zircon would kind of show up against that contrast there. And if you do re-snap it, keep snapping until you get a shot where this is a bit more visible. You snap your shot right when you have these like big raindrops coming through it, and this is a very beautiful item to feature in a sadness build, so you definitely want this to show well. And if you just give, you know, I think you might just have like a ton of rain clouds here, so you might have to remove one of the ones at the front to, you know, have the rain fall behind this, or just wait for it to kind of clear up in this space, and just keep snapping until you get one where this is a bit more visible. Overall, a good sadness build. Wag is next. Okay, we got another Joy Sadness style build. I like how you broke this up into like a portal scene. Very cool, very cool. Great job here, Wag. So you're using the rainbow as a barrier. The way you layered the clouds around the rainbow is very well done. Very well done. I love that you have the blue sense of self lamp here on the left and the storyteller blue fire over here on the right. Though I do have a slight recommendation for you on the sense of self lamp. I think it might be worth it to add another dark tree right here, even if it tones down the silhouette, or even if you have to move back the lights a little bit, because we want this to be visible. This is a very important item, and like we were saying, when part of this sense of self lamp runs into a silhouette, it gets nullified. So if you put another tree behind this tree to kind of block this up a little bit, and you might have to move the lights back just a hair, but I would definitely work to make this clearly visible, like the whole feature of it. Not this edge, per se, because this is your border separation with the rainbow, so don't worry about this. But the middle section here, I would work to make sure is clearly visible. Because if we zoom out, you know, and you look at that, just think about how good that would look if we could see the whole thing, especially with this starlight projector casting this nice purple light on the side. If we can get the solid structure of this sense of self feature, I think that's going to be awesome. Good feature of the sun. I've been talking about this so much today. When you do a scene that's going to include rain and sunshine, using this is going to be huge. And you got it positioned very well here. I love that you have the light flares coming in at an angle here, filling up a lot of the sky. And then we have a storyteller fire bringing some more yellow up here. We got the yellow lanterns. There's yellow memories. And then we kind of have sadness here. Like, as sadness is approaching, like, the sadness is, like, coming in through the rest of the scene. So, very fun. I don't know if you can get one more of the paths right here, but I would love to see one of these crystal path pieces meet the bottom of the frame. But yeah, very solid portal build. Very cool, very cool. Aside from the crystal piece right here and the sense of self lamp, I do think it would be good to have something around here. Maybe a tiny table with... It had to be a very low table for sadness, but the tissues. Or you can just put the tissues next to sadness. But yeah, I would have, you know... I would say this is the only spot, really, that I think needs a little bit of attention is the area around sadness. So, finding some extra little items to play around with in here. I don't know if you have any extra memories in your chest, Wag, but potentially dropping, like, a blue memory over here by sadness could be very good because we have all these yellow memories for joy. So, getting a little blue memory here on the edge of this scene could be a great way to fill out some of this space here. And And then around sadness, you know, maybe the box of tissues, maybe even a little blue snail, you know, could be just anything to kind of add a little bit of detail to the space without making it feel cluttered, because you have a nice opening here with the crystal path too. But yeah, very cool scene, very cool scene. I think this will do well. I've seen a lot of split shots, I've seen some mixed shots, but this kind of portal approach with the rainbow separating the weather is a very clever, hi Horty, is a very clever way to approach the challenge this week. Is he yelling?
Yep.
My cat wants to say hello. You want to say hi? Hang on, let me pause my music so you guys can hear him. Hi, buddy. Hey, good boy. Being good? Hi, buddy. I gotta finish reviewing Dreamsnaps, okay? You're gonna have to be a good boy. Alrighty. Yeah, my cat, he gets very needy. He is a little obsessed with me. And sometimes Jordan just has to bring him in here or he's gonna throw a temper tantrum. So he's been meowing at my door for a while now. Alright. But yeah, very cool shot, Wag. Very cool shot. Okay, we got Dree GG next. Okay, we got a fun split shot. Very nice, very nice. Well, this is awesome. Very good rain features here on the right-hand side. You know, we got the rainy day house here. Now, Dree, the one thing with the rainy day house, the nicest thing about this building is its rain effect where the blue water runs down the cups, but it has to be a bit closer for that effect to activate. So I would probably play this house a bit closer, which would require you to rebuild some things. And if you're gonna use two memories, I would, like, you know, the happy memory and the sad memory. It's gonna be tricky, because I think the key to that is balance. Like when I built this one, we have a tiny bit of space between the edge of the frame and this memory, and a tiny bit of space between the edge of the frame and this memory. But I kind of built the entire scene around those two. So it may be worth it to bring this memory a little bit further left, so we could see the sad memory just as clearly as we can see the joyful one. The other thing is, these memory viewers don't work well with silhouettes behind them, because, you know, we can't see the top of Scar's head here, and the whole scene kind of gets erased as it gets lower, because that light bleeds into them, unfortunately. They're not coded to work well with lights behind them. So, you know, what you could do is you could bring the memory a little bit more left, change the position of the house to where the house is kind of behind the memory, and then lean into the silhouette and clouds on the right-hand side. Joy side is perfect, though. The only thing that I think that would make the Joy side even better is to be very clear and distinct with the sunny weather on the Joy side by using the sun motif. I think that's going to be a very strong play this week. And, you know, we've seen it in a lot of other snaps that embody a sunny day weather effect. Just because, you know, that sunny weather, it's clearly sunny weather because we have a lot of great light coming in. But you can kind of double down on that by finding a way to use this motif. Even if you have to open up a little bit of sky, I think it's worth it. But the trick there is you would probably have to move a lot of this stuff back. So you don't have to feel like you absolutely have to do that. Very good job on the split here, too. Kind of going right down the middle of the scene, breaking it up very well. And, you know, Sadness being her tiny little self, having her close up in the frame is great. But yeah, overall, solid split scene. I think this definitely has the potential to do well, even if you don't make those changes. But I think if you were able to balance this a little bit more to where, you know, these memories are about the same exact distance from the edge of the frame, and you strike that perfect balance. Voters do love symmetry and balance. Your photo doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical, but having that same weight on each side, I think, can be really beneficial. But yeah, I love how heavy the rain is over here. I And very, very good scene for Joy. Tigger is perfect for this too. Great outfit on the avatar. Overall, very solid build. Very solid build. Scuttle is next. First shot is currently submitted. I will have sometime Monday night for changes if needed. Appreciate the help. Okay. Oh, we got another split shot. Oh, this one is really good too. Okay. Yeah, I like the one of Joy holding the memory. I can see why you'd have that one submitted. Or at least the one of her holding it up, I mean. Yeah, that's such a good Joy shot. Especially with the Dreamlight Valley logo down here, too. And I like the clay-baked path, or the sun-baked path. I talked about this earlier when we came across another snap. I forget what path they were using, but I recommended this because it just has great color. Great shot of sadness, too. Like, actually getting her kind of whining here. Very fun. And you got, you know, this is kind of what I was recommending for this scene. You know how we don't have the water effect on the house? It has to be a little closer. And with how you have yours, you know, you got the water effect coming down the cups here. Good lightning, good raindrops coming down. So yeah, the sadness side is feeling really good. And you have the little Mickey cloud right here. I think that's going to be very, you know, like minuscule though. Like you don't really need the Mickey cloud. I think the sun would be more important. So I would almost say, but you know, you have a really good scenes of the villagers, so you don't really have to worry about it. I think with how well the villagers are captured, you could just keep this as it is. But if you did want to do anything else, you know, just like I've recommended to a lot of people today, when you're showcasing a sad rainy day and then having a built-in sunny day, this motif I think is like one of the best things in the game to use for your sunny day build, because nothing says sunny day quite like the sun itself. And opening up a little bit of space in your sky, you know, when we see all these clouds over here, but then we look to the right and we see the sun beaming light into the scene, I think it really sells the sunny day concept versus the rainy day concept. So that's really the only recommendation I would have for you. Everything is just very balanced. Everything looks really good. And even if you don't make any changes here, I feel like this will very likely get 4K. You know, very fun build. Very fun build. Kimberly is next. Another split scene. I'm loving all these, guys. I'm loving these. Two distinctly different paths. Very nice. So you got like the orange and white. And then we have like the green and white over here. Close enough to the house to get some of those rain effects to activate. You have the sense of self lamp. Good silhouette scene behind that. Some purple bushes. Some blue flowers. Then over here we have pink. You know, the yellow speckle pack works really good for Joy. A really good pose for Joy here. A little sad away from sadness. And you dropped actual memories into your shot. Very nice. Very nice. I've been talking about that a lot today. We don't have, like, blue memory orbs in the game unless we drop them from our pocket, so that's great. Also, the little toys over here I think are really cute. Same thing for you, you know, for the Joy scene. The one thing I think that would make this even more impactful, again, would be that sun motif. I think it's just a perfect approach for this week, especially if you're doing a split scene, you know, having that clear and distinct rainy, harsh, sad day versus the bright and sunny day with the sun beaming down is very fun, especially when combined with like the rainbows. And then you also have the inside out sense of self lamps. The only thing I would recommend with the sense of self lamps is to try to balance them a little bit more. You would likely have to tilt your camera a little bit more left. But you see how this one on the right, you have a wider gap between this one versus this one. Like this one's right up against the frame, and this one has a bit of space. If you were able to turn your camera just a little bit to where they have the exact same space from the frame, the shot would feel very, very balanced. Now, tilting may cause your split scene to come off a little bit, but if you just move a couple things around, that should fix it. But I would try to have these an exact equal distance away from the frame, since these are kind of your, like, pole points, you know. It's kind of like when I was talking about the split scene that I've been using for reference here, how I have the exact same amount of space between the memory displays. And I have the exact same amount of space between the sense of self lamps. So there's a lot of balance. And I think that's one of the only things here is I would get a little bit more of a balance on these two lamps. And I would consider opening up the sky a little bit to get, even if you have to move some of these trees further back to open up the sky, getting that sun beaming in could be really fun. But yeah, looking good. Great split shot. Nightfall is next. I'm not good at doing monochromatic snap, so not sure if this one is 4K achievable. I use your YouTube idea since I'm not feeling too attached to this theme. Any suggestions? Thank you so much for your analysis. Well, looking very good. This is a great sadness build so far. Now, one thing with the YouTube build, it doesn't look like you have much light coming in here. And that's a big part of performing well in votes, is making sure your scene is well lit. Night scene, day scene, it doesn't matter. You need it to be well lit. So for this sadness build, right, the sun is right behind the camera. And what's fun about that is with these new rain clouds, we can have that beautiful sunset time of day lighting our scene and still have a rainy day. So the lighting here is very strong and voters eat that up. But we still want it to feel like a rainy day. So what we can do here is pull back the color temperature to make it more blue and then boost the highlight. And these are all things I talked about in the video. So now we have really strong lighting. We have a very blue scene, and we have a convincing rainy day. So the lighting here is very strong, and that's the only thing I'm really concerned with your photo. You know, it's a rainy day, so, you know, I understand it being a little dark and dreary, but it still needs to be appealing to voters, and it still needs to pop. It still needs to stand out, right? So that's still going to be pretty important. So I'm not sure where your sun is or how you're lighting your scene, but I would try to get some light into this and then adjust your filter. Just like I showed, where you can take color temperature and roll it back to -30 and then boost highlight to 1.0. Then you're going to get really good lighting, but a blue filter over the shot, which is going to make the whole thing feel more blue. But look at how well lit my avatar is. How well lit the trees are. The blues are really popping. And you could do the same here if we set up the lighting properly. But it's going to depend heavily on like where your sun is. It looks like it might be off and to the right. Which, again, you know, keep in mind for next time, Nightfall, because I talk about this every single week. You want the sun to be behind the camera. Unless you're capturing a sunset or you're capturing that gold and purple sky. Otherwise, you always want the sun behind the camera. But you have to set that up before you do your build. Before you build your scene. Because you can't force the sun to be where you need it to be. You got to build around it. So before you start building, you're going to want to set your time of day to sunset. Go to your floating island. Look at where the sun is setting. And then start building your scene. And then you can change your time of day. Because the sun will still be behind the camera if you switch to daytime lighting. And if you switch to nighttime lighting, it won't matter. So you'll be set up to use all the different types of lighting if you build around the sun from the jump. So the main thing this needs is light coming down onto the front here. Because then we could add the blue filter and we could boost the highlight. But it's not going to work as well here. Because we don't have good lighting coming into the scene. I can see that the left side of this building is lit up. Or sorry, the right side. So the entire right side of the Inside Out headquarters is being blasted with light, which means your sun is off somewhere to the right. So it's not behind the camera. We can also tell that from the trees. You know, this side of the tree is dark, this side of the tree is lit up. So the right side of the tree, once again, is lit up. So your sun is off to the right. Again, the placement of the sun and how you light your photo is a huge part of getting 4K. You'll notice that the people that I review that like just almost never fail to get 4K. Like, if ever. Like, for example, Beyblade, or Dree, or some of the others. You'll notice they always have the sun behind the camera. I do too. So many people that get 4K every single week are using this approach. Week after week after week. Notice how all these shadows are going back. Notice how everything is well lit. Even in a rainy day photo, and I mentioned that in the video too, that now that we have these rain clouds, the biggest benefit of these is that you can have a rainy day while making use of the optimal lighting. And if you have that optimal lighting, you can add the blue filter and make it feel even more like a rainy day without losing your color and your beauty, because that's a key to getting 4K. So I'm really hoping next week, you know, and maybe you can change it this week. It just depends. You got to build around the sun from the jump. You can't really change it later unless you were just lucky and you can line this up with the sun. But right now it's off to the right, so it's not very likely. So you're not going to have the best lighting in this, and we could add more of a blue effect. Hopefully it won't matter, you know. Ultimately, it just kind of comes down to what you pop up against. But again, I cannot stress enough just how much of a role that plays. Sun behind the camera, sun behind the camera, sun behind the camera, behind the camera, behind the camera, behind the camera, moon, behind the camera, behind the camera, behind the camera, behind the camera. Yep, 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 yep. Inside. Yep. Moon. Yep, 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 yep. Moon. Yep. Moon. Yep. Yep. You get the idea. These shots I'm showing you are 4K snaps, you know. That lighting plays a huge role in that. I just want you to know how important that is. So, overall, good scene build. You know, you got some good memories back here. Good shot of sadness. Lots of blue items. Good composition. Good inside-out feel, too, with the sense of self-lamp. And we can kind of see the headquarters here. So, overall, you know, pretty solid build. Pretty solid build. But, you know, lighting is something you want to be very conscious of. So, hopefully, you know, in your future snaps, again, even if you don't use the sunset lighting, if you build your scene facing that sun, you can always change to any time of day, but you'll always be able to fall back on optimal lighting if you need to. That's why you want to build with that in mind every week. But overall, you know, pretty good build, pretty good build. Jesse Joyce is next. This week's theme was a struggle for me, creative-wise. I attempted a few ideas, but this one gave me the most creative freedom, and I'm open to advice to make this 4K worthy. All right, so the theme this week is weather-related, so not just inside out, and that's one thing I think you need to build on here. I've seen a lot of snaps like this online, and I've seen a lot of people in the comments being like, that's not on theme. Even though sunny day is weather, you know, like this is weather, so they're incorrect, but they want that weather to be extremely clear. So, you know, this feels more like an inside-out theme and less like an inside-out weather theme. So you can't leave out that weather concept. So for sunny days, the best way to really play up the weather of a sunny day is by using things like rainbows. And, of course, as we've discussed, showing this little sun motif to show the gleaming sun in your backdrop to really highlight the fact that the weather here is bright and sunny. So the light alone isn't quite enough if you want to be very on theme. So when I look at this snap, right, like, what is there to indicate to me that this is about weather? Because as we just showed, almost every snap I take outdoors has sunny weather. So what's the indicator here that your snap has anything to do with weather? Because we always take snaps with the sunny weather. So what's, you know, what is there to really indicate that or communicate that? So in your case, adding that sunny motif and maybe adding a little rainbow, you know, that's going to be a really good way to build up on the sunny day. The other thing is with the Imagination Land banner, this is a very large item to slap right at the front of your scene. It covers pretty much your whole photo. I get the idea that's like a doorway to Imagination Land. We have some items back here. But this doesn't usually go over too well with voters. When building your scene, when constructing your scene, there are a few steps I always consider, and you'll see these same steps and approaches being used by people that perform very well. You know, if we go back to Beyblade here, I can start with them. Every photo, because they have a similar build to you. They have Imagination Land back here, right? And they have inside-out characters. So, photo composition is huge. And at the end of the day, every Dreamsnap challenge is a photo challenge. When building your photo, every photo needs these 3 elements: foreground, midground, and background. And they need to be layered properly. So the foreground is going to be stuff right at the front of the scene. Your avatar, sometimes villagers, and then small items that you can see over, because we want to see the midground and we want to see the background. So our small items here would be sadness, the raccoon, the memory orbs, the tissues, parts of the pillow fort, bing bong, and joy. So this is all our foreground here. Now, our midground is going to be some of the larger items, like this Pixar ball, the backside of the pillow fort, this monster back here. You know, that stuff is all about the same height. We can see past that. And then we get into the background, which is your biggest items. So the Imagination Land banner, that thing is huge. That is a background item. The memory display walls are background items. The Adventurers Out There balloon baskets are background items. The rainbow, background. Sometimes the rainbow can be foreground because you can see through it. And then the Inside Out headquarters is also background, and as are the trees. So you want to always structure your snaps this way. You don't have to do this to get 4K. It's just far more consistent because it's a very natural composition for photography. A lot of photographies have this element. Even like nature photography, they'll usually have like, you know, if they're taking a picture through some trees and they're intentionally designing it, they'll have like a little branch or a leaf come through in the foreground, and then you have the animal in the midground, like grazing in a field, and then behind that, in the background, there's some trees, right? You still have those same elements. And again, you'll see these elements in all of my photos. So in the foreground here, we have like a log and a rock and some flowers. Midground here, we have the canoe, the water, and the blossom tree. And the background is made up of trees and the aurora. You know, we see the same thing here. Foreground is the gooseberry, this snail. Midground is this fairy furniture. Background is all these large plants and the giant butterfly. But when you stick a very large item right in your foreground or midground, this doesn't do well with voters. It usually does not. Now, if you pop up against random selfies and quest photos, this can still get 4K because you do have Inside Out present. But the biggest struggles for this would be the composition. So the Imagination Land, that is more of a background item. It doesn't add much beauty factor. It just kind of overwhelms the whole photo. The other issue is that this is not just an Inside Out challenge. It's Inside Out weather. So weather has to play a role. Now again, sunny days are weather, but what have you done specifically in this theme to showcase the weather? Like, what have you added to the scene specifically for weather? Because I don't really see anything. You're using the sunny time of day, but you haven't really done anything to really drive home the weather factor. So the sun motif that we got from the STARPATH, very good item to use. And rainbows, you know, to indicate that rain has stopped. And now we have a rainbow popping up. You see that in a lot of other snaps. Also, it looks like you're doing a joy build, but you didn't bother interacting with your sense of self lamps at all. You can change these to yellow if you want to do a joy build. Like, you're wearing the joy outfit and you have joy with you. There's no sadness at all, but you have the sadness sense of self. You know, attention to detail like that is very important. So there's a lot of items you can interact with, which are going to improve your snap. Lastly, if you are not really sure about what ideas you can do, I take my entire day on Thursday to make a video for you. Every Thursday. So if you're feeling stuck with the challenge and you're not sure what direction to go into, I'm literally dedicating an entire day just for that. So on Thursday, check out the video. I always have prime examples of like what you can do. You know, we have a split scene example, and if you don't want to do the split scene, you could just do the sunny day side, because we talked about that. There's rainy day builds you can do if you have some of the new rain stuff, or even if you don't, you know, you could do things like anger. There's a lot of different options this week, and that's why I cover them in the videos. So if you want to come into these reviews having more of an idea about what you can make, you'll learn more in the reviews if you check out those videos first. And that's not just me plugging my videos, that's me genuinely trying to help you find more direction in your submissions. All right, next up we have Uncle Rod. Hello, Sabine. Not a lot of time to put this, put into this as I'm not feeling great. Oh no, well I hope you feel better, Uncle Rod. I'm sorry to hear that. I really wanted to go with fear, but now I'm not sure how I feel about it. Dead Sadness is a backup if fear fails. Okay. Oh, very cool fear build. I really like this. This is actually the best fear build I've seen. This is really fun. And then you also have the sadness build. This one's cute, but you would definitely want more rain on the left-hand side as well, and some rain in front of you just to really drive home the rainy day feel. But let's not even worry about this one. I really think you should go with this one. Now, this would be risky if you didn't have this item right here. Having the sense of self set to fear and clearly present in your scene is really going to drive your concept here. Having Jack, you know, kind of scaring you. And then the thorns and the little purple amethyst like hanging up here for more purple. We have a little purple plant, purple Venus flytrap. The only thing I recommend adding to this, I also love the fog. The fact that you're using the heat vents to put a fog on the bottom of this is so cool. This is kind of the same situation, you know, we talked about with Alex, who had a super cool concept but wasn't sure about it because it's, you know, not quite what everybody else is doing. But when you make a snap this cool and this unique, I think you should go for it. And if you don't get 4K, you should still be very, very proud of what you did. The only thing I would recommend kind of changing here is getting a bit more purple into the scene. Like, I like the purple amethyst here. But, you know, if you have those, I don't know if they came back to the, if you have them from the shop, and I know they didn't come back this week, unfortunately, but there are the inside out memory orbs, and we do have a purple one. So these could be really, really good for you to use here. Adding some of these purple, you know, fear memories into your fear build are going to be really, really fun. They're going to play up that fear concept. And, you know, you already have the sense of self lamp. You could always add like another one in the background, maybe put a bush in front of it so it's popping up in the back a little bit. And another thing that could work really well for a fear build is the hyena den. Of course, I still have Inside Out. So having this in your background with the creepy piercing eyes, it's a great background element. And also for more purple elements, you know, keep in mind there's things like the ancient lampposts, and these come with a purple glow. So having some of these tucked back in your forest just for a bit more purple, I definitely think you should take that direction. I also love how you're playing up Fear's outfit here. You know, going with the suit and the purple skin. Since we don't have Fear as a character in the game, like, you know, kind of cosplaying them is a great way to build on that. And then having this sense of self-lamp here is another great way to build on that. But yeah, you know, just having a few of those ancient purple lampposts in the back potentially, or some of those purple memories hanging around on the ground in the fog, would add more purple to this, and I think make it even stronger. But I definitely think you should go with this. I really like this. This, like I said, this is the best fear one I've seen, and I think players are going to love seeing things outside of joy and sadness, because that's most of what we're going to see. We're going to see joy, we're going to see sadness, we're going to see a little bit of anger, and then we're going to see a lot of split scenes. So going with anxiety or fear is outside of the box, but it's so much fun, and this is the best fear snap I've seen, so I really like this. All right, we got Chica. Chica has an anger build. Okay, let's close that. So first off, Chica, I would wear a different outfit. You do have some red on you here, but it's mostly black. I would try to have a little bit more red here. There's some other dresses and other things you can use that are going to showcase more red. Also, you know, you can, if you don't have some of those dresses, you can always make an outfit out of different components. But I would, you know, you can either cosplay Anger, because there's great items for that, or you can dress heavily in red, but this is very minimal in red, so I would be careful there. Now, Hades and Maleficent, really good for, you know, anger, because they're not the best at controlling their anger. Donald is also really good if you can get him throwing a temper tantrum. But all the gray, I don't think is the best here. You know, you want it to be thematically angry, so you want to really play up the reds. If you watch my YouTube video when I was talking about anger builds, there's a reason why I stuck to red brick buildings. That's why I was like, oh yeah, you know, Tony's restaurant is perfect for the foreground here, because it's a deep red with a red window. And then we're using the Glamour Gulch buildings with red roofs, and then we have another red brick building here. So the challenge description said to make it emotionally thematic. So in inside out terms, the emotion is going to be heavily tied to a specific color, and you want your photo to be heavily comprised of that color. It's going to resonate more with voters that way, especially voters that have seen Inside Out. So you have some red at the top, you have a little bit of red in your hair, tiny bit of red on your outfit, and then we have some magma. But there's a lot of black, there's a lot of gray. There's more black in this snap than there is red, and I think that's an issue. There's more black on your outfit, we have all the black on the ground, we have all the black on Maleficent, all the black on Hades, and then all the gray back here. So the red is mostly from the trees and from some parts of your look, and then from some of these orbs. So if you were, you know, to take a different approach other than these castle walls, I think you could play up red a lot more. And there are two really good options for you. And I can kind of show you both. So if we go back to another anger snap, one way you could really play up the red, and look at all the red here, you know, that's why I didn't say this Dream Snap had that problem, because it's very clear that it doesn't. We have a lot of red color on the avatar herself. We have a pure red dress. And then we have the red trees in the back, but she's using all of these new volcano pieces, so she's really playing up the magma. This looks a lot better than those dull gray walls. This is going to be a much better option, you know, than just having the gray walls there. And then there's a nice yellow silhouette in the backdrop. There's the Inside Out headquarters back here. And then she also has some lighting, because the lightning, you definitely want to play up weather one way or another, because weather is a big part of this challenge. So if you're going to do an anger build, you know, really doubling down on the lightning, this is another great example. So look at the red back here. Now this is your other option. Instead of doing big volcanoes on both sides, you can do a city on fire type of build. You can use Tony's restaurant, which we got from the last StarPath. You can use Mike and Sully's house, both red brick buildings, giving more red to the photo. Red outfit, red villain. And now we add a lot of lightning, because this is also a weather challenge. And things that get struck by lightning will commonly catch on fire. So it's going to work well with the anger concept. Now, regardless of which one of these you choose, whether it's going in a city on fire direction or a volcanic direction, both are going to be a lot better than having all this gray and all this black. You know, I feel like this is going to have a hard time competing with the Joy and Sadness builds that are heavily their color schemes. And also a hard time competing with some of the other anger builds. Now, in addition to that, you're already at a little bit of a disadvantage this week if you're doing anger, because there's no villager for anger. So it's kind of like, you know, with this one, the reason I praised this so much was because even though we don't have fear as a character, they brought the Inside Out vibes into the build. We have the Sense of Self lamp right here, set to purple, and they're cosplaying fear. So they didn't need a villager, they are fear. And then we have the Sense of Self lamp here. Now, I did recommend adding some of the purple orbs to it if they have them. I don't know if they have them or not. So what can you do to make this more inside out? Well, you have the red memory orbs, which is good, but there's no sense of self lamp. And like we saw with Jedi's fire photo, you can also include the inside out headquarters. But you need weather and you need inside out. So I don't think these 4 red orbs are necessarily enough inside out compared to some of the other photos you'll be up against. And I would definitely recommend highlighting weather in some way here. If you want it to be sunny weather, you can open up the sky a little bit and you can put that sun motif in your scene. So there's a little sun motif, could be really good. And your alternative to that would be to add lightning. So either sun motif to really make use of the sun, or lightning to really make use of, a raging storm. And by raging, I mean you're playing up anger, but you have some lightning there to bring in that weather concept. Either way, there's not really much red in this shot, aside from the trees, and that kind of concerns me because you're going to be up against a lot of very emotionally thematic pictures. And the gray walls, I would, in most cases, unless it's a challenge about castles or knights, I would avoid using a lot of gray. If you look through my submissions, you'll see that gray and white are kind of the rarest things for me to play up abundantly. And that's because the average voter tends to be very drawn to well-lit, bright, vivid photos with good color diversity. And sometimes you can't do color diversity. Like this week, you're kind of doing something more color themed. But you still want to make sure that you're playing up those colors more than everything else. So you don't want a ton of gray. You want to really play up the reds. That's why when I did my video on the Inside Out challenge, I talked about Tony's restaurant being so good. I talked about the big volcanoes being so good. I talked about Mike and Sully's apartment and all these other items. And since they're not here in yours and they've kind of been replaced with this gray brick, it's just not as thematic as some of the other shots. It's not bad by any means. It can definitely get 4K if it pops up against the right things, but you could make this far more competitive. If you don't have time to change it this week, you can always keep that in mind for next time for sure. But either way, one thing I would highly recommend here is definitely driving up the inside-out factor. Either dress more red or potentially cosplay Anger himself to bring in that inside-out feel. Definitely consider adding the sense of self lamp to bring in that inside-out feel. And even consider adding the inside-out headquarters. The other thing you really should consider is weather. So again, the title is huge. Inside-out weather. So we got to have a good inside-out feel if we want to be competitive. And we got to have some very distinct weather if we want to be competitive. All right. Dreamy Dewdrop. I think I featured this one on my thumbnail today, Dreamy Dewdrop. I really like this shot. Actually, I might end up throwing mine up there. I can't remember. I know what it was. I shared it on Facebook. I shared your snap on Facebook today. Very good build here. Very good build. So I decided to attempt my first ever split shot with the help of your video this week. Very nice, Dreamy. So happy to see the video was helpful for you. For this being your first split shot, you did a fantastic job. It's very well divided. The avatar splits it perfectly down the middle. The background is sealed off very well on both sides. They both feel very distinctly different. So very great job here. I like the blue rugs here too. Very fun, very fun. I know for a fact there's tweaking that could be made, but I'm pretty happy since I've never done a shot like this before. I'd love to hear your advice. Appreciate you so much for taking the time to do these reviews. Also, I didn't realize I don't have the Mufasa memory at the moment. The circulars one I'll have to do. Oh, that's fine. It doesn't have to be the Mufasa one. That's just a good example, like the sad Mufasa. But I do really like this one. That's a great memory. And a great memory over here on the other side. So good choices overall. Good choices. Now, one thing I discussed earlier, this is going to be a bit more technical and a bit more tricky, so you don't have to do it this week. But when setting up a split scene kind of memory build like this, if you're using similar elements on both sides, like we have a memory viewer here and a memory viewer here, I highly recommend getting them very balanced. So you see how this one has a tiny bit of space between the frame and the memory, and then this one is the same amount of space. And if we zoom out, they're perfectly balanced from one side of the scene to the other, right? I really recommend doing kind of the same thing here, which I don't know if you'll be able to do that this week. It depends on how you've structured this. It might be really hard to move them around, might require you to change too much. So you don't have to feel like that's a must. You don't absolutely have to do that, so just keep that in mind. It's just something I would consider for future split shots. If you're using very similar items or the same item on both sides, having a very good balance to the usage of that can be very satisfying to voters. So just something worth considering. But yeah, great division on your scene. Now, the other thing is I would try to open up a little bit of space in your sky to have some open sky for your sun. When it comes to the sunny weather side, right? Like the rainy weather is super obvious. We got rain everywhere. There's lightning. It's all blue. Now here we have the sunny weather and we can see the sun motif, but it's kind of on top of these trees. You can get a more meaningful impact out of it if you put your trees a bit further back, so you have an open skyline, and then you put the motif at the top of your frame where half of it kind of goes out, and then you get those light reflections coming down through the sky. Now, you don't really get to see these light reflections or this aura around the sun if you have trees overlapping with it, but when you stick it up there by itself, it is very impactful to clearly be distinctive of rainy versus sunny. It really drives that home. So one thing I would recommend to tweak this is to, consider moving some of these background trees back just a little bit more so we can open up the sky. And you can always take this rainbow and move it a little bit more right if you have to, just to give that sun some breathing room. But getting that sun up into its own little nook and having those light flares shoot down, that's really going to sell this sunny day versus rainy day split. Great job with the pixie dust here. Great job with the sense of self lamps. Great job with the inside out vibes. We have bing bong, we have sadness, we have joy. I love the black snippets here, the storybook, the tissues, the memories. You absolutely knocked it out of the park. This is a great split scene. You should be very proud since this is your first split scene. And I'm glad you found the video helpful. I'm also glad you mentioned that because this is exactly what I'm kind of talking about when people give me submissions and they're like, I didn't really know what to do. I couldn't think of anything. And I'm like, I dedicate a whole day just for that, make use of these resources. If you want to get these reviews, you can be better prepared for them if you check out the video. If you don't have to watch them every week. Maybe you already got a great idea. Maybe you already know exactly what you want to do and you just want to get the review. That's fine. It's when people are like, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like I gave, I was up until 2 a.m. literally making 3 different scenes just for that. So I'm glad you went with the split scene and were able to learn how to do it from watching the video. You did an absolutely killer job on it. And hopefully this will convince more people that are not quite sure what direction to take to at least watch the video. And then they'll have some examples. And even if they don't choose those examples, maybe they'll get inspired for something else from the video. But thank you. Panda Pie is up next. All right, we got another split scene here. So we got these two here. My old submission wasn't good enough for me, and this is the new submission. I'm proud of this one. I don't know if anyone will get it, but let me know if you do. Old submission? All right, so we got a split scene here. So clouds on the side, sadness here, Avatar's the divider, and then we have a nice sunny day side. So a lot of things I discussed earlier, I did some tweaking. I'm happy with it, but would love any feedback. Yeah, let's look at the second one that you've already kind of adjusted. I think that's this one. Yeah, that's this one. So you kind of added more flowers. You brought in Merlin. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. So a few things. For split scenes, one thing that's going to be really important is to make sure they both feel like entirely separate environments. That's what gives them a better wow factor. That's what really blows the voter away. When they look at a split scene and it's clearly divided, like nothing on this side feels like this side. Like nothing. They're completely different environments. It feels like two different photos taken in different universes. Like, there's no way these two places meet in the middle, right? Because they're totally different. This one has blue floors and a blue background and rainy, cloudy skies. And this one has sunshine and green grass. Well, that's something you're definitely going to want to kind of... This can still get 4K, don't get me wrong. But you can be way more competitive with split scenes if you learn to be a bit more technical with them. And this was this player's first split screen, too. You know, the one I'm showing you right now from Dreamy Dewdrop, this was their first ever split scene. And they learned how to do this just from watching my Thursday video, because I talked about split scenes, and they did exactly what I had mentioned in the video, and look at how strong the split scene is. Now, where yours is different is it's not truly split. So we have the same grass on this side that we have on this side. The scene is not fully divided. We can see where the clouds end and where the trees begin. So it's built as if it wants to be a split scene, but it's not as competitive as a true split scene. Like, this is far more competitive. But you could get there for sure. Number one, you want to either have a hat or get closer to the camera because your avatar is the divider. So when you're using your avatar in the middle like this as a divider, having them a bit closer is going to help you, you know, again, perfect example. Clouds all on this side, sunshine on this side. You know, everything ends. Behind the avatars where everything ends. The other thing is, you know, you want to pave basically in a straight line behind you and cover everything on one side so the ground is completely different. The details on both sides look pretty good. You know, like the flowers, the beds. The sense of self lamps look good. The sad bedroom versus the happy bedroom. The memories, you know, all very good plays. But it could be more competitive if you were to pave, or change the texture of one side. Now, you can't pave where you have a lot of the plants. But you can still have plants in the foreground here and pave everything behind that, and then use other items like tissue boxes and memory orbs and other things for the rest of the scene. So there are ways to break that up. And then you also want to kind of clearly divide it. The other thing I recommend is, again, we want this to be very, very sunshine, right? This is the rainy side that's sad, and this is the sunshine side that's happy. You have the perfect space right here for that sun motif that I keep talking about. The aurora is beautiful, but it's not as important as the weather. And again, you're clearly doing a lot of work to make this side feel like rain and storms. But what are we doing on this side to make it feel sunny, aside from just using the sunlight time of day? Like, what have we added specifically to, like, build up on that sunshine? The sun motif up here, right in that open pocket, would be perfect. So I would definitely add that sun motif up here, especially with your eyes going in that direction. That's going to be really good. So we want to really embody more of the sunshine weather on this side. And if you want to be more competitive with future split snaps, you don't want the same elements on both sides. So, you know, all of that was covered in the Thursday video. You can do them this way if you want. I'm just, you know, letting you know that there's a more competitive approach that we see with a lot of the high-end split snaps. And then you also want them to be clearly divided. The last thing I'll mention is I would do an outfit that is either inside-out themed or somehow weather themed or themed to the emotions you're representing. For example, this player is wearing Joy's Friendship Quest reward, right? This player is wearing red for an anger outfit. This player is cosplaying Fear. This player is wearing the Joy outfit. This player is wearing the Sadness overalls. Pretty much every single player. This one's dressed for weather with an outfit that is yellow and blue to match both Sadness and Joy. Again, Joy's friendship reward. Sadness and Joy outfit. Rainy day outfit. Rainy day outfit. Riley cosplay. Anger outfit. Sadness outfit. Sad outfit. So every person is dressing for their emotion. And remember, emotions in the Inside Out verse are very color-based. You're one of the only submissions I've seen where the outfit doesn't really have anything to do with weather, and it doesn't really have anything to do with Inside Out or emotions. Like, there's not really a pink emotion. Maybe you're trying to cosplay as Love, who's not really part of the verse, but that's going to be really hard for voters to guess. And I would not take that direction. I would go with, in this case, if you're going to do a Joy/Sadness outfit, Joy's friendship quest reward is yellow, green, and blue. The same 3 colors you're primarily using in this scene is going to make a lot more sense. So I would definitely go more thematic with the actual emotions you're expressing. You know, maybe if you want to do Love, you could always make the entire scene about that. But since you have a split scene with Joy and Sadness, I think it would be better to embody that. And the only thing that's really giving Love here would be like the hard eyes that we can barely see, and then the fact that we have pink in the outfit here. I think it would be better to dress for the weather or dress for Inside Out specifically. I think that's going to be the safer bet. But ultimately, it's up to you what you decide to wear. Sabelina is next. Another very good split scene. Well done, well done. Look at that. Split right down the middle. Character is a great divider here. The outfit is perfectly balanced for Joy and Sadness. I was just talking about this. Notice how the outfit is made for rainy weather, and we have rain here. And the outfit is yellow for Joy and blue for Sadness. That's why they put this in the shop this week. It's a great outfit if you're doing both characters. Notice how nothing on the left is as it is on the right. The grass is the same color, but they switch pathing completely. So this one, they have sandstone path. This one, they have blue zircon. And they've covered the area with flowers, like a field of flowers, to kind of hide that green grass. But yeah, everything is very distinct. It's split right down the middle. The trees are different. I like how much rain you got captured over here. I think you got some clouds at the top of your scene. Very good shot of Joy here coming down the path, too. That looks really cute. I also love that you have a yellow bunny rabbit and a blue bunny rabbit. The challenge did mention using effects, pets, decor, and you're using all of that, even the pets. So great job there. I think this is a beautiful split scene. This one's very competitive. You got it split right down the middle. The two scenes feel like they're in completely different universes. The only similarity between them would be, you know, kind of the ground texture, but thankfully you've buried a ton of that behind these flowers here. I also like the fact that you put street lights, one far on the left and one far on the right, but just far enough away to where we can still get a nice silhouette on each side. I saw another snap earlier that did the same, but they had way too many close in, and it made the whole side of their shot like kind of hard to view. This one's very tasteful with the distance. And you have a different version. Let's see, you had 2 options. So you have this one and one with Joy waving, but Sadness is a bit further away. I kind of like the first. I mean, honestly, these would probably rank about the same, but the only downside to this one is Sadness is really tiny, so I think having her closer in is great. I would definitely go with this one, especially with her right by the bunny. So I like this one more, despite the fact that Joy's not waving. But if you could get Joy to come down a bit and wave and still get Sadness like this next to the bunny, I would go for it. But right now, I think this is the stronger of the two. Very well done, Sabelina. Very well done. Crafty Joe. We got option 1 here. Option 2. Looks like on the second one, you have a bit more of a blue filter on there. Also, I think you changed the time of day. Captures the weather well. And you've also created a pretty good outfit for Sadness. A lot of blue. The blue lip, blue headphones. Features Sadness well in the shot, having her a bit closer up. Now, the downside with this shot is something I've talked about before. I really try to stay away from using a lot of gray. Now, for a Sadness build, you may feel like you kind of have to because it's gray and dreary. But I would just avoid the light gray. I think dark gray would communicate the stormy weather a bit more. So instead of the natural stony path, I think a much better option would be this dark gray path here. It's going to feel better for, like, you know, the darker weather. And it's not as pale and boring as this gray. You already have a lot of white on the buildings in the back. So all this white, all this gray, it's going to make it hard for you to contend with some of these other snaps that are really vivid and are really playing up some really fun, bold colors, you know? Like, even with all the advice I gave this one, there's still a great chance this one will get 4K because it's colorful, it's bright, it's sparkly, it's what a lot of voters like. This one especially, I think, will have a very high chance of getting 4K. And there's so many, not just the split shots, but there's so many snaps out there like this. I mean, even a lot of the rainy snaps are going to be very vivid in terms of color and lighting. So, like, this one has a lot of bold blues, and they're playing with a lot of light sources, a lot of effects. They've got great character lighting. And they're a lot closer to the camera than you are. So they're taking up more, they have more of a stage presence. So in your scene here, we have like all the white on the seaside buildings. We have the pale stone of the stone fence and the marble bench. And then we have this light gray. And then we're using the midday lighting instead of the sunset lighting. So sunset lighting could make this scene feel way more saturated and way more vibrant, but still sad, because you can add the blue color texture to that and then boost highlight. I would pull it up and do it as an example, but I've already shown that tons of times today, and I actually went over this in my Thursday video. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, you can check out my guide for this video, and then you can try that for your resubmission. But in order to do that, your sun is going to have to set behind the camera. And if you didn't build this facing the sunset, then it's not going to work. But it would be very nice to get that beautiful sunset lighting in here. Because then you can add the blue color filter, and then you can boost highlight to get rid of the darkness that brings. The other thing I would consider is getting a bit closer to the camera. As for the poses, this one you're kind of smirking. You don't really look sad. This one I think feels a bit more natural. And I don't know if you have any umbrellas, but I feel like that would be a lot better than the hand on hip pose in this case. You want your pose to be, you know, to tell a story or to have a specific reason. When you do a split scene, a lot of the times you have to use a very balanced pose, one of the default poses, because you need to be right in the middle, and a lot of poses cause you to shift. But when you're in the open like this and you have all this room, there's so many poses you could do to communicate the theme. We saw a lot of people today that had done, you know, really creative things, like actually crying. It's going to be so hard to compete with this if you're just standing there with your hand on your hip. But there's people in the rain holding umbrellas. There's people actually crying. And there's people comforting sadness. Like this. We've seen it all. That's how you be competitive. That's how you consistently get 4K. You put a lot of thought into your pose, a lot of reason. You tell a story. Now, a snap like this can get 4K, but what I'm talking about is being very consistently in the top 2 to 4% of all players. If every week you're finding a creative way to tell a story or structure your snap, and you're prioritizing beauty and prioritizing what the voters love to see, you're going to very consistently perform well. So again, as I mentioned quite frequently, Voters love vivid snaps. That doesn't mean they can't be dark. They just need to have bold colors. Like this. This is not bright and sunshine and rainbows happy, but it is very vivid. It's very bold. It's got great character lighting. It's got great presence. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Notice all the effects. The challenge description said, let's go back. Bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick. So, what effects? Like here, the effects are the inside out sense of self projector. There's the storyteller lamps, which I know everybody has because we just got on with Pocahontas. There's the lightning. There's this glowing mushroom. And then there's the fact that they changed their avatar skin to blue, really dialed up the blues everywhere. So loads of blue. And then they put a blue filter over their shot to make it even more blue, which again is something I talked about in the Thursday video, which is why watching those videos is really important if you plan on participating in the Dreamsnap review process. Because you're going to get some great ideas. And if you do those ideas, I don't have to tell you about them at this stage. We can focus on other things. But I only get so much time to spend on each snap. So unfortunately, I have to kind of get hung up on talking about making the snap more blue, where we could have been working more on the composition of this snap. So in future weeks, I would definitely kind of prioritize a lot of the stuff we talk about in the video. So adding the blue filter, using the sunset time of day with the clouds to get ideal color and saturation. And then also effects. The challenge mentioned effects. In the video, I talked about several really strong effect items you can use this week. The sense of self lamp, the storyteller's fire because it can turn blue, and many other items. And you don't really have any effects here except for like a couple of lightning bolts when you could have done so much. Not to mention you have blue lights in your photo, right? Blue street light here. You have these blue pillars that glow, but you have these blue eggs, right? But you're in the middle of the day. Those items don't turn on. You got to be at sunset for that. So you're using these items that would add an amazing feature to your photo, but you're not using the items. Do you see what I mean? So if you're going to put blue lights in your photo, what's the point of putting them there if you're not going to have them on at all? That's why you want to build at sunset. If you build at sunset with your build facing the sun, your lights are going to activate. You're going to have access to silhouettes. These pillars are going to glow. You're actually going to have effects in your snap. And, you know, if you check out the Thursday video, I'm going to cover all that. So if you check out the video, then you would have been able to add a blue filter to this, boost highlight. You would have the good lighting. And you would have these effects active in your scene. But since you didn't do that, that's what we have to talk about. Because there's other things I would like to cover here, but I have so many other snaps to review. So if you want to make more progress with your snaps, definitely consider, you know, taking the tips from the videos and the reviews. It's going to be way more efficient for you. Overall, not a bad snap, though. You're on theme. Your outfit is on theme. It could be so much more competitive, though, and judging by how you created this build, I know you have the potential to do even better than this. So I would love to see you apply yourself and kind of learning some of these other approaches, and the videos would be a great place to start. You might get 4K for this, just depends on what you pop up against. There's some real strong competition out there, but also some not so real strong competition. So if you pop up against the right things, you might be totally fine. I have one that's not a selfie as well, but submitted this one so far. Well, Janet, I am not too big on selfie submissions. Now, I did see a really good one from my friend Mama Dukes not too long ago, but it was very on theme, so I actually really liked it. But it's really hard to make a super strong selfie submission. They're actually really rare. Most of the time, selfies just don't perform well. It should kind of be a red flag to you, Janet, that we've reviewed... Over the past 3 weeks, I reviewed about 250 Dream Snaps, and not a single one was a selfie. Why do you think that is? why do you think out of the past nearly 300 snaps we reviewed, none were selfies? Because they're not very popular for Dream Snaps. They're not a good direction. So, aside from the fact that you have a selfie here, good makeup choice. You know, you have some joy themed with the makeup here. But the challenge is inside out weather. So you want to dress for either inside out or weather or both. But you're dressed as Tinkerbell. You know, you have fairy wings and like a green top. The outfit doesn't feel like it has anything to do with the challenge. Bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, and effects to make an emotionally thematic pick. But your outfit doesn't really have much to do with the scene. Now, for a selfie, I've seen worse. So this isn't like a total flop. You actually took the time to put joy in your photo, which is on theme, and you actually featured the sense of self lamp. So good job there, bringing in some of those inside-out themes. But that's it. That's the only inside-out element in the entire photo, and it's an inside-out challenge. And you have two very tiny things. Now, we're supposed to kind of build up the theme of joy here. And yellow is tied with joy. You do have some yellow. You have a yellow tree. You have like a yellow roof here. There's a yellow item here. But you have just as much other colors. You know, there's just as much brown. There's just as much green. And it's just, it's going to be viewed as a little off theme for a lot of people. So, number one, avoid selfies. Unless you are really good at snaps, you need to start with portrait mode. That's where you need to start. Again, 300 plus snaps reviewed in the past few weeks. Not a single one was a selfie. That's a red flag. That should tell, you know, if you've been watching the stream all day, the fact that you've seen no selfies, you should be like, uh-oh, hang on. Do people not like these? Yes, that's correct. People get pretty mad about seeing selfies because there's so many bad ones that they kind of all get a bad rap. Now, if you're a player that's, you know, like Mama Dukes, that's getting 4K almost every week, and you want to challenge yourself with a really good selfie submission, I love to see it. I love to see it. But if you're not getting 4K every week, and you're kind of new to the review process, don't start with a selfie. This is my Dreamsnaps portfolio. These are all the Dreamsnaps I've submitted. And 99% of them have gotten 4K. Got a very good track record. What's interesting is you will not see a single selfie. That said, I am thinking about doing one, just challenging myself. I might do that very soon, actually. Just for funsies. But like I said, I would encourage you to be very, very, very good and very consistently getting 4K before doing anything selfie related. The issue with selfies is it doesn't show your outfit very well. And it also doesn't show your scene very well because it's not a great angle. The avatar takes up a ton of space at the base here. You're not going to get the best image. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons they're not too popular. The other issue with your scene here is that the challenge is inside-out weather. So it's not just about taking a selfie with joy. It's also about the weather. Now, you know, you got a nice sunny day here, so it's obviously sunny weather. But what did you do, Janet, in particular? What did you place in this photo that was designed specifically to highlight the weather? Because I know you didn't place the sun. That's just kind of there. So when it comes to a joy build, there are two very good key things you can use to communicate the sunny weather. Rainbows, because you'll see rainbows after it rains when the sun comes out. Shows a change in weather. Rainbows show a shift in weather. And then also the sun motif itself, this light flare motif. You can put the sun in your sky. So rainbows and the motif can be really good to communicate weather. But, you know, we don't really have either one of those here. We don't have an inside-out outfit. So I would love to see a resubmission from you for the Tuesday reviews. I would love to see a secondary review. I would love to see you exit selfie mode. I would love to see you wear more of an inside-out inspired outfit. I would love to see you do something to highlight weather, whether it's rainbows or the sun motif or both. But you're going to have to, you know, kind of shift your perspective on snaps if you want to get 4K consistently, because this approach is, it's very hard to make this work. And that's not necessarily a slight on you. It's just, you know, I'm not here to talk about what's better than what else, you know. I don't think selfie submissions are inherently bad. They're fun, but voters don't really like them. They're not popular. And that's the main thing I'm here to teach, is what works with most voters, what goes over well in the voting process. And sadly, this isn't it. So it doesn't mean it's bad, it's just unfortunate. Oh, what a good portal. Let's go. Very good technical build, Steepy T. Hi, Senpai. Had a lot of fun creating this one. Any improvements or suggestions? Also, don't know whether to thank you or not for unknowingly getting me addicted to Dreamsnaps. Your Pokopia builds are amazing, by the way. Much love. Hey, thank you, Steepy. Thank you. The fact that you love the Pokopia builds and Dreamsnaps means you are a person after my own heart. I love to see it. I absolutely love to see it. I wish as many people like my Pokopia content as they like my Dreamsnaps content, but I'm much better known for Dreamsnaps. But yeah, I love making the Pokopia builds. And, you know, you can thank me for getting you addicted to Dreamsnaps because they are really fun. Come on, you know, they're great. They're super cool. Like, Dreamsnaps are dope, dude. They're dope. You know you want to say thank you. All right, so great job on this. Amazing portal build. I like this. I've seen a lot of split scenes. This is the first really strong, well, second really strong portal build. I saw another, it's different. They used a rainbow as their portal barrier. So it's very different from yours. But it's the only other kind of portal build I've seen. So they had the rainbow as the divider and then the weather here. Very clever. But yeah, this is the second portal build I've seen, and I really like this. Now, some great beauty factors here. The fact that you have the Walt statue with the gold silhouette behind it, very well done. Dropped a yellow memory here, a blue memory here, so you actually, you know, got some memories into your pockets, placed them in here. Love the inside of the portal here. The way you brought this cloud out of it a little bit, very clever, because it can actually fill out, you know, the top side of the clouds that we would normally see through. The blue butterflies kind of coming out of the portal. Lance Slashblade and Jack's house for the stairs. The blue silhouette in the back. So fun. So fun. The only thing I would recommend really adding to this to kind of expand on it, you know, you have some great inside out stuff with like the memories and the poses here and the villagers. But the sense of self lamp could be really fun to feature on both sides of this shot. Like having the sense of self lamp kind of tucked in back here, set on blue, maybe on the far right or far left or middle. I'm not sure where you would put it because you got a lot going on in there. But then the yellow one, also not sure where you would put it because you got a lot of stuff going on here too. Maybe you could just do one. Maybe you could just do the sadness one in here. But having an extra little inside out feature item could be good. The other thing is, while I do love the Aurora Borealis for almost every outdoor build to cover the sky, I do think in this particular challenge, the light flare sun motif is actually a bit more important because it really plays up the weather on this side. You already have a rainbow here, so if we had that sun motif, like sending a light flare down to you and kind of cresting up here, I think that would be really nice. And you can always move the Aurora way over to the side to where it kind of ends right here, and then we have the sun right here. Could be worth doing. Or you could just disregard the Aurora and get the sun motif instead. Depends on what you want to do, but I do think that embodies the theme even better, and you're already stacked on beauty, so you don't need the Aurora. You got a really beautiful snap here. Steepy T, I would be absolutely shocked if this doesn't get 4K. Very well done, my friend. Danielle is next. Okay, so it looks like you're playing up a lot of yellow for joy, Danielle, but you're also playing up a lot of red. So it's a little confusing. So Danielle, I'm gonna refer you to my Thursday video for a joy build. So this is a weather challenge, Danielle, you know, and you might be another player, Danielle, that I really think if you want to actually benefit from these reviews, if you want to actually grow and get 4K on the regular, I don't think you watch my Thursday videos on the challenges. Because a lot of weeks you submit stuff that's kind of off theme. And that's the case this week too. And if you want to participate in these reviews, I want them to help you. I want them to be beneficial. But what's unfortunate is each week when I do your first review, you end up having to scrap it and go in a completely different direction because you don't watch the Thursday videos. And if you did, you would kind of know how to approach the theme a bit better, and then we can focus on improvements on things like lighting and composition and foreground and wow factors, but we can't do that because I always have to address the way you're doing the theme. Now, what are you doing with the theme this week that's off? Well, you do have Inside Out, so, what's the issue? Well, it's Inside Out weather. It's about weather. Now, you do have these clouds here from this dragon, but they're kind of on the ground, and the dragon doesn't really have much to do with any of this. And it's really big. I would also consider wearing an outfit that was either Inside Out or more weather-themed. And we, like I've been asking a lot of people, we take snaps nearly every week in sunny weather. I showed that earlier when I was going through a bunch of my snaps. Like, this is all sunset weather. Like, except for a few photos. Any daytime shot you see here, except for one, is taken at sunset. So, how do we know what the weather situation is here? If all snaps are, if so many daytime snaps are taken at sunset, what did you place particularly to show us that it's a sunny day? And I talked about that in my video. So if you want to do a good Joy scene, for one, Joy's colors are not just yellow. She's got yellow skin and she wears a green dress. If you look at the example photo on the Dreamsnaps page, everything's yellow and green. There's a yellow and green balloon arch. The avatar is wearing a yellow and green shirt. He has a yellow companion with a green collar. And these Disney balloons have yellow, green, and blue. That's all intentional. The topiary here on the left side is featured to show yellow and green. So it's not just yellow, and it's not yellow and red. Red is Anger's color. So we want to play up Joy's color, and it's not just about playing up Joy, it's also about playing up weather. So if you want to do a Joy scene, you want it to be yellow and green. So green grass, yellow pixie dust, yellow item here, yellow tangled lanterns. And then for the weather, we have rainbows and this light flare sun motif to really show that it's sunny weather. Just ignore the rainy part of this split scene and focus on what makes this left side on theme for Joy. There's a positive memory. There's yellow lanterns, there's yellow pixie dust, there's this yellow item here, but there's also bright green grass, Joy's green dress, and then we have green trees in the back, and then we clearly show the weather. So there's rainbows to indicate that it has recently stopped raining, and now we have this beautiful sunlight pouring in. So clear indications of the weather, and also Joy's colors featured throughout the snap. So this is not really on theme. And again, Danielle, if you watch the Thursday videos, you'll already know. I'll do a full breakdown of the theme. I'll give examples of different types of scenes you can do. And then if you submit a photo for review that's embodying the theme, that is on theme, that has a chance at 4K, I'll be able to work with you on other things. But every week, it's usually like you got to go back to the drawing board on a lot of this. And if you just took the 12 to 15 minutes to check out the video, you would be ready for the review. You would know. It's kind of like studying before a test, That is, if you want to grow. If you're comfortable with where you are and you're not really worried about, improving your rank, then it doesn't matter, At the end of the day, it's your choice. but I'm just letting you know. You know, you can see better success and better results if you put in the time to learn a little bit about the challenge. Guju is next. Another very fun split scene here, Guju. Very nice, very nice. I like these big stone columns back here. Very fun. Really good feature of the sense of self lamps. I've been talking all day about how good these look in the foreground, and you're the first person I've seen put them right at the front of the scene, so good job there. A bit brighter lighting in this one, a bit darker in this one. Seabag gonna come back in again? Hi, buddy. Buddy, you gotta let me finish my snap reviews. Every time you come in here, you're just adding another minute or two.
I told you.
I would just let him come in here and try to nap, but sometimes he likes to be bad when I review snaps.
Good boy.
You can try to let him in, see if he behaves. Also, can you check out my chicken? Make sure it's not burning. Might need to be like mashed up a little bit in the crock pot. All right, good split scene here. The tricky thing too with the split scene when you're using different poses is that they won't be quite centered. So the only downside to your shot here is that the joy side is really small and the sadness side is a bit larger. And that's why a lot of the times for split scenes, people tend to do more neutral shots, where it's either like them holding an umbrella or something along these lines. But shots that kind of slide you over or move you make one side of the split scene a bit bigger. Now, I'm not saying you need to change that because that would probably be a lot of work. But just something to keep in mind for future snaps. I do really like this one, though, because I love the fact that you have the golden orb kind of in your hand here with the storyteller's fire behind it. It really looks like you're holding this and you have like this warmth coming off this memory, which is a really neat effect. Now, for the sadness side, I wouldn't lean too heavily into the mud. What if you placed a lot of blue carpets instead? Like the Cinderella carpet we were talking about earlier. There was one player that did that in their split scene, and I think it turned out really nice. So let me see if I can go to it. Here we go. You see how they have all these blue carpets in here? You know, these look really good, the blue carpets. And that's a great way to not show so much brown. And you can add more blue to the scene here. And for the joy side, same advice I've given a lot of people. You really want to make sure weather plays a big role on this side too. Weather's playing a huge role on the right. But what about the left? Well, you have a rainbow, but it's kind of buried. And then if we exposed a little bit more of the sky, we could show a beautiful sun in the backdrop using the sun motif. But looking good so far, Guju. I would play up the weather a little bit more on the left-hand side. I would definitely stick with this pose. This is really fun. And another thing I would do is I would consider moving Joy up a bit closer to the frame. Have her play a bigger role. Bigo Mama. Ooh, very fun. Hi, am I very curious about these 3 anger options. I would love to second guess myself. So here we are again. As always, appreciate your help. Well, great building usage here. You know, I talked about good buildings that work for the anger scenes. Now, one thing about this one is the mouth. Look at how unnatural that looks. You know, so I talked about this a bit earlier today. I would not use this one because it's not your fault. It's Gameloft. For whatever reason, when you use certain poses, it completely distorts the face with certain facial expressions. And this is one of those cases. When you use the yelling face with the Nana pose, look at this weird, like nobody's mouth looks like that. And that's going to really reduce the beauty of your snap because the avatar is a very strong tool to make an appealing snap. But when the avatar looks uncanny or unappealing, it usually doesn't work unless you're going for a horror snap or some kind of creepy situation. And, you know, that kind of rules that one out. And it's not too different here. It's Well, actually, it is. This is a better option because it's the native angry pose. So the mouth is not uncanny on this one. Like this one, I wouldn't do. I do like the outfit in this one, though. I do think the red dress is really good. The lava outfit can be fun as well. And then we have this one, which... Oh, the last one is the combination of the two, but without the villagers. I would consider the villagers, and I do love the 2 fire phoenixes here. It's really cool you got 2. Usually it won't let me equip a companion to myself and to the companion house. How'd you get 2 of them? Yeah, a lot of the times it tells me no. Now, the trick with anger shots this week, one thing I definitely recommend is, since it's a weather challenge, I feel like it's very important to have the weather kind of play a large role in your scene. Again, if you're going for sunny weather, having that sun motif kind of scorching, you know, having a little bit of your sky open, maybe moving this building over to the right, putting a smaller building back here, and then having this space right here occupied by the sun flare could be very good. Or you could do what other anger builds did and bring in a lot of lightning. That's another fun approach you can kind of capitalize on. But either way, you know, both of those options will clearly indicate weather a bit more. Like, this is clearly sunny weather. Come here, buddy. This is clearly sunny weather, but we want to make that very, very obvious to the voter that weather was a consideration. And the other thing is, if you go with a pose like this, I would definitely do something fun with the eyes because they're very prominent here. So instead of the gray, going with like a deep red could be really nice. But yeah, I would go with one of these poses. Or, as I discussed earlier, when you do the angry pose like this, if you don't use the yelling expression, they'll just look angry. So there's a default with the angry pose. When you do this pose, they automatically show an angry expression. That looks pretty good. So it's really this one or this one. But you could just go with none, and they're still going to be quite angry. But they're both good options, so keep those in mind. And then a third option would be the smirk. You know, it's kind of devious. You know, they don't look too happy. So that one works as well. But those will be the 3 good options. Just be very careful with the mouth open one. Again, not your fault, but with certain poses, it breaks, and Gameloft really needs to fix that, especially when it comes to Dreamsnaps, because, like, it shouldn't do this. You know, we can see the bottom of the jaw clipping through the chin, and then the lips are doing this kind of weird, uncanny thing. But yeah, I really like the angle of this photo, and you have a great spot for the sun here. And I also like the anxiety energy coming through, but, you know, I would be careful showing just anxiety. Maybe it'll be worth including another one of the projectors in the background, or the sense of self lamps that show anger, since anger is what you're going for. You know, all 3 of these are good options. Love the saturation on this one in particular, and the Raven looks really good. If you wanted to just submit one of these and be done with it, I think this one is the best of the 3. It's got a lot of red. You captured the Raven really well here. The villains look great. But if you want to do any work to these, then my biggest recommendation would be showing the sun flare, just to show sunny weather, or lightning clouds. One of the 2 to really embody the weather portion of the challenge. And the other thing would be expanding on the inside-out vibes by using some more inside-out. So you have the red orbs. But the sense of self lamps, you do have one back here, but again, that's set to anxiety, and it's really hard to see. So maybe getting an angry one closer up in the shot, a little bit more noticeable, even if you have to put it right behind this lava rock. Because if you put it right behind this lava rock, you'll hide the white base of it, and then we'll see the sense of self anger right here. But the orange one that's all wacky, that one's anxiety, so I'd be careful with that one. I think having it on the side like this as like chaotic energy is fine, but I would definitely have an anger one featured somewhere in here. Overall, very solid snaps, though. These are really good-looking anger snaps. Fatali. You're the first person I've seen using the drive-through theater. Very cool. I love that this one has so much blue. This is really good for a sadness build. Great storm clouds here. Great foreground. I would add some additional blue flowers, so it's not just these Wish Blossom ones, though. I know these ones can kind of go on pathing. unlike some others. I know the yellow one can. I don't know if the blue one can. You might have them off-pathing. But blue luminescent flowers popping up here in the front as well could be really nice. Blue chest, good idea. The blue sadness pillow with the blue gift and the blue chair. I love all the blue here. This is making this a very strong photo. Great blue trees in the backdrop. And again, the big drive-in theater showing the Deathly Mufasa is very clever for a build like this. I really like this one. It really embodies sadness. You have good storytelling here. You know, sadness is upset. You're sad. You look sad. You really captured sadness well, just with the default kind of standing there pose. The tissues here with the open book, another great form of storytelling. Blue chair here. Overall, very solid, Fem. I think this is a very safe sadness submission. This is one of the better ones I've seen because you played up the emotion really well, and you played up the colors really well, and you have a great inside-out feel because you're not only using sadness, but you're using the sadness outfit, and you have the sense of self lamp over here. The only thing you can add here to go even further beyond would be if you have any blue memories laying around that you can drop. You know, dropping a little blue memory over here or, you know, by the chair here or whatever, could add even more blue to the scene. And a blue memory is another inside-out featured item. But, you know, aside from maybe adding a couple of different flowers in at the base and potentially adding blue memories in, I don't think you need to do anything else with this. Very, very, very solid. Wonderful work. Lisa is next. Okay, we got this one and this one. So big problem with the first one, Lisa, it looks like you've adjusted contrast. Contrast is a slider I do not recommend messing with. If you want your snap to have more color, consider saturation. Contrast makes things look a little messy. So I would advise a lot of the times kind of leaning away from contrast. This one looks a lot more clean, and I really like the second one here. I tried to put in action what you had me work on the last stream snap. Let me know what needs to be fixed. Thanks for all your help. Yeah, I like this one. Now, there are some changes I would recommend making here. Great blue in the back. I like the aurora in that tiny bit of the open sky you have here. The lightning coming down is good. A good memory here as well, but there are a few problems. So, first off, things that put off light bleed through these memory frames. So you don't need these flowers here. We kind of want to see the memory a bit more. It's going to be more important for that memory to show. So I would get rid of these flowers behind it so we can see the memory a bit more clearly. Also, if you rotate this memory, it'll be a little bit more crisp. You won't have this white light over it. I need to do that in mine. Great blue memory down here in the corner. Now, the other thing is, you know, according to the challenge, bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick. So your pick is, for the most part, sad and rainy. So you want to build on the sad and rainy feel. And if you watch the Thursday video where I took a deep dive into this challenge, we talked about how to find good items for that. Let's go back to Fem's photo. Blue chairs, blue chest, blue toy, blue pillow, blue present, blue chair, blue sense of self lamp to tie into the inside out. A good memory display with a blue, you know, setup. Blue trees, blue roof, blue flowers, blue bushes. It's blue everywhere. They're doing what the challenge said. They're using effects, decor, and the outfit to really play up that emotionally thematic picture. Now in yours, the outfit is good. The umbrella's good. But your expression doesn't look very sad. You're kind of smirking. You could, you know, add blue highlights to the hair to further increase that. You could use the sadness glasses. There's different, and then you can have a more sad expression. You're also using black glass flowers and yellow glass flowers. Why? You know, and why have green memories? You know, why not? You know, you have a big rainy day here. You have a blue roof. You have blue trees. You have blue lightning. You have clouds. You have rain. You have everything you need for a sadness pick. Yet in the foreground, it's not there. And Lady is not really helping either. You know, she doesn't really contribute to the photo at all. Sadness should be there. She should be closer to you because this picture is very sadness coded. You should build on that. So I would get rid of these luminescent flowers that are hurting the memory. I would flip the memory around so it's a bit more bold and defined. And I would get rid of these flower beds and all these glass flowers, and I would play up blue flowers. Again, draw inspiration from this And don't forget to check out the Thursday videos because I went over this for sadness builds. I talked about how many great things there are to use and how to find them. I recommended using the blue, like the filters based on what kind of build you're doing. If you're doing an anger build, filter by red. If you're doing a sadness build, filter by blue. If you watch the video, you can already know what is going to work for this week and build on what we did last week. So we wouldn't have to spend time on your snap talking about, how to find the right items or what to use in the foreground here. So don't just grow based off of what I discuss in the previous reviews. Also consider the main talking points of the Thursday videos, because that's why I do them. I dedicate a whole day just to that. And I'll talk about, ways you can really thematically build up your picture. But the black flowers aren't really working here, the black and gold. The background is great. That's looking really solid. But we need more blue here in the front. We need blue flowers. We need more blue furniture, blue decor. Really play up the blues. And then consider changing your facial expression so you're not smirking. And, maybe give yourself hair with like blue highlights. Really lean into the emotionally thematic vibe. And be very careful with contrast. Most of the time I recommend staying away from it. You rarely see snaps in the upper ranks that are boosting contrast. It's mostly saturation. So yeah, this is the angle I think you should definitely consider. But I would submit for re-review and really play up the blues. And like I said, don't forget to check out the videos because they're gonna cover this stuff, and then we can focus on improving in other aspects. Mama Llama is next. Nice split scene. Great outfit for joy and sadness, honestly, like having the yellow and blue. Now, you have the lightning here, but for sadness and with you wearing the raincoat, Mama Llama, I think you really need to get some rain in here. You can even put the rain clouds outside of the shot to where you can still have the lightning ones there. So I showed this earlier. You see all these white clouds? You won't even see them in my photo. Like if I took the photo here, you can't even see the white clouds. They're like way up there. But all their raindrops are still falling, like at the front of the scene. We see these big blue raindrops here, here, here. You can do the same thing with the heavy rain clouds. But since it's raining on the right side of your photo and you're wearing a raincoat, but there's not a single raindrop. So I would definitely play up the raindrops. And it almost looks like more fear-based, but you have sadness in it. But there's like a blue light and blue lightning. I would lean more into sadness for this side. And I would be careful with the heavy purple and black. I would lean more into blue. Now for the joy side, the rainbow is very good. Consider the light flare motif. That's going to be really good for this to like really showcase weather. The rainbow is great though, because that indicates that rain has recently ended and now you have sunny weather. The other thing is, I tend to avoid a lot of white in my photos. So this Jim and Opal Road here, I think there's better options. I think just using some, I don't know what biome you're in because you've paved everything, but if you are in a biome with great green grass, it's going to look very good on the joy side. Because, for joy, you can play up flowers and some other things. But, for example, we look at the joy build here. We have pixie dust. There's like this gold V8 thing. There's the tingled lantern. So a lot of yellow and green, which are joy's colors. There's also items like the sense of self lamp and memories and things like that. And you are using memories. But yeah, there's the light flare. So a lot of good things to use there. But I think by, fine-tuning this side a little bit, showing the grass if it is a nice bright green, could be really good. If you don't have bright green there, then, you might have to stick with it. But yeah, the yellow light and the rainbow, I think, are very strong. But if you could get the light flare in there, might be hard to fit, though, because of how close you got things. You might have to move the house back and the rainbow back a little bit to really make use of that light flare so it's not overlapping. Good split scene, though. Very fun, very fun. And I like the inside-out headquarters, like, right behind you. You got some great inside-out vibes here and great weather vibes. So it's a good combination of both. The memories, the inside-out headquarters, and then the villagers themselves really playing up the inside-out vibe. So good job. Wishing Star is next. I had so many ideas this week. I'm not sure which one would be better to stick with. I narrowed it down to these two. I love Sadness, but maybe it's okay. Or maybe it's too complicated for the everyday voter. And Dark, the anxiety one was first built. I started to lose it with all the orange. I don't know. This is a really fun take on anxiety, though. I do love the anxiety squirrel being present. The lightning is really fun, too. Now, for the anxiety build, another really fun thing to consider, if you haven't thought about it, is placing these imagination generators in your build. So, you know, they also have lightning. And one of the most important things about the build would be the anxiety setting on the sense of self lamp. It's like the coolest sense of self setting, and you have one right here at the front, and then you have one right here in the back. I would probably have one kind of brought up maybe behind these leaf piles right here, a little closer with the whole thing in the frame. And the imagination generator can be really good too. But yeah, the spirit fires, you have a lot of good effects for an anxiety build. I think this is one of the best anxiety builds I've seen so far, to be honest. The only other thing you can do to like make it resonate even more with Inside Out Enthusiast is create your character to be even more like anxiety. I don't know if you'd want to make it even more orange, though. Now, for your other build, you have the sadness one. I wouldn't just use these round raindrops, though. I would combine them with the other, like the heavy rain clouds, just to get a really nice rain fill here. And I think this one could still do good. You know, like, the average voters, they do tend to really, really like, you know, things with the avatar very, very well presented, and they like, you know, bold colors. If you are worried about this being too dark, you could always forego the thorns in the front here and do something different. Like, what if you took these Inside Out sense of self lamps and you had them kind of breaking into the side of the shot? Kind of like what you were doing here, you know? Like, what if instead of the dark or the dark thorns here on the left and right, what if you did the same thing you did here, but with the blue sense of self? That way, now you have a really good beauty factor attached to this, because instead of these dark thorns making the picture very black on the sides, now we have this bright, pulsing blue coming in on the left and right with you and sadness in the center. It could be really good for the beauty factor. It would brighten up the photo a lot, but still keep that sad energy. The other trick here is if we're doing sad and cloudy, it's going to be kind of hard when we can see so much of the blue sky in the back, which is why for structuring sadness scenes, one of the things I talked about a lot was hiding the sky. That way you can use the sunset time of day, and you can still have the rain here. I think Fem captured what I was discussing in that video really well, because it truly feels like a rainy day, but she has the good lighting, and she boosted the blue with coloration and boosted the highlight. So she was able to do pretty much everything I discussed in the video and make an incredibly strong snap from it. This one is incredibly strong, but it could be more competitive. You have some great blue in here and a lot of blue trees, blue bushes, but you can take it a step further with like blue flowers and some other blue items. And then if you played up these sense of self lamps closer to the front of the scene, like you did in the anxiety build, you can get a lot of beauty out of this. But I would try to find a way to fill out the sky a bit more, or you can even add the aurora to like add more blue up here. But I would try to make sure it feels like a rainy day. And these raindrops alone don't really do it. So the heavy rain clouds are going to help. The lightning clouds are going to help. And the lightning clouds also flash blue, so it's going to add even more blue to your scene. Hannah is next. Hi, Seb. I am new to the game, and Dreamsnaps and your videos have been helpful. Been so helpful. I'm really excited to keep improving each week, and I look forward to any advice you share. Thanks for all the great content. You're very welcome, my friend. Alrighty. So we got a little blue cappy. We got sadness over here. So I would feature sadness a little bit more prominently. It is good that you have her. And you do have the sense of self lamp, which is great. We got some good rain clouds, good blue willows in here. I would consider adding the lightning clouds as well. They're going to work really good for the rainy day weather. And I think you might have kept this spot up top here open for these lights. But I think it would work better for you if we had like a lightning cloud up there or another rain cloud just to block out the sky. And add more of a rainy day feel to this. Now, for the path, I'm not too big on the regular gray brick. I rarely ever use this as my snap because I try to avoid light grays. They're very absent of color. if you want to use a gray path for this, there's a much better option, which would be something we've seen in a lot of different photos. But, you know, this dark gray brick is going to feel better with the rainy day vibes. And these heavy raindrops are going to make it feel more like rain. Like, this is an example photo I took. But, you know, we can see the lightning. We can see the heavy rain. And we can see the dark gray brick. And there's, like, blue furniture. There's loads of different blue flowers. Now, you do have the blue flowers in your snap. But there's... And yeah, I would be careful using this many in succession, like, along the walkway. And then for tables, you know there's a craftable table, this exact same table, but it's blue. It's an early game craftable. There's a blue version of this. So you could be using that. And you could also make your walkway out of blue rugs if you wanted to. Or just the dark gray brick. Aside from that, if you know how to collect memories, you can also drop memories into your scene. Overall, it's a solid scene. You know, it portrays sadness well. You know, it feels like good rainy weather. You got a good number of raindrops here. But I would play up a bit more blue. You have a lot of green with all the grass. And a lot of the really strong sadness builds that I've seen have chosen to be either outside of these really green environments or worked to turn the environment more blue. So in this split scene, it's built in the meadow with green grass, but you won't see any of that grass on this side because we're really trying to play up the blue. And in another very strong snap, oh, I just closed it. You know, this one was taken in the Forgotten Lands. They're using the blue speckled path, and then, you know, the grass is this dark, dreary purple, and we have all this blue in the back. So that's another thing to consider is, you know, trying to make the snap feel as thematically sad as possible, just to be even more competitive. Overall, it's a good snap, and it has a good chance at 4K. But, you know, you could always include, like, a sad memory over here, and then you could move this sense of self lamp over here to this side, and you can add the blue table here instead of the brown table. But yeah, as far as all the grass and the flower path, it would take a lot of reworking to kind of change that. But I would be careful using the same flowers in repetition or the regular gray. The way and you don't have to worry about that this week. It could be something that you could do for next time. But when it comes to the way I structure my snaps, I usually won't have like a straight walkway with that, with like kind of the same items. They're usually either turning or twisting. And I usually have like a lot of diversity in the plants, like around paths like that. So perhaps getting some more flowers involved, some more blue flowers, to kind of break these same two items up a little bit could be good. But yeah, I definitely think going with the grayer path would be strong here. Good blue silhouettes in the back too. But yeah, potentially a sad memory on this side could be good. We discussed that in the Thursday video as well, as far as really good items to use for this week. The blue spirit fire, or the storyteller's fire set to blue, also very strong. I covered a ton of really good items to use. So highly encourage checking out those videos if you want to, you know, fill out the scene and diversify it a little bit more. But yeah, overall solid snap. Especially for somebody that's new to Dreamsnaps. Like, you're learning very quickly. I can see you doing, you know, being very consistent. Mama Dukes is next. I know you said you were kind of burned out on snaps and you think that shows this week. The funeral vibe. Well, very dark, you know. I mean, it does look like a fresh grave here. I think you did really good with that. Sadness here. My concern is, you know, the natural rain doesn't look quite as good as the new rain clouds. If you have them, I think getting a few of those up top and having like some lightning would really weigh on this further. And I think you have the blue trees as well. So instead of like all the lush green, if you played up more of a blue feel here, it could be stronger. But it's a fun concept with the, you know, the hearse and you know, the funeral. And your outfit is supposed to be thematically sad. And even though this isn't blue, it's still thematically sad to be dressed as like somebody mourning. So I definitely see how this could work. Though in the Inside Out verse, as you know, like the emotions are very, very much tied to color. So not really embracing the blues this week. Could come back to haunt you. Get it? Because there's like creepy stuff. Okay. But I don't know. You never know. This could do well because it's a really fun concept. This is actually the second like morning or graveyard shot we've seen. Though the other one did have a lot more blue elements. And I think if you were to increase the level of rain here with some of the clouds, maybe get some lightning, and maybe add a lot more blue to the scene, it could be more competitive. But, if you're not, like, feeling it this week and kind of burning on snaps, like, yeah, you just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everybody deserves a break every once in a while. Alira is next. Your YouTube videos are always a great help and make my dream snaps. Thank you, Senpai. Oh, thank you, Alfira. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. I appreciate you watching because, like I've said, it makes my job during these reviews so much easier because you kind of already know a lot of different ways to have a successful approach to the challenge. So very good fiery scene here. Great buildings. We discussed good red buildings to use to really play up the reds. Great outfit, great hair, great makeup, great eyes. Great, pose here. It actually works with the shouting expression. Great villains. One thing I do think you should definitely add here would be the Phoenix, the Fire Raven. I think that's going to be very strong because the challenge did say to use effects and pets, and you don't have to use pets, but for an anger build, that Fire Raven is very strong. And the other thing I would consider, you have two options for weather, and I didn't really discuss this in the video. One thing for weather, having the shooting stars kind of applies, but against the sunny joy builds and the rainy sadness builds, having some kind of very prominent weather element, I think, is a good idea, whether it's the sun. So you could have very hot sunny weather by adding that sun flare to the top, maybe push this building back a bit and have that sun flare up here potentially. Or you could just add a couple of lightning clouds near the top of the scene. You wouldn't have to have them go too far back. They could just be like right at the top, bringing a little bit of lightning down. That's going to play with the anger and the lightning. So worth considering. But aside from that, everything here is very strong. You could play up the inside out element more by using the red sense of self lamp somewhere as well. Bob's is next. No context, just vibes. What'd you think? All right. Okay, very good. I love the way you layered the clouds with the trees, and you have a little bit of a rainbow. I like shots like this that they're not necessarily split scenes, but they split the theme between the two. And that's really good to do with this outfit in particular because it's yellow and blue, which works good for joy and sadness. But yeah, the blue silhouette in the back is great. And then we have like all the different memory orbs around the base here. And you're kind of looking down at sadness using the footstool dog pose. Yeah, the weather effects are very strong here. The inside out portion of the theme is very strong here. The only thing I would likely alter here would be foreground. You could do some blue flowers, or you could do another inside-out item, like potentially having the sense of self lamps kind of break into the foreground on the left and right could be successful. But I would try to fill out these corners with something. Again, it could be a mix of blue and yellow flowers, since you have a blue and yellow outfit and you have blue and yellow villagers, since you're using joy and sadness. So maybe a mix of blue and yellow in each corner would really drive home this split theme concept. Overall solid though. Great lighting. Very, weather abundant. You got a lot of rain and lightning in the backdrop and a little rainbow at the top and some good sunshine coming in. So yeah, it hits the theme for sure on weather and inside out, which are both, I think, very crucial here. The only other thing you do, since you have some extra space around you, you could attach a couple of companions that, one yellow companion and one blue companion to kind of lean into this even further. And since you have all the different memories, you could also consider adding some of the inside-out themed companions, like the Anxiety Squirrel, or the Anui Raven, or the Envy Rabbit, or whatever it is. There's a bunch of different little cute inside-out themed companions that I think would work really well for this scene, since you're kind of mixing the two emotions together. LOTR, I submitted Saturday, but then I watched your Friday VOD and made some changes. I don't have the memory orbs or the fire things in your example. Tink decided to join. I chose the correct side to keep her on. There's daytime to sunset. And once it has Tinkerbell. Okay. Oh, wow. That's so cool. I love the way you split this. Dang, that's awesome. Ooh, the sunset is... Dang, dude. I think this will for sure be a 4K. What a good wow factor here. These wood beams serving as the separation. It feels like I'm looking at a comic book panel. It's so cool. And the way you're in the middle for anger, Joy's in the middle for joy, and I like the singing motif too. And sadness is right at the front for sadness with the whimsical raccoon. This might be my favorite snap you've done. And one of my favorite snaps from the entire day. I've seen a lot of split scenes, but a tri-split done this well? And I'm not a big fan of like these gray castle walls in most cases, but you do have great light or great colors behind them and very good saturation. What I really like about this too is you're using the sun motif here. And you have heavy, abundant rain here. You have the blue spirit fire. Also, voters love Mickey and Minnie. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if this ended up as rank 1. I don't think I would be surprised in the slightest. This has true rank 1 potential right here. A very, very solid snap. Not to mention, another reason it has rank 1 potential, voters are absolutely feral for Mickey and Minnie, so the fact that you tuck them in there as well... This is going to do numbers, I think. I do not want to pop up against this, I'll be honest. Whoever pops up against this is going to have a bad time. But yeah, you really double down on the inside-out feel, like having the sense of self projectors in each of these scenes. Like we have the red ones behind you here on the anger side. We have the blue ones back here for sadness. The spirit fires playing into the anger one. This is exceptional. Like, this is absolutely insane. This is one of the best snaps I think I've ever seen. If this gets less than 4K, I'm going to punch my monitor. No recommendations here. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Stunning work. As far as which one to choose, no. Yeah, the third. So, in the second, it's really good, but you have these clouds where the sun is. And I think it looks way better when you free it up, because you see how the light flare right here, we can't really see the light flare as much because it's clashing with the gray. When we go here, we can see the light flares like very distinctly, very clearly. And the clear sky is going to work a lot better for the joy build. So, you know, capturing it with a very minimal amount of clouds is going to be ideal. But yeah, this is absolutely insane. It feels like a comic book panel. The way you divided it with these, like, 2 wood beams, and the way they have, like, a slight tilt to them, and just the way you were able to squeeze everything in with, like, very minimal space to work with. Splitting the scene to this degree is extremely technical. And yeah, this is just absolutely phenomenal work. This is, like, I gotta save this one. This is crazy. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, no recommendations. Gryffindor Panda, still not far yet, but I think I got the Wally shelf to cooperate with zooming in on my character. Yeah, that can work, So, you got a little closer on this one, and then you have one where you're a lot closer. Okay, so this is the one you want to lean in towards. You know, being this close can be really good. You're still a little bit further away in this one. But yeah, great job getting closer with the camera there, Gryffindor. Now, as far as playing up the weather, you have the rainbow, which is good. But we should also consider this motif, right? You want to find a nice clear space in your sky. Not right here where this rainbow is, but you can maybe move this tree. But I think that tree's attached to the floating island. And the Mickey Ferris wheel's kind of in the middle. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to find out where to place it, but maybe you can make it small enough to fit right here by the tree. but getting that sunshine motif is going to be really good. Now, the other thing you need, one thing I talk about a lot, is foreground. So you have some bubbles coming up, but this whole area where Joy is like very empty. Let's play up joyful colors here. So Joy's colors are yellow and green. You got a lot of green, and you got these little yellow orbs. Let's get some yellow flowers down here in the bottom right of your shot. So we want to occupy this empty zone. When you see empty space in your snap, you should always view it as potential. So you have a potential for a sun flare here. You have potential for flowers here. So let's use that potential. Great job getting closer with the camera. You're definitely improving in your Dreamsnaps composition. Great job getting Joy very close up and getting a good expressive shot from her. I don't think that bubbles are absolutely necessary, but if you want to keep them in for funsies, you can. But I would definitely prioritize flowers down here. Red Alice is next. And we're just about done. I got a couple more. Okay, Red Alice, you got some good rain coming in. You got some thunderclouds back here. Now, in my Thursday video, if you watch that, again, if you guys want to really learn from these reviews, if you want to really get the maximum benefit and have a good shot at 4K, especially if you're newer to the review process, I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out the Thursday video about the challenge each week. It's only going to be, 12 to 15 minutes long. They're pretty short, and I'll go over some great examples. But I covered sadness examples and how to make them very strong. And we've seen a lot of people do a very, very good job on that front. Most recently would be Femme Fatale shot. Let me see if I can find it. So let's compare these two scenes. So this one is not really using a lot of the strategies I talked about in the video. I talked about using the sunset time of day combined with the clouds at the front to get optimal lighting and to have a good rainy effect at the same time. I talked about the blue filter, and then I talked about when decorating your scene, how to find good items. So for anger builds, you would filter by red. For sadness builds, you would filter by blue. And then I talked about very strong items for the challenge in the video, like the Storyteller's Fire, or the Sense of Self lamp, and memory viewers. So in the video, I covered a lot of ideal inside-out themed items, because this is an inside-out themed challenge. You don't want to just settle for an inside-out villager and that's it. If you want to get 4K regularly, you have to think competitively. You have to compete. You can't get away with just doing the theme. Everybody that's putting in any effort is doing the theme. You have to set yourself apart. You have to be sweaty. You have to think about it. You have to try. You have to find the best items. And I do that. And I just give you all the information. So every week, every Thursday and Wednesday, I spend my entire day nearly searching for the best items, finding the best things to use, and sharing how you can find items that I'm not showing, like using the filters. And I do that every week. If you watch those videos and then do the reviews, you'll have better items in your snap, you'll have a higher beauty factor, you'll have better lighting, and then we can focus on how to improve further. But if you don't watch the videos, or if you did watch the video but just disregarded a lot of the stuff we said, then you're going to have a snap like this competing against a snap like this. So this snap, I can tell Fem definitely watch my video. I mentioned utilizing these drive-in screens or the memory viewer. I recommended using these blue or the Sense of Self lamp. I recommended filtering specifically by blue for your furniture if you're doing sadness, by red if you're doing, and look at the furniture, it's all blue. Blue chest, blue plushie, blue chair, blue, blue, blue. Everywhere we go, blue, 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 blue. I recommended using blue flowers in the foreground. I recommended using the tissue box. And I recommended using a dark gray brick instead of like a light brown path. So look at these two snaps. This one watched the video, and I don't think this one did. Or they didn't apply the stuff that was in the video. And again, I'm not trying to tear you down. I'm not trying to be like, oh, look at your Dreamsnap, it's bad. I'm trying to show you, essentially, how much more prepared you're going to be. Think of these reviews like a test. Your goal is to get 4K. You want to do good on the test. If you refuse to study for a test, how are you going to learn? How are you going to be prepared? Because my critiques on the review process are going to be far more helpful if you take the time to learn before you submit. So, look at these two snaps, right? One using the advice I offer. One, not so much. Maybe they're using, like, a couple things. But there's no blue decor anywhere to be seen. There's blue landscaping items, like the blue bushes, but it's the same bush 4 times. Like here, 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 and here. You know, there's 2 little rain clouds in the back. No rain clouds at the front. It doesn't have good lighting, like we see here. And this is what voters like. It's not about what's better. It's about what voters like. You know, winning 4K in Dreamsnaps, it's about one thing. Winning votes. You have to win votes if you want to get 4K, if you want to do well. So this is why today I have been very outspoken about these reviews would be so much more helpful for so many people and a lot easier for me to get through in a timely manner if people took the 12 to 15 minutes to just check out the video and take to heart what it says. Because you already know the things in that video are, that's what I'm going to be talking about. I give you the foundation of what we're going to be discussing every Thursday. I list the items, I break down the theme, I talk about, and I make several example scenes because I don't want to just give you one example. I want to show you multiple approaches. So, you know, skipping back to your snap here, I just wanted to kind of point out, again, the purpose of this is not to tear you down, not to be like, hey, everybody, look at this snap, and it's bad. It's not bad. You're doing the theme, which is good. The problem is, it's not that the snap is bad, it's just that it's not competitive. And Dream Snaps are getting more competitive. If you want to get 4K, especially if you want to get 4K consistently, you must be competitive. You must consider different angles. You need to try and learn more about the items at your disposal, the different things you can utilize, how to get optimal lighting, how to set up your foreground. So the biggest advice I have for this snap is to start taking advantage of those videos. Again, I dedicate my entire Wednesday and Thursday to those videos. Well, not the entire Wednesday, because we also go over Dreamsnap results. But Wednesday night, I start building the examples out, and I do that all night. And then Thursday, I spend pretty much my entire morning until I go live setting up for that snap and making that video and putting all that information out there. And then I go live after that, and I do a Q&A on the challenge to give you even more information. If you're not utilizing that, I can't really help you grow at a quick enough rate. You know, we're going to have to focus on like a couple things here and there. But if you really want to be successful in snaps, a great place to start would be those videos. So the brown grass or the leaf strewn rug, you could have a blue rug under your house here. I talked about that in the video. You could have more diversity in your foreground instead of using the same blue bush 4 times. We could have some nice blue flowers down here. You could have been using some really good sunset lighting. You could be closer to the avatar. You could push the camera closer instead of being very small in the frame and kind of buried. We could have great lightning effects near the front of the scene, making it more impactful. And then we could have blue furniture, but there is none. There's not, it's all landscaping. We have like a rug set here, but it's, you know, again, the idea of the theme was to make the picture emotionally thematic. And while it is to a degree, it could be a lot stronger, as, you know, seen in the other photos that we've taken a look at, like this one. So knowing what items you could be using, knowing what has a good wow factor, knowing how to get optimal lighting while still making it feel sad and rainy. Voters eat stuff like this up, and that's what I'm trying to help you understand. It's not necessarily about which picture is better. It's about which picture is better received. So I don't really think one Dream Snap is going to be innately better than another to a degree. It's more or less some things are popular with voters and some things are less popular. and you want to try to do what's more popular. So, closing advice on this, if you have time tonight, I would check out the video, because you're going to get a concept of some really good items to use. You're going to get a concept on how to properly light a snap like this, and you're going to have better ideas on things you can use. Like, why not use a blue light back here instead of this yellow light? Also, the Vitalis lanterns were broken, by the way. They don't work anymore. So usually this would make a nice warm light around here, but they don't do that. Now they just cast yellow haze. So if you're trying to use the Vitalis lantern trick, I've covered that. It does not work anymore. So you might as well use a blue light back here. You could use dark gray pathing, and you can remove some of these bushes. You can have flowers down here in the base. You can add some blue furniture to your scene. You know, there are a lot of things we can do to improve the competitiveness of this snap. Sue Lee is next. So we have an anger theme. Very cool. Right off the bat, one thing I would definitely do for this one is boost saturation. Saturation boost looks really good on an anger build. I talked about that in my video as well. In fact, if we look at this one, you know, I talked about how this is one of the best snaps I've seen. Absolutely amazing snap. Look at the saturation levels here. This isn't just sunset lighting. It's sunset lighting with a 0.3 to 0.4 saturation level, and I can tell that just by looking at it. So take notice of how rich the colors are here and how dry they are here. So very rich red, very dry red. So you can get a much better impact from a shot like this if you play up the saturation. And again, this is something we discussed in the video. Now for your other scene, very good sadness scene. I think this one's better. This one, it's a great build, but I would definitely work up the weather and the saturation. But this one doesn't really need much. Really good foreground here with the blue flowers and the blue eternal bushes, the blue sapphires, the blue speckled path, the blue birdhouse, the blue chair, the blue mushroom, the blue umbrella, the blue butterflies, the blue fairy tale trees, the blue bushy trees, the blue raven, the blue highlights in the hair. So this one is ready to go. This is a very solid snap. The only thing I don't think you really need here is Lady. She's kind of clipping into the jewels, and I think it would look better if it was more lonely. Like it's just you and sadness, because it's a very sadness-coated build. Now, as far as animals, any blue animal is good, but Lady kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, and she feels a little bit out of place. I think this would be better without her, but that's about the only thing I would change. This is a very strong build. Aside from that, you could try to make your avatar look a little bit more sad, you know, like we see here. You could go with a little bit more of a somber expression if you wanted to, but I don't think that's something you absolutely have to do. The B pose is a great fallback. I use it for so many different things. And you have a great inside-out feel because you have sadness here, and you have the sense of self lamps all propped up in the background. So overall, a very strong sadness build. I would 100% go with this one. You're going to have a better inside-out feel here anyway because you have more inside-out items. It's more thematically emotional, and you get the benefit of having an inside-out villager that pairs with the scene. This one's fun, and it's got some good anger, you know, cases for it. But like the fairy wings feel a little off, and then sadness, you know, she's probably sad that everything's on fire. But the saturation I would definitely dial up, and I would use different buildings instead of just the Glamour Gulch ones. We just had a StarPath with one of the best buildings for this challenge. Another thing we talked about in the video, and we've seen in a lot of these snaps, this red brick building, this, you know, again, playing up the colors. Look at that deep, deep red. And you can mix that with the other building colors. So kind of like you did with the blue. You know, you chose a building with like a blue roof and a lot of blue borders, and then you have a lot of blue everywhere. In this one, we have some good red and some good fire effects, but a lot of pale gray. But if you use different buildings, you could have a lot more red and then boost saturation. But don't worry about it, because you should just go with this one. This is a very, very solid snap, and I feel like this is very likely for 4K. You have great lighting. It's very thematically emotional. It's a very well-composed sadness build. Super strong. Very likely for 4K, even without any changes whatsoever. So I think, Suli, I think this is the one you should lean into. Dang, M's, you were really pushing the envelope this week. You submitted at 2:56. 4 minutes from the deadline. Well, this will be our last snap to review of the day. Anybody else will get reviewed tomorrow. Good to see you're still procrastinating to the very last second, Ems. I love to see it. And I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I just think it's if anything, I'm truly impressed with just how consistent you are at like getting that submission in like minutes before the deadline. Well done. This is my first time attempting a split shot, so I would definitely appreciate all the feedback and advice. Thank you for taking the time for the review. Of course. Okay, so a few things to consider with the split shots, Ems. I talked about these at good length this week. It's tricky when you're new to them. So, the pose, you are splitting the scene very well. You have one minor issue here, and it's that we can see a bit of the money path come here. So you need to delete this. If you're going to use this pose, you're going to need to delete this particular path block. That way, we don't see any of this on this side. But that's the only bleed you have in this split. So very good division. Now, for a split scene, in the future, Ems, when you do future split scenes, it's probably going to be very hard for you to change this now. You might be able to, but it's going to be tricky. When you do a split scene, it's going to be ideal to split it right down the middle, which means using a pose where you are right in the center of the screen, but you're not really going to want to go into a raccoon pose or a Nana pose or a max pose or anything that slides you to the side, because then you're going to have a very small scene on one side and a very large scene on the other. And that can work, but when the thematics of both are going to be very important, it's really important to try to balance them. So keep that in mind for split scenes. That's kind of been my motto for every split scene I've done, is I've always tried to have them, split right down the center. And it's worked out very well for me. I actually have never had a split scene get less than 4K. I haven't done a ton of them, but, voters do tend to like them, but I always make sure that the left side of the scene and the right side of the scene, have the same balance. Even if I don't come up all the way to the top, sometimes I'll split the scene with Sky and, a bit of a aura around the villager. But again here, right in the middle, this was roses and thorns, and split scenes were super popular this week. So, we have roses on the left and thorns on the right. This is all about Aurora and Maleficent. But, we have it very even. The houses are, positioned on the same side for both. The characters are positioned on the same side for both. And the avatar splits it right down the middle. So keep that in mind for your split shots. It's way trickier, but this still works. So don't get me wrong. This still definitely works for a split scene, kind of leaning into one side. It's just going to make one side smaller. The reason it would be good for you to have more space is because this challenge is all about weather. So when you're playing up the rainy side versus the joy side, it's going to be easy to make the rainy side very in line with the weather, because you're going to have all these clouds and all this raindrop and this lightning. But the joy side can be a bit trickier because it's just sunny and maybe rainbows. That's why making sure you have room for this like motif is going to be huge, because it really showcases the bright sunny weather, and rainbows come after rain. So we have the rain, and then we have the sunshine and the rainbows, right? So a nice clear sunny day. So if you had the room over here, having that sun would be great, but we don't really have a lot of places to put it, which is kind of rough. And, we also don't get to see too much of the rainbow. Whereas if this was split down the middle, we would see the rainbow come down a little bit more. We would have a little bit more exposed sky here. So keep that in mind. I don't know if you want to try to work to choose a different pose or recenter yourself. I do like the yellow raccoon to go with, the joy build, but I feel like this might have been better if the joy build was on the right, because the raccoon's yellow and joy would have been on the right. I think that could have worked well. Now, the other thing is, I talk about this a lot, Ems. You probably know where I'm going. Sunset lighting. We have sunset lighting here, so our lights are active. The lights in the home here are active. We have great saturation on the rainbows. And we have street lights in the back that are on. Behind these blue crystals, these blue lamps here are on. So we're getting the effect of the sunset saturation and light activation. So this is midday, so your lights aren't active and you don't have, much light coming into the scene. I think maybe you were really caught up in making sure there was a lot of shadow on this side, but you really don't have to do that. If you just design it in a way where you have an abundance of blue, that's going to get the point across. Now, the other thing I recommend is you have one tiny, tiny sliver of lightning here. This lightning is an amazing, amazing effect for a sadness side. So I would try to play that up a little bit better. Maybe put another lightning cloud right back here just to get some big lightning coming in. And then the other thing I would do is I would layer the rain on a little heavier in here. And I would likely swap out this mud path. There's some better options for you. So instead of mud, another thing we covered in the video is this gray brick. It looks a lot darker. It has that dark gray rainy day darkness to it. It works really good when paired with a lot of blue. So we have this dark gray brick. It looks really good with the zircon here. We have the blue chest. There's blue monsters. Hey, thank you for the bits, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Let me see what you said there, too. Tommy says somebody put Unk to bed. This is my last snap review, Tommy. I'll be in bed in a minute. That's weird. I don't know what triggered that effect. Yeah, Tommy, last weekend, I was here until midnight. I couldn't finish the snap reviews until after midnight. It was pretty crazy. It's an AI recording. Bro, I literally got accused of being AI when I was playing Pokopia by a random troll last week on Friday. It was weird. Some guy was like, is anybody else getting AI vibes from this? I was like, bro. Yeah, I still have to, actually, I have to, like, store my chicken and stuff, too. I don't know who sent bits, but it didn't show up for me. Like, I heard it. I heard the effect. Maybe it was YouTube. Hang on, let me see if it was, like, a super chat. I'm not sure. Let me double check over there. Oh, it was Bob's with the tip. It just didn't put it in chat. Thank you, Bob's. Thank you. But now I'm like, wow, could be AI. No, I found out, yeah. Were you tipping me just to see if I was really here? I mean, I wouldn't mind coding an AI program to host my stream reviews, honestly. Like, imagine, I could just be in bed right now. I'm reaching out to any developers that can program a simp AI. Bro, Wes, I spent like $3K to get a gaming laptop and some accessories for it so I could play games. I know we talked about a laptop or a Steam Deck. So, let me get this right, Tommy. You were like, yeah, Steam Deck would be nice and cheaper, and then you just like went out and blew $3K. Nice, bro. Give in to your worldly desires, Tommy. Good job. I'm proud of you. So, yeah, I would go with the gray pathing here. And I would also limit, like, the yellow glass flowers on this side M's. So, again, what we want to play up on the blue side is a lot of blue. So, you kind of want the whole blue side to be like this. You want it to be very thematically blue. So, blue decor, blue items, blue flowers, blue outfit. Well, you're split scene, so don't worry about the blue outfit part. But there's a lot of great blue things you can be playing up. And for the joy side, it still needs to be weather-driven. So, having that sun in there, and if it was sunset time of daylighting, we also wouldn't have as much of a fog back here. That might also have to do with where you chose to take your picture, or could even be the weather setting you're using. But I would try to clear the back of this photo up to make it more crisp. Overall, for your first split scene, you did a pretty good job here. But again, in the future, try to go right down the middle because balance is key when creating split scenes. And if you're going to keep your scene like this, my biggest recommendations are, I don't know if your sun's going to work for this, but sunset lighting will be good because some of these lights will turn on. I would delete this block of path so you don't have any bleed through. And I would lean heavier into blue in this environment. Like you do have the blue chair, the blue gnomes, blue bushes. But I would only do blue flowers here. And I would do the dark gray brick because it's going to work better with the, you know, the sadness notes. And all the mud path just kind of feels a little strange because there's no, like, water pooling. You know, you would expect, like, muddy water down here. And it doesn't look too developed, whereas this house is, like, really fancy, so why would their entire yard be mud, right? It would make a bit more sense to have, you know, some paving here. And again, the joy side is good, but maybe instead of, like, all these tulips, like, you kind of filled the whole thing with tulips, which is easy. You know, that's something a lot of players could do. What's more challenging and more competitive for Dreamsnaps, like if you want to be more competitive with it, is to go out of your way to diversify your environment. So things like pixie dust, things like, you know, these yellow stars, these things that really play into joy, tangled lanterns, the sense of self lamp, you know, some of these rainbows, the inside out house. You know, there's a lot of things you could do, but anybody can fill a space with tulip beds. And ever since those tulip beds have come out, I think it's been trapping people because some people were like, I don't know what to do with this whole open area. Oh, I got an idea. I'll just completely fill it up with tulips. It's kind of a cop-out, and it doesn't look that good. It's like the same item over and over and over and over and over. So instead of taking the easy direction, you can have a more beautiful snap if you do things that are a bit more complex. Like, ooh, instead of a giant field of tulips, I'm going to have a memory here, and I'm going to have a flower bed in front of that, and tangled lanterns in front of that, glimmer down here, pixie dust here, this gold star here, the sense of self lamp here. You know, you can get a lot more technical with it. So don't fall into those traps because there's a convenient item. You can just duplicate it or use a few different versions of it to fill it up. No. Diversity is a big strength in Dreamsnaps. Diversify your environment. Use a lot of items that all work with the theme. Don't copy paste a lot. Don't use the same items over and over. Even when I was looking at an earlier snap that was pretty strong, one of the drawbacks of the snap was they had a little gray brick walkway, and it was the same two flowers lining the entire walkway. It was, I think, luminescent and glass, luminescent and glass, luminescent and glass. And if they mixed in more diversity there, if they had a few more blue flowers, like, you know, with so many blue flowers in the game, you could really diversify that walkway and greatly increase the beauty factor. So consider that when building your scenes. You want to make it beautiful, yes, but you also want to diversify it a bit. I'm not saying you can't use the tulips, but don't rely on them this heavily, because if you had a memory back here and a flower bed around it and pixie dust, you could better capture the essence of joy. And yeah, I would try to get this fog cleared up, and I would definitely try to get that light flare in there, but it might be tricky because of the way this is angled. Overall, for your first split scene, though, Ems, you did a good job. These are very technical. I mentioned that in the video. I mentioned that split scenes are more of an advanced approach, and they take some extra work to really figure out and to really pull off. So with this being your first one, you did a great job on that, although I am critiquing the heck out of it. But that's what you submit for. You know, you want to know my honest thoughts and what works and what might not work. So on the bright side, you did a great job on your first split shot. So let's get some more lightning in here. Let's try to get the sunset lighting if the sun is in the right place for that. Let's double down on the blue. Let's swap the mud path with the gray brick. Let's get rid of some of these tulips. Let's add some other inside-out items like the sense of self lamp. Let's try to clear this fog in the back to make the back of the image more crisp. Let's consider making this side more sunny with the motif. And if you want to really work on this a bit more, you could choose a different pose and split it right down the middle, but that's probably going to require you to rework a good bit of the scene. So you don't have to do that this week. You can always keep that in mind for your next one. Wow, it got really rainy over here. All right. Boy, am I glad we did some of these reviews on Friday, because that took a long time, even though we did like 2 hours of reviews on Fridays. Which means, since we reviewed like 2 hours worth of snaps on Friday and it's 10:30, that means we would have been live today until 12:30. We would have been live until almost 1 a.m. if I didn't do some. I'm so glad we did some of those reviews. Oh my god. I would probably die. I'd probably die. Alex is doing their extra reviews on Friday. Seems to lighten the... Yeah, it did. It did. We did 2 hours worth. So... we would have been here for the longest we've ever been, actually. We would have been here till 30 minutes past midnight. Because, yeah, on Friday we did 2 hours worth, and it's still 10:30. But thank goodness. 6.5 hours, not bad. It beats doing 7.5 or 8 hours like we did last week. So, you know, hooray. Also, I don't know if you guys can tell, but fun fact before I leave, has anybody noticed the stream quality looking better today? I hope so. I hope you guys have noticed. Like when I move around, it's not as pixelated. Like, can you guys tell? Because usually when I move around, it gets like super pixelated. I am officially back to streaming in 2K. So I've been streaming in regular HD lately, which is 1980 by, or 1080 by 1920. And the big reason why I had to change was we were having issues with Spectrum. My upload speed kept bottlenecking, and I had to basically downgrade my stream. But I got a text from Spectrum, and they said they were upgrading the nodes in my area. And today I was like, you know, they said they were done. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try going back to 2K. And so far, we didn't drop any frames. So I streamed with a much higher bitrate today, and we had no lag, no drops in streams, no drops in frames, I mean. Everything looked really good. So, yeah, very, very good. I'll probably be streaming in 2K quality again from now on, hopefully. But I don't know if you guys noticed the increase in quality. But yeah, I'm streaming in 2K on both YouTube and Twitch, which is nice. All right. Well, with that, we have reached the end of the reviews for today. For anybody that has not had a review, that means you submitted after 3 p.m. or updated your submission after 3 p.m., which means you will get your review first thing tomorrow. Once we're done with those, we will dive into re-reviews or secondary reviews. So if any of you have received advice on your snaps that you would like to incorporate into your photos, I recommend making those changes and then submitting both your old snap and your new snap in the secondary review form so we can ensure that the changes took the direction we were hoping for and that your dream snap has an even higher chance at 4K. But yeah, thank you for being here today, you guys. Awesome stream. Lots of good snaps to review. And yeah, I think, you know, this Friday we're going to do it again. We're going to knock out more of the reviews and try to get a head start on, you know, whatever Wednesday's theme is going to be. Well, listen, I learned my lesson about last week. Well, you live and learn, you know, but now you know, Kayla said it's only 3:30, or it's 3:30 a.m. for you? Dang, dude. I can't believe you're still up. I mean, sometimes I stay up that late, too. Not gonna lie. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much. A big shout-out to everybody that supported the content today. We had, during that hype train, you guys got me 2 really cool new emotes today. I can't believe it. I got a new cat, which is super fun, from the hype trains. And I got a new fish. So I got this freaking serval doing a bop, and he's like this. And I got this really cool fishy. And 2 separate hype trains today, and I got 2 really cool... Okay, bro, are you just going to put Gritty Goose in the chat? You know, whatever. My serval and my fish are better. They're better than your Gritty Goose, and I have a better Gritty Goose made by somebody that cares about me. But yeah, thank you for goal number 165 today, you guys. That is awesome. Another new record on the stream. Another new record. Ice Nexus says, thanks for the stream. Been lurking while making my snap this week. It's 4:33 a.m. Oh my god, dude, go to bed. I don't know. I'm the same way if I'm working on my snap, though. Like, once I start working on something, I with my ADHD and hyperfocus, if I start a project and I'm like really into it, I can't put it down. I will stay... Okay, Tommy, a giant Gritty Goose. Bro, get out of here. Ban him right now, Mods. Get rid of him. No, I'm kidding. Tommy's great. Isaac says the same. Yeah, dude, if I start working on something, it's a wrap. I'm just going to be up for a while. Matter of fact, last week when I was making my example scenes for Thursday's video, Wednesday night, I stayed pretty late. I think it was like I was working on until like 2 a.m. But then I finally finished and went to bed. And then apparently in the middle of the night, I rolled over onto my stomach, and then I had nerve pain the following morning, which sucked. But yeah, Johnny said, I'm doing my snap. It's 3:30 a.m. for you too? Bro, you and Ice Nexus must be in like the same place. I want to be as committed as some of y'all, but it's only 9:30 here. It's 10:30 for me, so yeah. Willow said, I was awake from Friday morning till Saturday night because of Dream Snaps. I was actually up really late last night. For Mother's Day, I had a conversation with my mom. You know, I called her around like 9, and we haven't talked in a while, and we literally spoke on the phone until nearly 2 a.m. Like, just, we talked about everything. We talked about so many things. But yeah, we talked from like 9 p.m. until 2 a.m. And I was like, oh my God, it's 2 a.m. I don't think either one of us ever stay up that late. Samantha said, oh my God, oh, cute. Yeah, I got a great relationship with my parents, like with both my mom and my dad. I love my family. I got a great family. But it was nice to catch up with her. Well, oh, by the way, guys, I got one more little thing for you, especially if you're on YouTube. New channel member video, you guys. New channel member video. Give me 1 second here. I should have it ready to publish. So I made the new channel member video today. You know, for last week's YouTube membership. So if you are a YouTube channel member, the weekly YouTube channel member video is ready. I just got to I'm going to publish it right now so we can raid out to it. I can just give you guys a link to it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. And I'll send you guys off to that. So this is our little member exclusive video. It's me voting on Desert Haven. So let me publish this. I actually uploaded it before the stream, but I didn't want to publish it until after the stream. That way I can send you guys to it whenever it was done. So this is a member-only video. I do these once a week now. Now, keep in mind, there likely won't be one next week. Or, I mean, this week. I'm going to Anime Central this weekend. So I'll be in Chicago, you know, throughout the weekend at the anime convention. Jordan and I are going to do, you know, we've cosplayed the last 2 years in a row. So we cosplay like each year and go. And it's always a lot of fun. So if any of you guys ever go to Anime Central in Chicago, you know, let me know. All right, publishing the video. But yeah, we'll be in... Okay, it says eligible members will be notified. Nice. All right, let me give you guys a link. All right, YouTube chat. Here's the link to today's member exclusive video. So if you're a YouTube channel member and you're chilling in the chat right now, as we end, you can just click on that link and enjoy even more Senpai content. All right, well, thank you for being here, you guys. Oh, and I'll put it in Twitch chat, too, because I know we have YouTube channel members that watch on both. So here you go, guys. If you are a YouTube channel member, you can check out that video, too. It's just me voting on snaps, you know, just a fun little thing. All right, well, it's been great, you guys. Oh, Tommy, I think... Yeah, I didn't get Kitty Love today. It was between... I think that was the next level. And I actually wanted the Serval Bop a little bit more. But yeah, Kitty Love is cool. I kind of want that one too. But I really like Serval Bop, so I'm kind of glad I got that one. Hang on. I'm gonna gigantify Serval Bop before I leave. Why won't I put Serval Bop in my recommendeds? I've been using it ever since I got it. Yeah, check that out. Check that guy out. That's pretty cool. All right, y'all. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for 165 goals in a row. Absolutely insane. And thank you for all the gifted subs, for the hype trains on Twitch, and the super chat on YouTube as well. Appreciate all the support. I appreciate you guys tuning in for these snap reviews and participating in these snap reviews. I hope y'all have a wonderful night, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. I got to put my chicken away and have some dinner. All right, as always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you so much for being here. We'll catch you on the next one.